second session. Chart Fanatics, live Chart Fanatics TV. You know what I'm saying? We are officially back. What a week. What a week so far. We've just been like honestly smashing it. It was always bound to happen. It was always bound to happen having such a good week. Because it's been a little bit choppy recently, but what an amazing week. I actually need a trim. I'm literally just looking at myself right now and I'm like, raw, not only do I need a trim, I need some fucking facial and everything, not like that. But why for that? What a terrible intro. We're never doing an intro like this ever again. But I hope everyone's doing good. Can we get a good morning in the chat if you are locked in? Can we get a good morning in the chat if you're locked in? But I definitely do need a trim. Yeah, this is not looking so good. But yeah, here he is. What's going on, Van Cal? How we doing, bro? How we doing? How we all doing? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Yes, the poison dart. I like that. I like that username. 10 a.m. in South Africa, yeah? Where's everyone from right now? Where are we tuning in from right at this moment in time in the world? W locked in. Yes, NF William. Yes, Pirate L Strange. Janice Leroy. What's going on? Long story, husband. Long story. I'll tell you about it. I'll tell you offline. But yes, Sean. I just follow your trades, Artan. Don't follow my trades. I'm just sharing you with what I do. I'm sharing with you what I do. Do you know what I'm saying? So yeah, this is not financial advice or anything like that. This is just literally me showing my analysis and everything. But good morning. We're from Nigeria, Turkey, South Africa, Space, Greece, here from Turkey, Finland. Shouts to the TikTok crew from Finland. Damn, man. But yeah, man, don't forget to like up the stream. We've got a big day today. We've got Kenya inside. Wow. Literally, this is so multicultural. HR are having a field day because how diverse is this? Nepal, Germany, Peru. I needed to be able to say hello in every one of these languages. You know what? That's the goal, yeah? By the end of the year, guys, right? When we're killing it, everyone's killing it on here. Someone's gone, we're here in Nepal, Germany, Turkey, Trinidad and Tobago, and someone's gone, Hereford. Yeah. Big up Hereford, but man is repping. He's repping it hard. All right. Well, listen, I'm glad that everyone's doing very well. How has everyone's trading week been so far? Has everyone had a good trading week so far? And don't forget, guys, to make sure you join the Discord. We are doing giveaways every single day. And we're going to do the first giveaway when we get to 50 likes on this video. 50 likes on this video, and we will do our first giveaway. Sorry, my chair is squeaking right now. So can everyone tell me how to say hello from wherever you are in the world? So someone said, say Woho Tesen. Please make sure you don't say me anything that is going to get us cancelled. Because I will say it. I'll say it with no regrets, and I won't know what I've said. And we are clipping everything as well. So, yeah, Mahaba. Okay, you know what? I regret saying what I've just said because I feel like a lot of you guys are going to troll me now. Hola. Okay, I know hola. Hola. That's the namaste. Yes. Guten Morgen. Hey, what? Hey, I'm learning today. I'm learning. Ni hao ma. Oh, do you know what? I can speak a little bit of Mandarin though. Oh, is it Mandarin? It's like Ni hao, 中国的朋友，我是Artan London 小唱歌手. Hey, come on. You know what I'm saying? Hello, aloha. Hey, sick. All right, well, from where I'm from in North London, we say, well, go on, my brother, you good? You know what I'm saying? So racism is crazy. Marhaba. Oh, teşekkür ederim. Yeah, see, I know a little something. All right, guys. Let's jump onto the charts. Let's talk about what I'm looking for today. We've got yeah, a really cool day today planned, and we've had a really good week so far. I didn't take this trade. Do you know what? It's funny, yeah. I did take this trade, but I didn't hold it to take profit. Basically, I needed one more trading day on my 200k alpha challenge, and I took it. So I took it just for the sake of, I was like, just pass it, and then it was an Asia trade. It actually just came in, so I was like, oh, happy days. So I don't stroke my ego a little bit, but yeah, man. So just got. Well, I need to do the KYC for. I don't think I need to do the KYC, but I always forget that because I already have a funded account. So I believe that I should just get it. I think I just need approved or whatever. But yeah, man. So that's a 200k from this week, which is amazing. I still haven't got. Have I got my certificate yet? Just see. Yeah, I haven't got my certificate yet, but that should be coming soon, so that's great. But yeah, let's get onto the markets. Don't forget to like up the video, guys. Make sure you like up the video, and don't forget to follow me as well on Instagram, which is artan.fx. You know what I'm saying? So first things first is that we're gonna jump onto our baby, which is the dollar, and we're just gonna see how this has gone so far. So for me, bullish on the dollar. Why are we bullish on the dollar? Why? I hear you ask. Well, we are making higher highs, and if we're talking about just like straight up technicals, all right? I know market AI, the guys have some big reasons fundamentally, but we're making higher highs and higher lows like this, and we're taking advantage of literally every time we consolidate, manipulate, and distribute. Okay, that's literally what we are doing right now. And this is a nice, healthy trending market. Okay, consolidate, manipulate, trend. Consolidate, manipulate, trend. Consolidate, manipulate. Someone tell me what comes next, please. What comes next? Consolidate, manipulate. Or actually, I'm fucking it up, to be honest with you. It's accumulation, manipulation, distribution. But anyway, so what am I looking at right now? I'm obviously bullish on the dollar. And we've just actually taken out the previous daily low. So my next targets anyway, regardless of this, as soon as we manipulated this and had daily CRT here, daily CRT a wick below and a close back inside this Tuesday's range of last week, right? We are now targeting the high here. So we've had a nice expansion. Yesterday actually consolidated, and we have now swept the previous daily low. Right. Oops. Scheiße. See, I know my languages. And now we look like we should move to the upside. Now, what would I like? What would I like to see? To get me a really nice position, I would love it if we could sweep the previous daily low as well. Like that would be like lit. I don't think that we'll do that. I think that Asia, it might be the day today that Asia sets the low of the day, and we expand more to the upside here, and then maybe we get like a pullback and then a continuation, which for my model, in terms of like the session sweeper model, I don't know how, like, this is the London low right here, so I don't know if we're going to get what I want, if that makes sense. So we'll see. Gold, I mean, maybe that is the case. And then gold can drop to like into this fair value gap here, you know? Maybe we could get something like this and then continue higher. But the thing is, right, is that gold isn't like mad bullish. It's just at a really key level. We could just chop on gold between like here and here. So even though these were quite bullish days, they like, you know what I'm saying? Maybe this is just fair value, like we were talking about yesterday. Maybe this is just fair value. Oh, maybe I can't do it on this one. Okay. Let's just go. What's the fixed range here? Yeah, so maybe this is the point of control from this fixed range, which is what? Since the 9th. So let's just go from the month. Start of the month. Yeah, right now we are in this consolidation just down here. So there's just a lot of time, a lot of volume just going along around here, which means really, like, I don't know, there's no real like resistance up here or anything like. I don't know. I just don't think that this is a choppy market. This is not a market I personally want to be a part of right now. So gold, I'd probably allow it. Bitcoin, did we come up to? Oh, Bitcoin. I would be looking for longs today on Bitcoin actually. Still looking at that swing. I still want us to come up higher here. Let me just delete this. Yeah, that's what I think. We have the same strategy, bro. So I'm gonna watch the stream all day. Come on, G. Come on. What do you say about EU shorts? I'm still bearish on EU and GU. I'm gonna get onto these in a second, but I don't know if we're gonna get the entries that we want today. Just because I think you can get EU shorts today. I'm not saying you can't. I think that to be honest with you, I think that wicking above all of this liquidity means that we're gonna probably dump off today because we've taken so much liquidity. I just don't like. I want to see a session swept before I have that big move. You know? You know. But I may take something on like my futures accounts, because on the futures accounts I might do. I'm a bit more scalpy on the futures accounts actually, a bit more of a scalpy guy. So if you're okay, we didn't get a. This is really nice on German 30. Just the issue is that on the 5 minute for me there's no break of structure, which doesn't mean that we can't push higher. It's just this is the breaker structure. That's a fat breaker structure there. Yeah, I think. Yeah, it's a bit too much for me. Bit too much. Because let me see. If that was to break above, maybe to there, and then maybe it pulled back to this, maybe. That could maybe work. I actually need to take out another challenge because I just got funded with these, man. I need to do a new thing. I need to do a new thing. Yeah, I think this is nice. I just don't know if we'll get an entry. What's everyone looking at today? Okay, cool. Yeah, this looks good. Your friend blasting music. Why? Can you hear my music in the background? You shouldn't be able to. Good morning, guys. No, it's just me in it. I don't know if but I think it's actually the just the background music. Oh, they can hear it. Oh, let me turn it down a bit. Sorry. Sorry, guys. We can hear your rap song. Sorry, guys. I'm vibing. Is that better? Wait. Because I'm usually just like vibing, you know? Or I usually have headphones on. Maybe I'll just put the mic a little bit. Yeah. Like, is this good? Is this good? Because I still like vibing. Hey. Can you imagine, like, it's just me listening to like the like saddest Taylor Swift songs, and you're like, bro, is this guy like all right? Is he just like blown his account or something? All right, gold. Yeah, I'd be looking at buys from the previous daily low, I think. Just over here. Nasdaq, mate. This is what I was talking about. I was looking for shorts from up here, but now we've taken out this internal liquidity. I think it's going to be tricky. It's going to be tricky. But this looks all right for longs. Should I just... Let me have a look. This could be good for longs, though. What's my name? You know about that. Touch rolling loud. This is... I might be comfortable taking... Okay. I would potentially look at, yeah. I need to just cancel that real quick. I would look at higher prices on this. I like the idea of this breaker structure. I just think we could pull back a little bit more. We do have a 15-minute here, but this might be worth a little scalpage if we can close above. I just believe that we've taken out a fair amount of liquidity, taken out the previous daily low. We didn't have the craziest reaction from this fair value gap. Strong hourly close, 4 hours, wicked below. Wow, that was mad lightning. If you were to take this, I'm not gonna lie though. This fair value gap is really, it's shorts in it. So like, if you were to take anything, this isn't. I'll be honest, guys. Yeah, this is not a good trade. So please don't copy me on this. This is a purely. I've basically gotten. I'm waiting on my account details for my new funded. I'm not in any EU or like. Obviously, I want an EU trade. I want an EU. I want an EU and GU sell. I didn't take this last. Like I took this last night just to complete the trading days, but that did come in. This was the trade. Yeah, sorry, not yesterday. The trade yesterday was. Oh, this trade here. We got stopped to break even on yesterday. Here. So 1, 2 this week. 1, 2, 3. 3 wins, 1 break even, 2 break even because gold was a break even actually as well. So quite a good week. Snitch so I robbed him, sat there, gully in the winter's cold, east of London, trapped in a dungeon. Belly in a pole, just happening alone. Yeah. You're already in an EU short. Nice. Where are you in an EU short from? Don't worry, guys. We've got some time today. We've got some time today, so we are gonna. If you're in the Discord, right? What I want you to do is I want you to go into the Chart Fanatics Discord, and I want you to annotate and screenshot your trade, your chart, and send it in to me. Whether it's a win, a loss, or if you have any questions or anything like that, I will have a look. But we will do that. We will do that in 45 minutes. Okay, 45 minutes. We will do that. Play head above water. Yeah, I can't play it through. I don't think I can play music through here. That's the only annoying thing, man. I can't play music through here because I think like copyright and shit. I don't know. Maybe I can. Maybe I can, and I don't know. That would be good to know, actually. I wonder if I can play music through here, because then I'd slap on my own playlist. But I feel like when you start playing like tracks that are signed to like Universal and all this shit, like I know how it goes with the whole copyright and stuff. But yeah, guys, don't forget to like up the live. Like up the live. Remember, the first giveaway is at 50 likes. 50 likes. And you know what I'm saying. So make sure you like it up. We have been smashing it this week. Smashing it this week. I know everyone's probably like, you know, they've done bits this week, so they're like, you know what, I'm sacking off Thursday and Friday. So I understand, but you know what I'm saying, we're back. Ooh, sounded like someone was skidding across. Gee, I'm in a new thing. Peace. This was where I wanted to short from here, but I'm actually looking for a cheeky long here just to come up. Nothing crazy though. I'm just looking at this internal range liquidity and just seeing it's a very early trade. It's a very low risk trade here. That's why I don't actually like the look of it that much. I just like the look of it that we've taken so much liquidity in London Open. And I'm thinking, could London actually just set the low of the day? We've got a lot of liquidity resting up here. So I'm like, maybe we could get a little push higher. How do you join the Discord of Chart Fanatics? So if you want to join the Discord of Chart Fanatics, you click in the bio. It's in the description of this video. And the first link where it says join the Chart Fanatics free Discord community for exclusive discounts, giveaways, live events, and more. Click that link and then it will add you in there. That's enough for me. So yeah, this is we'll just see anyway. I haven't taken this on any live accounts whatsoever. I don't know. I'm just kind of playing about with this one. German 30 definitely looks the best though. Just no entry. Like this is my breaker structure, and I doubt that we go. Like usually it will just run. I had this morning in my in this apartment. Like obviously I go to sleep. I'm not sleeping much at all at the moment. I'm sleeping about 2 hours a night. It's fucking terrible. 2-3 hours a night. But we came back and there was drillings going on, like construction in the room next door, so early on in the morning. Oh my God. It literally felt like it wasn't actually next door. It was like opposite and it was like drilling so badly. It literally felt like it was like actually going on inside my head. So, oh my God. It's like completely fucked me. Horrible, isn't it? Never want. I actually can't experience that. Like, obviously, I know it sounds like we're being like princesses, yeah. But like, bro, that was so. It was actually torture. Like, we're mid conversation, and then we're like, we can't even like talk because it's that loud. Like, it was so fucked. It was bloody fucked, mate. Was bloody fucked, Mike. Bloody fuck you, buddy. Oh, wowzers, dude. Holy moly. Holy smokes, guys. Yeah, just no entries for me, man. Like, this is just... Like, this is exactly what we predicted, but no entries. But that's what I'm saying, guys. Like, look. Today, no entries or nothing. But... Wait, was there SMT? If there was, I'll be fucking pissed. No. So, look, guys, today, no entries. We've got the bias right. Yesterday, sorry, not yesterday. Day before yesterday, bias right. And we got the entry model. Bias right. And we got the entry model. Bias correct. And we got the entry model. Bias correct. And we got the entry model. Bias correct. And like, fucking hell, bro. Like, what a week. So, today... not getting in. That's why I could not care less about today not getting in. You got to, what is it? Count your chickens, count your blessings. You'll deserve princess treatment for that. Yeah, I know. Trust me. Come on. Who's first? Is it anyone's first ever stream that they've joined today? Give me a 1 if it is your first ever time joining the stream. Give me a 2 if it is your second, or not second, but if you've been here before. Let me know. That was random. Just started trading with an Apex intraday trailing stop eval account. I don't like it because it's forcing me back into my old habits of micro scalping. I prefer the end of day trailing. I prefer the end of day trading as well. That's just my opinion. Nice. We've got a bunch of return people. Yes, man, like Jade Trades. What are you telling me, doggy? Yes, Bilal. Yes, Pirate. Nazifi. Terra. I see we got some familiar names in here, which is amazing. You know what I'm saying? The community is growing. And we got some new people as well. Yes, Sudeep. Welcome. Welcome. And if any of you guys missed the stream, by the way, you can go and watch it back because we drop some serious game every day. So there's a lot of there's a lot of game that you guys can get from this. So yeah. Hey, I hope you're not in one of those crappy new build UK flats where you can feel all the vibrations. No, I'm not. I live in Asia. I live in Thailand. So don't worry. I don't. But Thailand, when they do the construction, though, I'll be real. It's mad. Like, it's mad. And it's like next door. They do it next, like, they're drilling holes in the floor and shit. And I'm like, bro, like, why? Like, it looked calm, bro. Like, what? This is just so unnecessary. Sawadee khap. I'm in Bangkok now and I need more bar. All right, we have swept the Asia lows on EU. Doesn't really mean much to me because I'm still looking for lower prices. Maybe we could get a pullback though. Like, one thing I would say, sorry, I'm yawning today, guys. My sleep has been terrible recently. Maybe we could get a pullback though, and then entry. We do actually have, is it ECB? ECB interest rate decision is today. Okay. We do have that at 1:15. So that's going to be really big. And then tomorrow morning, we have the consumer confidence and PMI flash. See the pound. I believe that we've got tomorrow on the pound. Retail sales month for month and PMI flash. Okay, cool. So that's what we've got today. Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. I keep yawning. Do you miss London? Hard question. Hard question. Do I miss London? I miss being around people in London, my friends in London. I don't miss London itself, but I miss being around people in London. Yeah. Yes, Elzeni, welcome. Artan, check out NZD, USD, and USD ship. Let's see NZD. I mean, if the dollar's going to pump, this is going to go lower. But I prefer the idea of shorting EU than that. Yeah, I prefer the idea of. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm going to stop yawning soon. I prefer the idea of shorting EU and GU as opposed to shorting this, because this is more bullish than EU and GU. So if the dollar's going to pump, it just means that like this may consolidate or something along those lines. We actually had I wouldn't have got in. Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. Yeah, it looks all. Bit of just a consolidation för den erkänn. Yeah, I think we could push higher, but we still haven't inverted that yet. I would want to see us close above this. Yeah, let's see if we can do that. I should have known from your Head Above Water album cover. Come on, my bro. Very envious of you being out in Thailand. I'm hoping to move out there myself. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I highly suggest living in Asia. Highly suggest living in Asia. This was my point of interest on the NAS, but yeah. Just got to see this. This is the thing, right? We've really just got to see this try and inverse if we are to move higher. We're just consolidating at the moment. Let's drop down to the 1. Just slowing down. What I would maybe want to see is like manipulation lower here and then move higher. Because right now we're just chopping and chopping in that range. How do I join the Discord? Jump into the description of the video and the first link, the Discord link, click that. And then you need to have a Discord account. What's your favorite song from your own music? I'd probably say, okay, if we go into, let me see right here. Let me have a look. I'd probably say, yeah, Broken. I've got a song called Broken. I'd say Telephone, which is an interlude, actually. Yeah, it's called Telephone. And yeah, that's what I'd say. I'd probably say, yeah. Or say Broken Telephone and Why Am I High? Obviously, she's a 10 butt because that's like, oh, do you know what? Should I open it up on stream? Guys, I know this isn't trading related right now. Yeah, I'm really sorry, but we're just waiting for this move to happen. I'm gonna do something. Can we get some? I wanna. This is something really, really special. Like genuinely, guys. Like, yeah. This is something. It is actually like really. This is like really special for me. This is actually a special moment for me, innit? So, I've done music for obviously. Look, trading. I done music for 10 years, right? And like obviously trading really helped me like get out of kind of like the stress of music. And I didn't make the money that I wanted to make in music. Like I was really down. Like that's why I made so many sad songs. And I fell out of love with the idea of music. I fell out of love with everything that comes with music. And it was really sad time for me. It was a really sad time. Like I've been through a lot in my life and all sorts. And I was like, just come on, man, just give me something. Anyway, had a bunch of like just tough things happen recently in my life. And I thought, you know what, like, let me like check whatever. Anyway, I finally got, do you want to do an unboxing with me? I've got my plaque for 100 million streams. And this is like, we're going to open it right now, live. You got a shank on you, brother. Yeah. This is, I know, sorry guys. I know that this isn't trading right now, but I just wanted to share this moment with you because this is the first ever plaque that I've got. Now, this is my boy Trey, by the way. They said this is your younger sibling, guys. This is my doggy Trey. Fuck. But yeah, let's do an unboxing, man. All right, we're gonna fucking. I need to make sure I don't fucking.
Go back a bit. I can see it.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna do an unboxing right now. This is like the equivalent of getting like a funded certificate for like a max funded certificate. This is like when Usman got a funded certificate. But yeah, this is the unboxing, man. This is 10 years, bro. 10 years. Bro, right now. I'm hoping it looks good. Fucking hell, I'm so bad at this shit. Alright. Slicing it like a fucking mango. Like it's a coconut. Here we go. I know you guys want to trade, but we're in one right now, so that's why I can do this. All right.
Oi.
Here we go. All right.
You gotta show the people you're unboxing, bro.
Oh yeah. All right, you ready? I'm trying not to look at it before it's fully. All right, guys. I haven't even looked at it yet. But does it look good? You guys have seen it before me.
100 M's. 100 bomber club M's.
Fucking hell, man.
100 M's. 100K
100 M's. 100K.
That's a red flag.
Presented to Arthur in achieving over 100 million streams worldwide. Yeah, man. Guys, do you like it? Chat, what are we saying? 100 million streams. I finally got my plaque, man. it's a big moment for me. So it's a big moment for me, man. But yeah, man, I don't have anything like physical to like kind of keep as a memory. So this is yeah, I worked very hard for this. So wow, yeah, bro. Come on, my brother. Appreciate you being here with this, man. Come on. So yeah, my people. Anyway, I'm gonna keep this. Maybe I'll put this. Shall I put this over here?
I want to
Go on, have a look.
smell. I want to smell.
Damn, chat. Anyway, yeah, chat. That was a little. I thought I'd do a little exclusive unboxing with you lot. We'll get back to the charts. Don't worry. But yeah, thank you guys, man. That means a lot, and I appreciate obviously my boy Trey, everyone with me on the journey for that one. You know, I've got a ton of people. Obviously, sister, my friends KV, Ali, like obviously Liv. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people. So yeah, man. Anyway, thank you guys. I really appreciate it. Let's get back to the charts though. But I did want to share that with you. We're still in this at the moment. This trade on NQ. I'm looking for basically the low of the day to ideally be made in London, but I really need us to close a bit higher. But yeah, man. What are you streaming on Spotify? Yeah, man. On Spotify, I'm Artan. Yes. Thank you, guys. All right. Yeah, we're just waiting. We're literally just waiting. I mean, it's going all right so far.
You know what my caption is going to be?
What?
I'm going to say anything about you. Go check the K-Trap Walk and how many streams that stuff.
Yeah, but that's not on one song though. This is 100 million streams. Oh, but yeah. Yeah. Got more streams than K-Trap Warm, but he's gonna fucking send for you. Can you imagine? Can you imagine he comments on your photo like, who the fuck are you, cunt? But that is a flex though. Yeah, nah, it's even a flex, guys. Genuinely, like I've not really like. I say I've not really done much myself. I'd be lying if I didn't. Like a lot of stuff has changed, but I don't have anything like physical to like remind me of the music thing. Like, you know, I just make music, I put it out. Again, like I said, I didn't really make money from music like that. So like trading is what really helped me. That's what got me out of the gutter. I was still working a 9 to 5 with my job, you know. You know what I'm saying? So it's nice to have. All right, guys, we're running okay at the moment. Could see us consolidation a little bit, but this is just basically the target. We could even pop down again, but let's see if we can close strong. That would be nice. 2 minutes left of this candle. See what EU's cracking up to be, mate. I mean, I'm bearish, but I just don't know where I would get in from. I'll take a proper flick. I'll take a proper flick later in it. We'll do it on the roof. We'll take a proper photo later on the roof, innit? Yeah. No, trust me. We'll do it properly. Yeah, that's a big one. Gold still bullish, but I would love to see this previous daily low get taken. Like maybe New York can do it. Maybe New York can do something like this. Yeah. This was my prediction that we were going to come down to here, but like we just haven't we didn't break structure like that. It's kind of slightly worth it, but like you could go like even right now like this. Seeing if that's worth it. Shit, I'm not connected to my Wi-Fi, you know. My Wi-Fi's working, right? Let's have a look. Quite aggressive to the downside though. And that 4 hour, it's just after we swept this, we've just kind of like rolled over. I don't like that much. Let's see. Let's see how this goes. Look all low risk thing. Let me just double check that I've put my stop in the right place. This would be a low risk one though. I've got to be honest. Like I'm very conscious of this week. Like this didn't give me exactly what I wanted, so I'm not really too fussed about that. I don't think I'm even going to entertain that really. In terms of just high probability, this is low probability. So I do think we push higher. Maybe let me just check the. I'm a bit torn with this, to be honest, guys. I mean, we are here, so that's worth a shot. See what we're doing on the Nas. Nas looks all right so far. We closed above on the 5, closed above on the 15. All right. It's a bit slow, but this is okay for now. Poison Dust says, I feel like US Tech has a... What? Savat checking air trading. What does that mean, G? UK 100. I don't actually trade UK 100 personally. It's looking okay. This is actually looking quite nice, to be fair. If we were to get an expansion, I mean, that's a very expansive leg. So we've kind of got two decent positions. I would even go break even right here. It kind of. I think that the dollar could still definitely pull back a little bit more, maybe to like this kind of like 618, 50% region. Around about here. And then we could maybe push higher. So if you're in on this right now, I would definitely consider going break even on this trade. GBP JPY. This is a pair that I personally don't trade it just because Asia session is like. Suitcase.
Yeah.
No, there's this suitcase, but I had to empty.
You emptied the suitcase.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, in a bit, me and I'll put it in the cupboard.
I'm bullish for US crude oil today. Let's see at New York. I am good. What's going on, Matt? Where are you from? I thought you were Albanian. No, I'm actually I am actually half Singaporean. Everyone thinks I'm Albanian. I think it's the name. said I couldn't catch a cold right now. All right, guys, I'll be back in literally 2 minutes. Oh, 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes. Okay. 5 minutes. We are back. We are back. So, Chart Fanatics, as someone said, Chart Fanatics should hire Artan to make trading specific music that can be played on streams. Trust me, innit? Trust me. I think that's a play. I think that's a play still. Go see what Gold's doing right now. Not really much of a pullback. German 30. German 30. Little bit of a pullback, taking out this high. Let's see if we can move higher, because we have inversed this, but we still can't break above this high, and it was a very big move down. It was a very large move down there. DXY, yeah, we're off on the DXY. I think maybe a pullback to like around about this region, this kind of like order block region here. That's what I'm anticipating. Yeah, I'm not too fond of this right at this moment in time, to be honest with you guys. This German 30, German 40 trade. I feel like on the weekly, we've taken out the previous weekly high, so that it does look like we could potentially come to the previous weekly low here. Monthly looks like we're consolidating. We're like the boys were saying yesterday, we're kind of at fair value, so we are consolidating. Whereas in the dollar, does look like it wants to be priced higher. We're attempting to push down. We're taking liquidity and then moving higher. So for me, this on the dollar is still my draw on liquidity, you know? Yeah, feel free to go break even on the US 100 trade. Let's stay on this for now, because I do think that this is probably the highest probability one that we're looking at the moment. Definitely the highest probability one at the moment. You know what I'm saying? But how are we doing today, guys? How are we doing today? What's everyone up on the week? We're going to do a Q&A real soon. And then we're also going to be breaking down a lot of your charts as well. We're going to be breaking it down. So yeah, we'll stay on this for now. Looks like it's about to piss it down in BKK right now, but let's see. Not too much volume just in the market at this moment in time. That's why I would say, like, go break even on this. It just seems like we may, like, New York session maybe, I don't know, like, I would like, this looks good though. The dollar looks very good. Dollar does look very good, but that also means that German 30 and the NAS will probably move lower. So that's why I'm like, if the dollar's so bullish, you know what I'm saying? Baby, I wonder. Yeah, this is definitely the highest probability thing. I mean, I'd still look at. Oh, sorry, let me take this off now because this doesn't actually matter. But maybe even on GU, maybe we could get something like this, take out the London high and then dump from there. Like something like this. That would be really nice. Or even a push higher. You know what I'm saying? Like either one of those. Do I think we're going to push higher? Probably not, though. But this looks like a consolidation. It's not actually a consolidation. It's just basically we have dumped and then actually no, it's a consolidation. Sorry, I thought this was the 4 hour. On the hourly, that is big. Now, usually after a consolidation, you would assume that we would sweep the lows and then push higher, but we're not. Do you know what I'm saying? We're pushing higher. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, this looks good, man. This looks good. And if the dollar pulls back, then that means the NAS should hopefully pull up. If that jump vote doesn't look like that right now, though, that does. Yeah, it does seem like we're going to on that. That's fine. That is no problemo. Maybe. Oops. Let's see. All right, guys. Drop me some questions. Drop me some questions on the chat. And I'm going to go through everything right now. Drop some questions. I am literally, guys, I am going to be, like I said, guys, a lot of people pay thousands of pounds for one-to-ones with people. And I want to know where you guys are at with trading. What is your biggest struggle? And I'm going to see if I can help today. So, guys, if you are either new to trading or you had anything in particular that you wanted help with or clarity, then please drop them in the chat and we will do that. We're going to do a giveaway at 100 likes. 100 likes. So we've got 55 people that have liked the stream, 56 that have liked the stream right now. So yeah, and we're going to do our first giveaway very, very shortly. Sorry, is my chair squeaking? Squeaking. You guys just let me know. All right. What's being given away? Well, you will find out very shortly if you enter the competition. So I'm going to go through them. I'm literally going to what's it? So what is that? Ah, okay, cool. Boom, 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 boom. Bear with me, guys. I'm just sorting out this. Okay. One sec. The chat is frozen on my end. Just bear with. Okay, cool. Are you bullish for today? Yes. So I'm sorry, guys. This is not the best of trades. This one, I personally, this was on my like a really small trade, but I'm not too fond of this, to be honest with you. I say not too fond of this, like it's it's literally about to hit stop loss, but this is not a this is not a great trade. The one that I much prefer is the NAS, but like I said, I'd go break even on that. I'll go break even on this for sure. I'm bullish on the dollar today, but I do expect a little bit of a pullback. I mean, this is a really nice move. This is a very nice move in the morning, but it was just too early for us. 5 a.m. is when we pop down, and basically Asia, it looks like it's created the low of the day potentially. I can't really envision us coming lower than that low. I would rather us come lower than that low. And can anyone tell me why I would rather us come lower than this low? And it doesn't mean we have to, and I don't think we will. But why would I, like, this is the way that you got to look at trading sometimes, right? Is why would I, if I'm bullish, and I'm looking at this, why would I actually quite like us to come lower than this low? And if anyone has the answer, well done, but I'm going to tell you anyway. So the reason why is at this low here, there's some liquidity, but also just the main thing is that I'm very confident of my bias of coming up to take out this high here, and this high here, right? Excuse the fucking drawing, right? Excuse this. But these are the highs that I'm basically looking for us to take. So the lower we come, and I'm very confident of my bias, the lower we come, the more range I've got to play with. But to be honest with you, this is a good range to play with even right now. So either way, I'm just basically looking at some sort of a pullback to really today. I do think that this will probably be the region that I want to pull back to then continue higher. So I am expecting the dollar to push back down, which hopefully should push stuff back up. Gold is still dropping. It's just a big consolidation at the moment. So right here, let's just put this on. I don't think I can do it on the forex.com broker. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, I can't do it on this. So let's actually see if there's a session volume profile. No, it doesn't work on this one. Okay, now forex.com is the chart anyway. It's a bit shite. So yeah, let's just put on the session volume profile just to show you a little bit. Yeah, so this was a consolidation, like pretty much all of Wednesday was a consolidation. Slight move higher. Monday was really good. Sorry, this is Tuesday. So Tuesday was really nice. Monday consolidated. Tuesday pushed nicely higher. Wednesday did actually expand for a fair amount, but we actually closed in value. And today has opened lower. So it'd be quite interesting to see, you know, where we head from here. I don't know if we head anywhere in particular, but these highs was definitely the highs that I was looking to target on gold. Is Bitcoin doing anything? Bitcoin, I'm still waiting on this. Like, this has been a while now, but I think it's going to be some really nice shorts as we come up here. But like I was saying before, right? You want to be part of expansive moves, and the fact that it's so choppy, and this trade has taken what, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and we're on Thursday now. It just goes to show the slow nature of price to the upside. So do I want to be a part of buys? No. I want to be a part of sells. Same way that when we've been trickling higher on the euro and trickling higher, well, actually a lot more on the trickling higher here, nice manipulation. I want to be part of the sells because that's the big volatility, the crisp, aggressive down moves. So this is what, yeah, I'm looking at this moment in time. Let's see if we could get it. But today could be a bit of a choppy day. I'm very comfortable not being in anything. I am in this. I'll be break even. And this was just like such a, oh, okay, this is a loss here on DAX, but this is just like literally like 0.125 risk. So I'm really like, that was just to feed my ego, just to see what I go on, see what I go on. Cool. So yeah, as I said, it does look like we could potentially just sink off on the DAX now. Definitely gonna hold this. Yesterday was super duper clean. Let's see if that was it. This was a nice New York reversal actually the day before, but I was a bit neither here nor there on the DAX the day before that. This, however, was incredibly clean, incredibly clean. I'm hoping that we could just tap into this and go, but I'm happy to be stopped to break even on this. Yeah, it does look like we're pushing higher on the pound. Not so much on the euro. Interesting. Interesting. So, Pirates has said, still unprofitable. My problem is that there is too much styles of trading to choose from. I started out as a trendline trader, then candlestick pattern trader. I am learning ICT now. So, the first thing that I want to tell you about learning a strategy is that you need to understand the tools that you're using first. So, my advice to you is to start looking at stuff like fair value gaps. Okay. What is a fair value gap? So, this is my advice, all right? If you're first starting trading and you want to know what to learn, I want you to understand fair value gaps. I want you to understand liquidity, session times, market structure, and candle closes, okay? All of these things can be used in loads of different strategies, all right? But you need to understand the tools that you're using first. It's very important that you don't just dive in and learn a specific strategy first. You need to kind of like understand the overall market structure. So for example, higher highs and higher lows. You want to understand what is a liquidity sweep, what is a break of structure, what is a market structure shift. And then once you kind of like understood that, you can start to piece together your strategy with, then you're going with session times. Do I like trading in New York or London? And then it goes, what pairs do I want to trade? So when you're looking at, Euro USD, Forex, EU, GU and whatnot, maybe you like pairs that are less volatile. So if you're a support and resistance trader, you might like, for example, Euro GBP, because Euro GBP tends to anyway, not right at this moment in time of the year, but tends to be very choppy. So you can see the choppy nature of it. So if you're a support and resistance trader, you would probably absolutely love this, where you can just pick certain level. Like I don't even know how to do support and resistance anymore, to be honest with you. But like you could just be buying here, selling here, buying here. And it looks simple, but you still need an entry model. You can't just be doing like what most people think is easy and just go, oh yeah, it makes so much sense. But there's people that I know that look at ranges. So they look at ranges of this, and when we close outside of the range, they'll buy. Then we close back inside of the range, they start selling back to the middle. You got to find out what works for you. But in my opinion, I think that, I'm obviously going to be biased, but I think that CRT using market structure is the best way. ICT is very, very complicated. There's a lot of people that make a lot of money with ICT. I thought that I was intelligent enough, or the way that I learned was in that style. But it's sometimes it's not about as well what strategy is. It's how you're taught that strategy as well. You can be, like I always say, you could be an amazing football player, but a terrible football coach. All right. Gary Neville is a really good example of it. Amazing football player, one of the best right backs in the entire world. Went to Valencia and had one of the worst records that has ever been had by a manager. And then he stopped managing completely. But you would think, well, I would rather listen to him than, for example, I don't know, Arteta, because Arteta was great. Like, he was a top football player, but Gary Neville was one of the best in the world. So doesn't that mean I should listen to him more than Arteta? No. It's all about how you learn. It's all about, do you learn from videos? Do you learn from, like, can I relate to the person? You got to pick your mentor wisely. Your mentor is more important than the strategy when you first start off, because you need to get the basics right. After that, you can find out what exactly is working for you and what isn't. And then you can use those little tools that you've learned from someone else and start applying it to your own strategy. So if you're going to start trading and you don't know what strategy to use, pick something that makes sense to you, but also find a mentor that you can relate to and also you genuinely believe in, and they can break things down very simply and straightforward for you as well. Okay. There's a lot, even like, I don't want to sell like myself or talk about myself a lot, but guys, if for example, like, you're here every day and you're watching me take these trades live in the market and you're understanding why I've taken them, and you're like, let me try that yourself. That you don't need to like necessarily just click your fingers and purchase my mentorship. Go out and like look up what is a breaker structure. Like, I'm talking about it every day. Look, what is a fair value gap? What is a daily bias? Like, go and do these things before you take out any mentorship, because like, I'm not saying you have to, but that's what I would be doing. That's what I did do. I did over like 25 different courses. And a lot of them didn't work for me, but a lot of them had elements that I really liked, and I put them all together and I started to refine them and pick the certain things that I really believed in. And then now I have a strategy. But you can't expect to have a strategy just understanding candlesticks. People talk about when you first start trading, you're like, oh, I just do price action. that's what the trader I just do price action. And I'm like, mate, like that's like me being a football player and going, I just play football. No, I don't care about I just play football. It's like, it just kind of makes no sense. Like, of course you play football. Of course you do candlesticks. Like, this is what this is. You know, it's like being like, no, I only do trend. I only do lines. Yeah, I just do line action. It's like, mate, that just doesn't make sense. Literally doesn't make any sense. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, that's my honest advice to you guys. All right. Still looking at this at the moment on gold. We're just trapped in a range inside this right now. Right in the middle. We don't really know what's going on, but that's what I would assume maybe might happen. This looks still really nice for me. But yeah. CRT is candle range theory. Yes. Candle range theory. So candle range theory is essentially just looking at how candles move. You're looking at a range, for example, like this. This is a Tuesday from last week. We've created a range paired up with a key level. What is the key level? We'd also taken out the previous weekly low. So now we have a range that has taken liquidity, and then we see another manipulation taking out early buys from the bottom of this range. Once we have that and we can see the manipulation below, and we're overall in a higher time frame trend, we can now assume that we may push up to the 50% of this candle range that you can see here, or even to the opposing end, because we've taken out liquidity from one side and then we use that as a target. And CRT really and truly is only used to identify where your next target could be. So I see a lot of traders that will look at CRT, for example, like this, like any time that they see any sort of candle wick above another high, you look at that and go, oh, we wicked above and closed back inside the range. We're definitely short into there. Now, you would be correct in the sense of like it's tapped into an imbalance, but you always want to use it in the higher time frame context of the market. Okay, so here we're bullish. You know, you can even see this is a great example of it. Is here, right? And you want to pair up CRT. So you have consolidation. You're just looking at manipulation into a key level, which is a fair value gap, and this kind of like breaker block region here. Manipulation, close back inside the range. What am I doing? I'm now targeting the high up here. Okay. But yeah, ECB interest rate decision is tonight. So I would personally be cautious of just trading this right now, guys. There could be a very big wick to the upside, a very big wick, or anything, to be honest with you. Do. So yeah, euro for me just would probably be a little bit out of bounds right now. How do you determine if you will take out early buys or not? It's not about I said leave man like Neville alone. So you can't, like, for me, I don't like to determine anything. Like I don't like to anticipate it. I wait for the market to tell me. So when I'm looking at the dollar, for example, here, I was assuming that this maybe could be the manipulation, but I'm looking for buys, but there was no buy that day. So once we did do that, sometimes you can actually wait an extra day and wait for that next candle closure. So if I look, for example, like this, wick below, close back inside the range, this for me, I was very confident of buys the next day because of the manipulation into the fair value gap. But then what you could do is wait for that strong close the next day to validate this next candle. And now you've got like a I mean, I don't really call it this, but you've kind of got like a 3-step candle where it's like bop, 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 and then you get that distribution to the upside. Do, 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 do. I do think that the euro will push lower, though. I do think the euro. Gold. Still, it's a bit of a slow one today, guys. Bit of a slowish one. Bit of a slowish one. We'll be break even on this, though. Bum, 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 bum. Bit of a slowish one today, guys. Bit of a slowish one today, can't? All right, let's set in a little alert here just so I can come back to it. Break even. So one really small loss on German 30, really small loss on German 30, which was this. Just a loss here. Wasn't the best trade. I've got to be honest. BTC still pushing higher. Just got to wait. I do think, I've got to be honest, guys, it's a little bit slow today. I'm still waiting for a pullback. A red flag for me is that we moved higher at 5 o'clock. I don't know why. I need to find out why that was. But yeah, right now, yeah. Still all right so far. This is literally the only thing right now that I'm like, okay, this is looking okay. This is looking okay. Why was the last Euro USD not a short view? Wrong time. Yeah, it's just not the thing is with EU, right? Is that like when you look at my strategy, okay, I was confident of a short this morning, but it's the time. Like time is really important when it comes to trading. Like when you look at these trades that we took this week, 8 o'clock manipulated the highs, took out Asia high, then we had a break of structure, and then I get in. Right, then we had again 8 o'clock taking out Asia high over here. No, there was no break of structure. Then we got the break. This was actually on the 15-minute, as you can see here. Took out this high, break of structure, breaking this low. Then we get in. Time is important, man. Like if you got in, for example, like trying to find a better example. I mean, these were quite specific, but let's say you got in here, you were like today, and you started selling it. You were like, oh, we've sold off so aggressively, and then you got in here, for example, on the pullback, you would have got smoked. Why? Literally on the basis of time. It's literally it. So you always want to try, like even here again, right? We pop up. What time do we take the liquidity? 8 o'clock. Sweeps to the left, break a structure. You could have got in here and taken profits down at the lows here. BTC, come on, let's push higher. Come on. Is that London time, 8 a.m.? Yeah, London time. Please explain the picture of the trading desk sitting in the water on the song Stay Locked In. Okay, so a lot of my songs have a lot of meaning behind them. Like they have a significant amount of meaning behind them. My last song that does Life with Meaning, that one's a bit personal. I won't explain that one. But yeah, like basically that one, Stay Locked In, was pretty much like it's like a desk in the middle of the ocean with trading charts on there. And for me, it was just like, you know, trying to stay locked in and being calm and, you know, using equilibrium and the flow of water and just trying to stay in your flow state. So I was like, you know what, like I wanted to create a trading desk in the middle of like a blue ocean that shows that, like, if I stay locked in and I stay trying to protect my peace and working on myself and everything, things will work out. And things don't always work out. Like, I've got to be honest with you guys, things don't always work out, but it's how you respond in these moments. And that's exactly what, for example, I've always tried to do. There's been a lot of times where, you know, I've been locked in, but neglecting other parts of my life as well. So that's where I need to, again, stay locked in, stay on track, and try and hit that next stage of my life. You know what I'm saying? I know a few people have been mentioning gold shorts. All right, we're just quickly, we're break even on this trade. Break even. Gold. The thing is, gold dumps so much. There's just not a trade for me. Even though this was a nice 1 hour fair value gap here, I wouldn't sell it from there. I don't think. I would target down here, but I just don't think I'd sell it from there. To be completely H. To be completely H. You know? GU looks good for shorts, right? Let's see. Does GU look good for shorts? I mean, it looks good for shorts, but I would rather us push higher. I've got to be honest. I'd rather us push higher. We're starting to get into like 11 o'clock right now. We're just about to go into 11 o'clock. So yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's I wouldn't be taking a trade here. There's also no entry model for me anyway. But like, I'm not saying we can't dump here. Absolutely not saying that. I just think that, like, in this consolidation, if we were to manipulate anything, I would rather us come up and take out all of these highs, to be completely honest with you. But if I'm gonna take something, that would be my bare minimum. My bare minimum would be up here. And that's just personal preference. We've just taken out this hourly high. We could sell off. That's completely fine. That's what I'd be looking at, guys. AUD. I mean, we're just trickling lower right now, guys. Like, we're just trickling lower. There's a bit of a lack of volume in this session today. The previous days we've had a decent amount. I think that we are just waiting on the ECB interest rate decision at 1:30. Like, this is going to affect the DAX. It's going to affect the euro. It still will affect the pound, obviously not as much as the rest, but I do think that it's going to chill out a little bit. Also, on the hourly, when we look at the dollar, we are looking at, we've had a big expansion from like Asia session, and then London session just continued it, but we're starting to slow down now. And that's what we want. We want this to slow down so that we can get, you know, a little bit of like a boom, because, like, you know what I'm saying? Expansion, what's the next stage? Consolidation, manipulation, and then continue higher. So that's what we're kind of waiting for. It's a bit of a slow day today compared to this week. German 40s. Everyone's on different vibes on German 40, actually. Quite interesting. All right, yeah, we're just still waiting on this, guys. German 30. It's giving me this 4-hour candle is so bearish. I don't know, like I think it's just a bit choppy right now. Like, I could see reasons for bulls, I could see reasons for bears, but I think this ECB interest rate decision is going to tell us everything. I think it's going to tell us literally everything. Bear with me, guys. One moment. I'm just muting my mic. Actually, 2 secs. Yeah, I do think that this would. I think we could push down before we push up, at least. All right, I'm just muting my mic for 1 second, my people. Sorry about that, guys. All right, yeah, German 30 is dropping. The thing is that we were looking at this high basically just to get breached and potentially look for longs, but it does look like momentum is to the downside. Also, when we're looking at the 4 hour, that 4 hour strong close just right there, it does look like we could push lower. But again, we don't want to just assume, because we've got like some decent euro news, especially today at 1:15. You know, so that's the thing that is holding is making us hold our horses on it. But this is the dollar. This is what I'm looking at on the dollar right now. What is my favorite song, Artan? My favorite song, it depends. Like I have different favorite songs. I have different favorite songs, you know? Different favorite songs. It really depends. What's my favorite song at the moment? Yeah, it kind of depends. Depends on the time, man. It's such a hard question to answer. I think I'm liking German buys at the moment. I would stay out. German buys. That's my honest opinion. All right, are we at 100 likes yet? Let's see, because I want to do a giveaway, man. We're still at 74 likes, guys. I want to do a giveaway, but we need to hit 100 likes. We need to hit 100 likes. You know, breaker block, Artan. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by breaker block? Are you saying that's a person, or are you talking about the breaker block on a just like an order block or a breaker block? Like, I know what a breaker block is, but is that like someone's name or something? Hi, bro. What do you see on gold, please? Gold's a tricky one because gold's been more bullish than everything else, but it's pulling back today. I just think I'm neither bullish or bearish on gold. I'm overall bearish, but recently it's been quite a big bullish price action. So I would probably assume that we're going to do something like this. That's what I'm assuming right now. And I would target this range high, but we are just trapped in this range. So we're around about the 50% of this range here. So I would only look for trades maybe like below here or here, but I don't know. I'm lower probability for me on this. Yeah, lower probability. I'm new here. Hope I'm welcomed. Yes, JFFX Pro. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Make sure you like and subscribe. And you might be lucky because when we hit 100 likes, we're doing a giveaway in the Chart Fanatics Discord. So you've actually come at the right time. So it'll be very soon. You are welcomed. Don't worry. What do you think of Nigel Farage? I think that Nigel Farage is one of the biggest con men on the planet. He's been behind every single bad decision that the UK has made, even though he's not in power. And he is funded disgustingly by really bad billionaires who have foreign interests in mind. That's just my personal opinion. Well, it's not my opinion. It's just like this is like factual evidence. I think that Brexit was one of the worst moves that the UK could have ever made, and everything that he campaigned about giving the NHS this or anything, or all of this, he now is like, I never said that. It's like, mate, you represent your party. And he's like, yeah, but did those words ever come out of my mouth? It's like, brother, come on, like, don't do that. Don't do that. Like, so every time, like, you got to look at like history repeats itself, right? Like, similarly to like kind of like the war in Afghanistan, Iran, Syria, like throughout history, you got to think like, who are the people that are on the wrong side of it, right? So the next time they do something like this, and you think you're protecting yourself and all this, it's like, well, bro, when they've killed millions of people and these types of people are backing it, right? And they're trying to make you scared for your safety. You got to think who's throughout history, who's generally on the wrong side here. Okay. You know what I'm saying? So I don't like people that incite violence or hatred or anything like that. And also people that lie to get their way in politics. Like, I know everyone's a liar in politics, but actually, Not everyone. I don't know any UK politician right now that I like, but I can tell you who I don't like, and one of them is absolutely Nigel Farage. I think he accepted like £5 million to campaign and do the whole stop the boats thing, like Brexit, all this. Oh, he just got donated £5 billion from a crypto billionaire. Just like, oh, no, he shouldn't worry about that. Like, the only person I quite like in the politics right now is Mandami, the New York president. Yeah, mayor. Sorry, New York president. Yeah, break even on this. Oh, I've got 2 birds on my balcony. I don't know if you can see them from here. These are the little babies. They actually, I think they hatched here. Look, you can see them. They hatched on the balcony. Oh, I think these are the mum and dads or something. So they represent. So oh, raw. That's not mine. I mean, it's not the work. Like, it's better. Yeah, break even on this right now. Yeah, gold's coming lower, but I don't know how much lower. It's just ranging, like, honestly, guys. Honestly, it's going to be like, we've actually had a really good week, high volatile week, but right now, like, the dollar's moving, but there's no entry. It's just no entry for me at the moment. GU probably, like I said, though, right? Like, we've swept this high. Like, I would just rather this. This is just my ideal scenario that I would like. Absolutely, we can dump from here, but I just wouldn't like to sell there. No entry model for me. Maybe on the 1 minute. I mean, yeah, on the 1 minute, you could have got an entry here, maybe. It's just not for me. Not for me, guys. Not for me. But this is definitely what I'm ideally looking for, though, today. This. Something like this, anyway. What's everyone looking at right now, guys? What are we looking at for New York session? Honestly, I think right now, just with the London session, it's just very slow. We just need a few more likes now to do our first giveaway. That's what I'm excited about. I'll tell you that for free. 17 likes left. 17. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? You're going to know when you hit the like button. You get me? You're going to know when you hit the like button, my people. All right? You're going to know. You smash that like button and we're going to do a giveaway. Who doesn't like a giveaway? Wow. Why does my shoulders look so bad there? What's the best way to follow you? So the best way to follow me is on YouTube. So guys, I'm going to be doing a big YouTube series about my strategy, about tips and tricks with trading. It's going to be big. It's going to be really big. So you just type in ArtanFX, ARTANFX. When you type that in, just go to the account, and you're going to actually probably see a bunch of videos from like a year ago. A bunch of like from when I was trying to I was basically releasing a bunch of videos from my series of like becoming a profitable trader and all sorts. It's actually 2 years ago now. But yeah, guys, like, you know what I'm saying? Someone's called Artan ICT. That is not me, by the way, in case anyone wonders. Yeah, Artan Finance, you know. Yeah, it does look like we'll push lower. Does look like we could push lower. I mean, I like this. I do like this in terms of a push high, but like I just annoyed. Can't play a part in it today for me. Can't play a part in it today for me. Just no entry. I would have loved to. I would have loved to play a part in this because we were very confident of this, but luckily the market gave us this, this, and this in the last 7 days. So very blessed to be. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can get the market right, but it doesn't give you your entry model. It doesn't mean that it's a bad trade or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? All right, still waiting. Like this, yeah, still not anything right now, guys. Kind of just chopping around for this news. That one was like 7. No, it was like 450. 5-6 bills. Yeah.
The first one you got in a half left.
No, I got a shittier one. That's in there. You can have that one if you want that one.
Is it?
Yeah, you can have that.
Yeah, I wanted to fucking.
But that one's not as good. I mean, that one's a lot better. But I've taken I've got the kit lens on it. Like this is just the body. So you would need
I need a copper lens.
You'd need a lens, yeah, which I think it's like.
Is it under the TV?
Yeah, literally just in like on the back left. I think it's on the back left anyway, at the top. Jobby markets. Yeah, I'm not in anything at the moment. I mean, it's not, sorry guys, it's not choppy. It's just that there's no entry for me on the EU. I'm not taking a trade because of the ECB interest rate decision. The pound looks good to me. Like I would take a pound short. The only thing is that I want to see the dollar pull back. I'm not taking a trade up here. I'm waiting for the dollar to pull back so that then I can move higher. So for me, it would be only really, this point of interest or this point of interest. And in an ideal world, really, I want the lower one right here. Yeah, I know. Well, no, some of this shit can just get dashed. But you know what? Yeah, that can get dashed. Yeah, a lot of this stuff can get dashed though. Like that can get dashed. That's broken anyway. I don't even know how I put it in there. No. That's my receipt when I copped her phone. Yeah. No, you're right. What's everyone looking at, guys? Obviously, for me, my stance. I'm not really looking at much. I'm just looking at a pullback, basically on the dollar. Like really, like I'm not in anything, and I would look for GU sells, but I just really need a pullback. So I'm pretty just sitting on my hands at the moment definitely until New York session. Right now, there's not really that much that I can provide to y'all at this moment. Take it up on me. Yeah, I'm just waiting, guys. Just waiting. There's nothing for me. It's just a sit on your hands thing at the moment. Just to sit on your hands. Sit on your motherfucking hands, bruh. I'm currently on 537 subscribers. Guys, can we get to 600, please, on my actual YouTube channel? Because I think I'm gonna start releasing some big videos again. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's just for the painting. You know what? I'll do that. I'll do them draws because you know what it is. There's a couple important things. That's for the camera. Yeah, yeah. Don't worry. I'll do that innit? Nearly 100 likes, guys. Nearly 100 likes. 100. Giveaway's coming soon. Giveaway is coming. No, not right a second. Yeah, just chilling, just literally consolidating, guys. Let's see what chat's saying. I've accidentally clicked off the chat. All right, we're on 100 likes, guys. It's giveaway time. So, it's giveaway time. So, what you need to do, anybody that doesn't know, go into the description of this video, and you want to click on the Discord Chart Fanatics. Go into the giveaway section. So, scroll down, go into the giveaway section, and then when you go in there, there's going to be a little blue button, right? It's like a party sign. Click that. You'll be entered into the competition. Okay. All right. All right. Do. Everybody join. Everybody do that now. And channel in case any of you lot want to subscribe to me to my YouTube. When I get to 600 subscribers, I'm going to be dropping some serious videos. All right. So go to the Discord. Let's see how many people. We've got 37 people that have entered right now. It ends in 9 minutes. 9 minuit. Nine minuit. Unable to join. You should be able to join, bro. Should be able to join. You just click, literally just click the. I mean, a lot of other people have managed to, so it should work. Maybe close down Discord and open it again, but make sure you join because the giveaway is how long have we got left on this giveaway? We have 53 people, and you're going to win one Apex Trader funding account. All right. All right. All right. All right. Say again how to join. You got to go click the link in the bio. Link in the bio. Click the Discord /cart Fanatics, and then yeah, it will join you in. Sorry guys, yeah, there's just not really no trades for me. No trades for me at the moment. Bit of a slow one today. Obviously, we've had a crazy week so far, so it makes sense why it would be a slow day today. AUD. What pairs does everyone trade here? So for me, I trade Euro USD, the DAX German 30, the pound, gold, and a little bit of the NAS. But my golden pairs for me personally are Euro USD, German 30, and gold. That's my favorite pairs. What are your favorite pairs to trade? Let me know in the chat. See, it'll be interesting to see if anyone's got the same as me. Let's see if anyone's won the giveaway yet. Is it time? 2 minutes left. 66 people have entered. We've had a lot of people enter in this one. So if you haven't entered already, you literally have 2 minutes, maybe even less. So click the link in the bio in the Discord. So click the link in the bio in the description, and then you will go to the Discord and then be entered. Yeah, as I said, guys, bit of a slow one today. I'm waiting on lower prices. Euro was like Euro and gold and Euro and pound were really good, but the thing is for me, and the dollar's been pumping. The thing is for me, I just didn't get the pullback that I wanted, and also this happened at 5 o'clock. I didn't like even 8 o'clock didn't tap into somewhere. It just 8 o'clock just moved lower. So for me, there was just nothing. There was nothing. Still think we push lower. All right, guys. 1 second. The winner is. Let's see. Congratulations to Sonny_men's. You have won 1 Apex Trader Funding account. Congratulations. So make sure follow the instructions in the support channel to claim your prize. And well done. And don't worry, guys, we'll be doing another giveaway towards the end of this stream. We'll be finishing at about 2 p.m. I'll be live next week. I'll be live every goddamn day, every day this week, and every day next week. Don't you worry. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, from 9 a.m. UK time to 2 p.m. So make sure you see me there. Okay, I'll see you there. Market is slow. Why don't you do a overview? Yeah, it's very slow. I mean, I'm going over everything to be honest with you at the moment. The thing is, it's actually not slow. The dollar isn't slow. Like it's actually quite good, to be honest with you. It's just we haven't had an entry. There's not been any pullbacks, so that's why I'm hoping that the New York session can give us that. I do think that obviously it's Euro got the ECB interest rate decision. That's going to be extremely big, so that's going to be interesting. What we have with that USD CAD is moving up very nicely. I think that would be. Oh, I didn't realize this. I must have marked this down on Monday. Oh shit, we didn't take this. We just marked it out. But that is, yeah, that's pretty clean. USD CAD actually, to be fair, let's see if there was anything in here. 7. There wouldn't have been an entry. Let's check the 5 minute. No, again, no, just no entries all round, really. Let me see anyone else. Let's just check like Euro JPY. Kind of like in this region. I probably wouldn't touch this though. I probably wouldn't touch this right now. I'd need a bit more. We're gonna like break lower, and then I can go lower. But at the moment, it doesn't really look like it. It's quite choppy. Like that is so choppy right now. New Zealand US dollar looks fairly bearish. I mean, you could probably get a sell up in here. In this bitch. Maybe get a sell there, but probably like a bit more of a pullback. You still got a lot of liquidity resting above here. Mm. Hmm. Let's clean this chart up. That is a nice area though. This area right here, this Fair Value Gap, that is nice. I would like that to get manipulated really. Like what I would like to see is like consolidation, maybe pick higher into the here or here. I just don't think the market has any reason to come back all the way back up there. The dollar's just looking to pump, and GU is just extremely low. So that again, this is like my ideal scenario. Hey, Arten, I won giveaway. It's a no activation fee account. Nice, man. What do you mean? Message the support on Discord. You've won an account, so you won't need to pay for it, bro. Like, if that's what you're asking. What you're asking. Yeah, just chilling, chilling, chilling. Bitcoin's still moving up. I think Bitcoin could pump higher now. Like, I think this is a decent. I definitely think Bitcoin could do this right now. This wouldn't be a bad. This wouldn't be a bad long here. If we close here, that wouldn't be a bad long. I wouldn't be mad at that. We do actually have some liquidity here though, so I'd rather see us come down and take that. But I still wouldn't. I'm personally not taking it. Mm, 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 mm. Okay. Anyone looking at anything? I know everyone's quite everyone's looking at quite similar things. Yeah, like I said, like the bias is the exact same every single day since basically like since Friday, but today just no entry. Maybe we run today, right? Maybe we run today and then like we pull up like on Friday, and then maybe Monday we can continue that lower. You know? Let's see this. Euro GBP. This is going to be interesting because this could potentially like tank us, or we could really pop up. I know it's only by ourselves, so it's very hard to say. But like, this news is going to be a real big driver for the euro, whether we decide to drop or not. But something's telling me that at this moment in time, the way that we've come down into the euro, we could just start higher on the euro. That really depends on the interest rate decision. Really does depend. Dollar wise, obviously the war and everything, so it just looks higher. Obviously, as I said, would rather push a little bit lower, or at least even just pull back so we can get another entry. We've just kind of got to wait and see. Gold. I'm still bullish on gold in the short term, but it's just so choppy at the moment. I am bullish. I'm more bullish than I'm bearish in the short term, but I'm bearish overall. I just think that we've come so far down. Like after such a big rally, I still think investors are going to take profits off the table, and then maybe we'll come into this kind of region. You know what I'm saying? What if I got no more racks to spend on you? Okay. Is anyone in any trades right now? I know there's a few people that were in on Euro shorts from this morning. It's just a time thing for me. That was just the main thing. Like it was just chop, 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 chop. I really wanted that high to go. Do 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 do. Yeah, gold chilling out right now. On NAS, yesterday's New York high is right above the Asian high. If you were looking to sweep, okay, let me just pull it up. So I'm break even on this. I'm break even. So this is I'm out of this. On NAS, yes. Let me just read this out. So Wednesday. Okay, so yeah. So what I've marked up here, right? So okay. NAS, yesterday's New York high is right above the Asian high. If you were looking for a sweep short, would you be looking for both to get swept then, or is Asian high still the liquidity? I think it really depends, bro. Like if you in an ideal world, if looking at this, I would be buying up there, right? That's I'd be buying up there. If you're looking for sells, then yes, you would want both of them to be swept. I wouldn't want, for example, I wouldn't want this to just be swept right here. Wait, is that what we're talking about? 1 second. Wednesday. So Wednesday. Also, this are you talking about? Or this, maybe? I just personally, I'd want both of them to get swept if I'm looking for a reversal. You know, but right now it does look like we could potentially pop up. Or kind of saying. I mean, for me, I always had the point of interest of. I always had the point of interest of this daily. Yeah, this daily fair value gap. That was what I was really interested in. So that's why I was looking at that personally. Personally. Okay. All right, guys. Not much going on right now. Not much going on right now. So I'm going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere because we're going to be doing another giveaway very shortly. And also we've got Market AI coming on as well in about an hour. So we've got 2 hours left of this London stream. It's just been a bit slow for me right now. Very slow for me. It's just not really anything. Easy decision with I'm just sitting on my hands. So feel free to ask me any questions, but I'll be back in about 15-20 minutes just to grab a drink and whatnot, reset. And yeah, man, I'll be back very soon. So I'll catch you very shortly. Don't go anywhere and get your questions ready because I'm going to be answering all your questions, helping you out. So, lots of love, guys. Back very, very shortly. Don't go anywhere. Sorry, guys, my mic was off. Yo, my people, we are back. What is going on? Just grabbed a little drink and whatnot. And yeah, as predicted, guys, we're breaking the trade. It's look like there is no pullback whatsoever at this moment in time. In 40 minutes, market AI will be jumping on as well, which is amazing. Don't forget to like up the video because we are not done, you know what I'm saying? But yes, how are we doing? How are we doing right now? Has anyone taken any trades since? Let me know. 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 Let me know in the chat. Let me know in the chat. I'm looking to short USD CAD. Ooh, USD CAD. I mean, anything USD related, I don't know how comfortable I would feel shorting. I can see what you're saying here. I can understand what you're saying. I just think that the dollar is quite bullish. I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world because you do have like some equal lows here, but I just don't know how I'd feel about shorting the dollar right at this moment in time. We are in a daily fair value gap. I understand that as well. Maybe you could target that, but we've taken out the previous daily low right here, an open low. So it would make sense that I would probably look to continue higher. Obviously, do you? That's just my personal advice. But yeah, that's what I would probably be looking for right now. We're going to do another giveaway. I think 150 likes, guys. 150 likes. We're going to do another giveaway. So just yeah, you just stay stream. Hi, I just joined live your stream. Can you please shortly say what strategy you are using? I have kind of like my own rough model, which is a session. It's like the session sweep model, basically. So I look for session sweeps. I look for key levels such as fair value gaps, and yeah, that's what I do. I think the euro is just looking to sink, looking to absolutely sink at the moment. Yeah, euro looks like it's going to sink. What's everyone saying, chat? What are we looking at today? Let me know. We can do a little Q&A. Let me know if you have any big questions, anything about the markets, any charts or pairs that you think you want me to analyze. Let me know. Let me know. Let me know. Let me know, let me know, let me know. So yeah, we are just waiting on that. Let me just take this alert off because I actually don't know why that alert's there. I think I was waiting for it time ago, but this does look like yeah, this does look like we could move lower. What would you guys say is your favorite pair? What would you guys say is your favorite pair to trade at the moment? Because I think one of the big things is that it can definitely change. I think mine definitely changes from time to time. But it depends if you're like consolidating or manipulating it. You've really got to kind of like pick the right pair in the right moment. Like for me, for example, German 30 is definitely one of my favorite pairs. Yeah, definitely one of my favorite pairs. Let's see what's going on here. We've got 45 minutes, by the way, guys, until the ECB interest rate decision. I think this is going to be really, really big. Obviously, German 30 as well is going to move aggressively with that. Dollar is just pumping, man. Well, it is pumping. I mean, I'm acting like I'm annoyed, but to be honest with you guys, we've like been killing it with everything recently, like with the euro and stuff, and the euro and the pound, mashing it with, and German 30 as well. But we just didn't get our entry model. that time, so couldn't really do anything about it. See if like maybe gold is giving us something. Gold again. I'm waiting for this key level. I'm really waiting for this key level. It's just been such a slow since 8 o'clock. Look at all this chop. Look at all this chop. All of that chop, you know. But yeah, what is your favorite pairs, guys? Let me know in the chat. Why this low on Euro USD? I mean, it really, it's not. It's just basically with the dollar pumping, right? With the dollar looking to take out this high up here, it would just also correlate with the fact that the euro should probably come for this low down here. It's just the next target. Obviously, we do have this low as well, but I'm just expecting if the dollar pumps to continue down lower as well. Does that make sense? Taking up for me. How's it going, Legend? What's going on, Willows? How you doing, Sonny Jim? You all right, son? NQ, USD CAD, and UJ. Okay, interesting. That's some good pairs. That's some good pairs to trade. That is some good pairs to trade. We're just waiting on this news right now. As I said, guys, I'm not in anything. German 30, I'm assuming it's going to continue lower just for the time being, but we're just waiting on this ECB interest rate decision. As I said, I'm not a massive fundamentals trader, but we know there's certain news that will really be a big catalyst for the market. And the dollar is just lumping right now. I would like this is what I was looking for. I was rather looking for a little bit of a pullback into this zone, but you know, are we going to get that? I'm not sure. Maybe New York when it kicks in, kind of around 1-2 o'clock, and start like pushing lower, open low, then we could get that move higher. It's very expensive, and you know, we've got a long way to go on the dollar. I do think that we're just going to continue this kind of move, and yeah, and start heading up towards here, and even more. You know, so for me, this is just definitely over here, kind of around the 10, basically the 105, 101.6. I definitely think we can pop up to there. You know what I'm saying? What if I could not suspend you? Da 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 da. Yes, I am back in BKK just for now. Just for now, but I'm heading back out of Bangkok. Yeah, we're still dumping. Still dumping, still dumping, still dumping. Gonna be heading back to Pattaya, so I just want a bit more of a villa lifestyle, man. I just need a bit more of a villa right now. You know what I'm saying? A bit more villa, a bit more Chile, bit more Chile. All right, guys, when we're at 150 likes, we'll be doing another giveaway. So Is anyone looking at anything in New York in particular? Are we taking a trade or are we staying out? Like, let me know. Like, I really want to know. I want to know. Big moves, big moves, big moves. There's just no trade. Like, maybe if I entered on the closes or anything like that, but it just doesn't align with my strategy at the moment. So I just can't take anything. Wow, dollar is ripper lipping, guys. I think I don't. We're definitely not getting this pullback. I'm anticipating something like this right now, and then maybe we chill out on Friday, and then Monday we come down, make the low of the week, and do something like this. This is kind of what I'm anticipating. Yeah. Gold's probably moving. This is the thing, right? Gold's just so choppy. Gold's just choppy. Obviously, it was extremely bearish, but now it's chopper lopping, guys. I'm not expecting necessarily an aggressive reaction from here, but all right. Yes, with the dollar's just pumping, guys. Dollar is literally just and so we obviously lower price all this. I just don't think I'd be comfortable shorting gold. I just don't think I'd be comfortable trading gold right this second. Initially, obviously, I was talking about all this liquidity. This was when we were all the way down here, and we had that break structure here. I didn't take it. I didn't take anything personally because I didn't want to buy gold, even though this was looked really nice. I just didn't want to buy it because the dollar was still moving higher. So when you've got dollar and gold moving the same direction, it's just not it's not ideal, is it? Not ideal, guys. Have we taken that high yet? We haven't really taken the high yet. See what NQ's doing. Yeah, it's a good job we went break even on this. Dollar is just pumping up in. For me, this was my point of interest. This daily fair value gap just looks to sell from, but we did have a nice strong close there. We did have a nice strong close, but it just does look like now these equal lows here are going to go, and if the dollar pumps, so it's just going to be, yeah, we got to wait for New York. That's the only thing that we can do. Okay, so apparently US has rushed special forces to the Middle East, preparing for any scenario, anticipating a potential ground conflict. Thank you, J Trades. That definitely sounds like the reason why the dollar is pumping. But yeah, it does look like majors are potentially done for the day, guys. It does. It does. Yeah, that's probably why, guys. I'm just trying to see if I can find anything online about it. One sec. Oh. Yeah, I'm just trying to find some stuff online about this to see if there's any like updates on the war. If you want to send anything in, I don't know if you can send links in, but that'll be good to know. Ooh, gold has hit that key level. I mean, I'm not looking for a reversal here on gold. I just think it's like 50% of the range, you know? And it's in this daily fair value gap. So, like, I could look for a buy here. I just don't know how comfortable I would feel. Also, it's 1240. It's just, we're going to see some reaction here, but I just don't think it's going to. This is very big downward movement. Like I would need some strong confirmation, and also on this 4 hourly right now, we could just like it could be like, oh shit, the bearish momentum on gold is back on, So I think it's just staying out of this for me is probably the most important thing. Don't get me wrong, right? I do think that there is a possibility to buy here. I just personally, obviously, we were around kind of like the $4,000 mark. There's always going to be some sort of kind of like reaction at this point. Investors have taken all of the money off the table, this massive gold run. So it would just make sense to consolidate around here. The market probably sees this as a bit of fair value. They don't really know whether it's worth more at the moment or whether it's worth that. Like, I just think it's very choppy, and we're probably going to stay in this range. Interesting. Is anyone eyeing up gold sells, gold buys? What's the crack with you lot? I'd like to know. On the 1 minute, I mean, look at this. Like, that is quite crazy, though. Like, look at that that 1 minute. I don't really use the 1 minute personally. I like the 5 minute, but like when you're looking at that, it's just like crazy. I'm not even saying that that's necessarily liquidity. It's just like that 1 minute downward push is quite mad. Maybe you could argue that that's manipulation, but I just don't really like the the formation of that just currently right now. Mm, 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 mm. Let's see if we can get some sort of reaction here. I just literally I've got no entry. I also would not be looking for a reversal on Euro USD or GBP USD just right now. I think that we've just got this is where we're going, right? And I've got my daily bias has been bearish every day for this week since Friday, basically. This for me was the catalyst once we popped down here and we closed below this value. I was just like, yeah, man, the dollar, the sentiment overall is bearish. We've got Nilab joining in 15 minutes, by the way, from Market AI. So I know you guys have heard me for a good few hours now talk about market and everything. So I'm going to in 15 minutes jump on with him. He's going to give his opinion on the market and everything, and he'll be able to run through with you exactly what he's looking at for the final hour of the London stream. I'll obviously still be here, but yeah, guys, don't go anywhere and stay tuned for that. And also, we're going to have the New York session as well, which is going to be amazing. We've just taken a sign out. I was just looking at oil. Oil is rocketing again. That's a good indication of where we're at in terms of the war right now. I mean, it's just absolutely flying since the start of this month, right? Since the start of this month. just a little bit of a reaction here. I know there's definitely some people that would be going long here. There's definitely some people that would be going long. I'm not one of them. I'm not one of them right now. I do think that this could happen just because the gold is slightly more bullish and we're at 50% of the range. Blah, blah, blah. I just think it's worth waiting. I just think it is worth waiting. See what the dollar decides to do at this point. I think, look, at the end of the day, we have hit this really key level, but like, don't see this as like a solid reversal, right? Just having a look at what BTC is doing. Oh, we couldn't actually break above that high. I was saying, that's literally what I was saying. If we could break above that and close above that, then I would actually potentially move higher. But we couldn't break and close above it. Obviously, been in this. I'm still looking like I'm still bearish on Bitcoin. I think when you're looking at like such a slow move like that, all this liquidity resting below here, you know, we're looking at the aggressive moves down, the slow moves up, aggressive moves down, slow moves up. For me, just like once we come up to that point of interest, guys, like, I think that we're probably just going to sink off. Vinit just took a loss on NQ. Fuck. I wonder what he was in. I'm assuming you were in from like. I'm assuming you were in from. Like maybe seeing this as an order block or something, like a liquidity sweep, push up, and then getting in here, something like that. Oh, that's a shame, my bro. Do. What if I got no more racks to spend on you? Let's see what the chat's saying, guys. Let's see what the chat is. Yeah. Yeah, love. 10 minutes, then we got Neil up from Market AI coming on. So make sure you stay tuned. Someone said it could be BS. What's going on, Samuel? Samuel Binet, what's going on, bro? Yes, boom. I hope you're all good. I'm waiting for a report back to the 618, and I'm shorting gold futures 420. Looks like a good target, half a risk. Let's have a look. Wait for a pullback, and then just short around about 42. Is that what you're saying? I just feel like this is probably going to push higher. Obviously, yeah. I don't know. I'm just not anything right now. Not willing to do anything right at this moment in time. Be one for the journal anyway. Yeah, it'll be one for the journal anyway. What do you guys prefer to trade, London or New York sector, or even Asia? I know there's a lot of gold Asia traders, but let me know what do you guys prefer to trade. Me personally, I really like the London session. London session for me is good, but actually I've got a list of stats. My New York session is my highest win rate, and actually New York reversals are my highest win rate as well. Okay. US dollar is making a move down. I mean, we've hit such a key level, it would make sense for a pullback. But for me, I just don't really have much. I don't really have much. I wouldn't be looking for a reversal because I'm not bearish on the dollar. I'm bullish today. We have hit such a key level, but yeah. Interesting. Interesting. I could definitely see a pullback today, though. Like it would be actually quite nice to get a pullback today because it's so bullish. I would rather see a pullback, and then maybe Friday consolidates. That's kind of what I am looking for at the same time. Are you in any trades right now? No, I'm not in any trades right now. I am not. All right. Oh, okay. Sorry, guys. Literally, give me 1 second. All right, guys. In 5 minutes, we'll be getting Nilab on from Market AI. I'm going to be back in literally 2 minutes. I literally just let my friend out of the door, so just bear with me, guys. I'll literally be 2 minutes. All right, what's going on, guys? Sorry about that. All right, cool. So, am I in any trades right now? No, I'm not in any trades at all. All right, New York session is coming up. 15 minutes. We've got the ECB interest rate decision as well, but we also have liable coming on from Market AI. So, is everybody ready? Can we get some W's in the chat, please, for today? We haven't actually taken anything. I took one really small German 30 trade and a Nasdaq long that was break even. So yeah, that's about it. But yeah, are we all locked in? Are we all locked in? Yes, Jack. What's going on? Whoop whoop. Man like Matt inside. Shouts to Frank, J Trades, Hassan, Willows. And yes, we'll be doing another giveaway. We'll be doing literally another giveaway at 150 likes. So we've got a big New York session ahead. We've got some news today as well, which is the first like kind of main bit of news that we have. Oh, I'm a little bit out of breath. I literally just quickly do it wrong. But yeah, all right, cool, guys. Well, can we please welcome to the stage Nilab from Market AI. Nilab, amazing to meet you. And yeah, man, if you could give a little intro of yourself to the gang, the community, just so they know, how about you.
Absolutely, man. You guys can hear me? Everything's good?
I can't actually hear you right now. 1 second. Oh, there we go. Sorry, I can hear you now.
You can hear me? Awesome, man. Thank you so much for having me, bro. I appreciate it. I've been watching the past 2 days and the streams have been awesome. So a little background about me. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Market AI. Market was created by Jeev and myself. I'm sure you guys met Jeev a few days ago and you met Imri yesterday. Imri is one of our business partners as well. And our entire mission is to make fundamentals so easy that anybody could trade it. And the main point that we're trying to emphasize is that you can execute in the market any way, shape, or form, however you choose. You could be an ICT trader, a supply and demand trader, but there is an objective way to understand what's actually moving the market you trade. So that's been our mission, and we launched about 2 years ago. So we love doing live streams like this, and I appreciate being involved in such a big community like Chart Fanatics and all the lives that you guys do. So a little background about me. I've been trading for about 8 years, and the style that I trade is I look at the underlying macro narrative, geopolitical narrative, and then I base my day trades on it. So I'm an intraday trader. I look for entries in the lower time frame, such as 1 minute, but I hold my position for sessions to come. So such as gold buys that we've been playing regularly for the past week, I've been holding gold buys from 4,050 and I rolled those up to 4170s. And these type of intraday plays, I find that I operate the best in. And I think that's what's very important is we trade however we operate the best. So I always tell everybody is that take what resonates with you. And if it resonates with you, add it to your trading, because as traders, it's our responsibility to know what's happening in the markets, especially in the market that we trade. And if we sometimes think that there's information overload, that's why we need to hone in on the things that actually matter. And that's why we're building Market, because in a day and age when Trump is on a toilet at 3 a.m. tweeting, you don't want to get wicked out if that's a session you're trading. You want to understand what's happening. How can I position myself regardless of what Trump says? So that's just a little about myself. I'm excited. I'm going to be here more often. I was just away on a little wedding trip and just back at it into the routine now.
Excuses, mate. Excuses.
Yeah, that's it, man. That's it. Coulda, shoulda, woulda, right?
Yeah, right. What's a wedding when the market's pumping? Do you know what I mean?
100%, man. 100%.
Really appreciate that. I'm sure everyone's really excited to hear your thoughts. I mean, I've been solo on the stream now for a few hours, so it'd be really good. Like, I mean, unless there's anything in particular that you'd like me to add, it would be really good to just have you to kind of like.
Absolutely, man. I'd love to jump in. I was thinking we just go straight into it. So I trade primarily gold and U.S. equities such as ES, NQ, and gold. I mainly trade gold and ES, and that's just how I've been trading for the past about 4 or 5 years, is primarily just focus on these two markets. And what these two markets move heavily on is macro economics and geopolitics. But if we want to go deep into it and really hone in on what actually moves the market, it's interest rate expectations. So whatever happens in the markets, how that translates into future interest rate expectations. That's all markets care about. And I'm going to give you an exact masterclass on what I mean. So I want to break it down in the most visual aspect. One of our biggest goals with market has been that traders don't care about this data. They only care about the data when it translates directly onto the chart. So our entire philosophy from day one has been taking all this data that is so complex. It's like learning a new language, like Mandarin or German or Portuguese, some of the hardest languages, and then trying to translate it into charts. So that takes a long time, and that's why we're here. So I want to show you guys an example, actually. Does anybody know what happened on August 22nd, 2025? This was a very, very important moment for gold and overall markets as well. So does anybody have an idea about what went on there? I'm looking at the chat as well. So I have the chat open, but this one event created sentiment for the next 5 months to come, and we'll break down the exact candle where that event took place. So if we go to market and we go to backtest fundamentals, this tool we built was for people who come to the charts and they see a massive candle, and our instant thought process is, what just happened here, right? That's what we all think. If we're away from the charts and we see a massive move, what just took place here? So if I click this candle right here, this 1 hour candle on August 22nd, 2025, exactly, Jerome Powell spoke at the Jackson Hole Symposium and he signaled the next rate cut cycle. So Fed Chair Powell signals possible September rate cut, boosting gold demand. But what's important here is that the markets front ran that entire move before we even got the first rate cut in that cycle. Remember, the Fed went on a pause for majority of 2025 until the September FOMC, and that's when they cut rates. But by this time, gold had already gone from $3,300 an ounce to about $3,800 an ounce. That's a $500 move or a 5,000 pip move, depending on if you trade CFDs or futures. But regardless of that, the main point here is that the markets are forward looking. That's where the buy the rumor, sell the news word comes from, right? Like when you hear that sentence, it's because markets are always anticipating. If we want to break it down into who these market participants are, they're literally just greedy crackheads with capital. And they love to front run moves like this. And this is what macro positioning really is about, is that if you know an event that took place and is holding weight, then I can buy and hold every gold intraday pullback because I know the overarching trend is very bullish right now. And this principle applies throughout all the markets. The same event had the same influence on US equities, where US equities continued to print highs going into end of 2025. And because of this single event, you can even see we ran all the way up until October before we got a first real daily higher time frame pullback, which was just a corrective phase based off of this massive uptrend that we had. And it's just correction, and that's just how the markets move. So over here, clear impact, exactly as someone said in the comments, that broke it down perfectly. You click a candle, you easily see safe haven flows into gold on rising US recession and labor market risks. And this is a Fed policy pivot towards increasing gold appeal as a non-yielding asset, right? So that entire impact led to a massive inflow into gold. And then we got a pullback before then Trump came out with more tariffs and we had massive rally as well. But the point being, if we just understand the underlying macro narrative and the geopolitical narrative, we can then take advantage of monstrous moves that play out over the course of the quarter. And what I would love for everybody, and I think this is the entire community benefits most, is when we come together like this, share details. Like I learned so much from everybody else that streams. And I think as traders, it's our job to take information that resonates with us, apply it into our own trading, because this is one of the only environments where ignorance is not bliss here. It's you need to know what's happening in the markets. And if you don't, then you have a higher probability of getting caught on the wrong side. Now, I want to break it down even more into, let's say we go over gold for the last 4 years or something, but we'll also talk about the more day trading ideas and things that we can look for. So before we jump deeper into the fundamentals, let's just talk about what's happening with gold for this entire move over here and what's been going on for the past few months. So a lot of people come to the charts and they're like, Nalab, I thought gold is supposed to push up when a war breaks out. why did in the US, Iran, Israel war, why has gold continued to push down? I love that question because this is very important. And this is what I talked about, is that everything relates to interest rate expectations, right? The Fed has two jobs. The one of the Fed's jobs is to keep inflation at a base rate of 2% year over year. And their second job is to maintain growth and stability in the labor market. If they can achieve this, this is called a dual mandate that every central bank in the world has. So when we talk about what's happening here, this is where the exact war broke out. Right over here is where the war broke out. And then that was the top of the gold move. Now, why did gold continue to push down while we had the war ongoing and ongoing escalations? It's because you have to look at the chain of events that happens. War breaks out, it puts oil starts spiking. Okay. Now, if oil spikes, this creates inflationary pressures. Now, if there's inflationary pressures, what's going to happen? Fed won't have to cut soon. Okay. If the Fed doesn't cut soon, what are the markets going to price in? The markets are going to price in a tighter policy. Okay. So as you can see, everything trickles down to interest rate expectations. And just like how gold was inflowing when the expectation was an easing policy, as soon as the data pointed towards increasing inflationary prices of oil pushing up into $120 a barrel, right at the peak of it. And that is going to trickle down into CPI and the headline CPI, which includes food and oil prices. So when that happens and you see continuous increases in CPI, the markets are going to price in a tighter policy. All right. And then we see these monstrous plays that happen end of the quarter, start of Q2, market retraces, setting up end of quarter flows and position rebalancing for institutions. And then you get the continuation of that downside as inflation continues to peak, as interest rate, a tighter policy continues to get priced in. Now, this is where that interesting point comes in, is if I open up oil futures and we can see what's been happening with oil recently, okay? And I want us to put our thinking caps on over here, is that and this is what's very important, is that everything is engineered in the markets. When you look at all these highs over here, every high that oil printed was an attempt of de-escalation. Is that Donald Trump or Benjamin Netanyahu de-escalated situations, or Iran de-escalated situations while oil was sitting in the bands of $100 a barrel. This is very engineered because higher oil prices puts economic stress globally. It doesn't just affect major G7 countries, it affects everybody in the world. And you cannot be escalating the war while oil is sitting at $110 a barrel. That is just a recipe for disaster, because oil will spike into 125s, 130s. Now, also, on the opposite end, every escalation happened at the lower prices of 70s or 70 or 80s, right? And then you can also see that more recently, we've had higher expectations of the war continuing. But here's where it gets important, and I want us to keep this in mind, is that markets are very forward-looking. So when you're talking about macro, it's the markets don't care about essentially what's happening right now. It's okay, well, how is CPI going to come out next month? What is NFP going to come out as? But the point being is that we have very major events coming up here. I want to tell you guys something. So we have midterms coming up, and you know Donald Trump is someone who loves to boost his own ego, loves to say, I got the equity markets at all-time highs, right? What is happening right now with equity markets? Equity markets are in a bit more of a consolidated phase on the higher time frame over here. We're getting plays on both sides where we're getting buy bounces, and we're also taking advantage of the sell side plays.
Someone said, but Trump ended the war 30 times. So
exactly. So shouldn't there be 30 spikes? No, there shouldn't be 30 spikes. But let's think about this now. We have midterms coming up in November, right? Trump cannot be escalating the war to come. Now, if the war starts to die out as it has, and oil prices come down, and oil's been the biggest telltale sign of how the war is progressing. If oil prices start to come back down, what do you think is going to happen with interest rate expectations? Markets are going to start pricing in those cuts and less of a tight policy now, because oil's coming down, and that means inflation's eventually going to come down. And then you have Donald Trump taking advantage of it, and by midterms, when you have new all-time highs being printed, he's going to be like, look what I did. It took it to $8,000 on S&P 500 because markets are so forward looking. And just like how we saw over here, this massive inflow that caused this one event that caused markets to just absolutely catapult and gold reach $5,600 an ounce, is you would need a catalyst to see that complete move start happening and that pricing out to start taking place. Where exactly how something like this took place, we had one-sided movement, is once we get the market catalyst that starts pointing towards less need for oil prices coming down, which is a telltale sign that war is priced in. And this would mean inflation comes down, the markets will then start to price in rate cut expectations and start pricing out hikes. So now what will then start happening to gold is gold will get that switch in overall higher time frame market structure. And that's how you take advantage of just what's happening, translated to how that impacts inflation, labor market, overall interest rate policy, your monetary policy, and then you implement that in the overarching trend. So as we were playing a tighter policy due to inflationary pressures, we were taking sells on every pullback on gold, and those moves were playing out to the T. So even over here, how we had this move here, people got caught up on the wrong side of it during FOMC because people were taking this buy bounce. But this is just a bounce off of these lows, and you had a hawkish Fed dot plot, which they come out with a summary of economic projections once every quarter, and the last FOMC was where they came out with the Q3 summary of economic projections. So what this means is what the Fed is projecting near-term and long-term interest rates and key economic indicators to be, and this points towards more of forward-looking policy and how the markets are going to take this information and price it in. So what the Fed basically said is that they're projecting rates to remain higher for longer versus prior dot plot. So this means that because of inflationary pressures that are currently ongoing, the Fed thinks that they'll need to keep a tighter policy. And just like we were talking about, a tighter policy leads to gold outflows. So you had that outflow on gold. Now, maybe you're thinking, Nalab, how do I actually trade this? Okay, we'll break that down. How do you trade this on an intraday basis? Now, the point is that you've just gone through an event that has created fresh sentiment in the market. You know there is fresh sentiment, and that fresh sentiment means it's bearish for gold at the current moment. And I'm using gold here just because we can also translate this to US equities in a bit, but let's focus on this. So we have this event that took place. I know that, okay, let the noise and dust settle. I took these sells here, let the rest of it settle. I'll come back the next day. And usually the following Asian session after an FOMC or CPI day or labor market data day is very, very strong if there is clean one-sided volatility and volume in the markets. So with this clean sentiment, which I can see is okay, dot plot adds probability of a 2026 rate hike, lifting front-end yields and dollar. Wars debate and press conference framed as hawkish shift, removing forward guidance. Okay, so that hawkish shift and pricing in higher rates for longer. Now, what I'm going to look for as a trader, as a day trader, or as a scalper in the following day is I'm going to look for that retracement, wherever that retracement take place. What I ended up doing is I took a sell over here, which did not play out, but I still had my bias and conviction, which then again, I took another entry over here as a day trade and I let that play out. And that one played out to the target down here, plus further lower, because it was a continuation of that sentiment. The market can do what the market wants to do. But if I understand, excuse me, the underlying macro narrative and what just took place over here, I'm not going to change my bias if I get stopped out here. That just means the market didn't have enough sellers at this point, and that's fine. The market's going to do what the market needs to do. You're not always going to get the best entry. Sometimes you'll need to try more than once. And that happens when I'm day trading. And I understand that because that's just how the markets move. The markets don't have to move off of your time frame. They don't have to move off of what you have in mind. Trade what you see, not what you think. So although I was in profit on these sells, I got stopped out. I didn't just switch to a buy now because I knew what the sentiment was and what was about to come. What was about to come was just a continuation play so we can end up filling this range towards the downside. And as you can see, that ended up happening going into the coming week. So this is how you trade events and actual catalysts that happens. Yes, you can execute based off your fair value gaps, your supply and demand, but what's important is that all of it moves off of geopolitics and macroeconomics. And I know this, I'm saying a lot over here, so feel free to like stop me. But the point being is that everybody on our team, and this is what I love, is that when you guys are, a lot of people are probably here when Jeev was on a few days ago. So I'll tell you a little backstory and we'll get back into the markets. Jeev was actually my mentor. And I met Jeev because I learned everything I know about trading and macroeconomics through him. And I came to him with an idea. We realized we lived near each other, started hanging out, and we became really good friends. And he's one of my best friends, and I've known him for about 10 years. But a few years ago, we came up with this idea and we started building it together. And now we have a team of 22 hungry individuals and traders who work on market every single day. And we build very, very cool stuff. And we have a ton of cool stuff coming out like Ask Market, which doesn't just return you text, it returns you actual candles. So like if I say explain what happened on the latest NFP, market's going to break it down on what took place for gold because it goes through our tooling before we even do any sort of web search like ChatGPT or anything. But the point being is that when you find cool people, you work together and you build yourself. And look at all the chart fanatics community here. This is just an idea that Riz had, and now his entire team, hungry team, executes on it every single day. And they're building something that's going to last test of time. They're not building something that's just going to get blown away from like one feather, but they're building a community, a strong, like-minded community where people come here and we learn from each other. Like there's so much stuff that I don't know about the markets that you guys have point of view on. And we're just here sharing our own experiences, which I think is one of the most beautiful things because people at the top are collaborating. No one thinks it's a competition. Everybody comes together. We learn from each other. We gain value. And one of the biggest principles that I think everybody in life should follow is that the more you give, the more you get. And that's not just talking about monetary. It's talking about value as well. The more value you give, the more value you'll get. God has a big bag of blessings and he looks at you and he's like, this guy is working hard. He's giving so much value to his friends and family. He's helping people understand the markets better and he's hustling himself. I'm going to give him so much blessings so he can pay that forward. And that's just the principle. And trust me, man, I've never seen someone who's angry make it in the markets. So you got to be a happy individual. You got to be someone who's always positive, always looking to provide value more than take. And I think that's the same as the markets, is that the less you're in the markets, the more profitable you'll be. And that's a big lesson for me because it took me 4 years to make a single dime in the markets. I lost about $70,000 when I started trading. I was a broke university student working a retail part-time job, and I was putting every single dollar I had into the markets and I was scalping. And I was never good at these lower time frame, quick moves in and out. So I had to change my entire approach and go more on a day trading bias and time frame and let the markets come to my price points. Like for example, I took this long over here and I remember Jeev talking about this idea on stream here, and this was a perfect trade that played out on a day trading. Of course, I scaled out as we went up and I didn't take the entire 1 to 8 risk reward, but scaling out and securing that profit. And this became my style of trading where I can take these day trades based off these key demand zones, based off of what I anticipate the macro narrative and what I understand it to be. And now we bring all of that together with market and we really break it down for you, where if there's any move that you're uncertain about and you want to understand it, you can click like explain the move and we'll pull it up. We'll show you soft US CPI sharply lowers Fed hike expectations, boosting gold as yields fall. So exactly how we talked about here is that when there are expectations of lower rates, that gold's going to push up. And there you have that exact point of view where gold, we got that pump up. Yes, it eventually got faded out, but look at gold right now. Markets are pricing in lower rates not in the near term, but going into 2027. And because everything goes right back to what we're talking about is how interest rate expectations are truly being priced in. So I hope that makes it a bit clear, but we can also go into a bit more of like the day trading ideas as well. I am still bullish on gold. This is just a retracement over here, and this doesn't make me change my bias. And when I have an underlying bias that I'm operating off, if I go to market over here and we look at gold day trading bias. I know that even if gold was to go to, let's say, 4,000, I'm still bullish on gold because of the underlying macro narrative, which is mediation drives optimism, right? You have softer US ADP employment data. Your markets expect Feds to hold rate this year despite energy shocks. So they're not pricing in those hikes anymore. Remember, the markets went from pricing in hikes to now pricing out hikes. And that has to happen before we completely get that shift of interest rate cuts being priced in. And just like we talked about over here, how there was a singular event that took place on August 2025, August 22nd, 2025, that led to that pivot. We need a pivot like that before gold completely shifts bullish. But the point being is that we start getting these clues. We start getting clues that CPI is coming down. And then if this is what's important, guys, if oil prices start reversing going into the following months as we're approaching midterms, and as Donald Trump would be incentivized to remove the war as the main focus, oil prices would then start to fade out. Interest rate expectations would then come down in the near-term future, and then markets would go start pricing in those cuts. But the point being is that it's all a game of probabilities. And what we need to do is look at these clues as they're coming in, and then take our positioning based off of that and really understand what's happening. Because if you don't understand what's happening, man, it's going to be 10 times harder for you to actually make money in the markets on a long-term basis if you are just ignoring everything that takes place on a day-to-day basis and just purely looking at just technicals. Technicals and fundamentals work hand in hand. No one's saying that it's a one-sided thinking or one-sided dimension. The point being is that markets aren't one-dimensional. It's a multi-dimensional environment where you're operating in basically the only environment that has no rules. And this is the first time any of us in our lives have ever operated in a society or an environment without a common set of rules. And it's up to us to place those rules, whether those are where you're going to enter, when you're going to step away from the charts, or what your confluences are. And what your confluences are comes down to technicals and fundamentals. And when you have that symbiotic relationship, that handshake happening between those two, then you can catch those more monstrous plays where you're riding those sentiments from FOMC and you're riding that down to the point where it's over 3,000 pip move towards a downside and 5,000 pips just from FOMC down to here. And I think that's the type of trader I want to be 20, 30 years down the line. So I'm always looking to trade and think about, hey, what is Nilab doing 30 years down the line? Who is he as a trader? And that's not someone who's risking 7% of position every single day trying to make it on his next trade. I know my riches and success aren't going to come from my next trade. They're going to come from my next 10,000 or my next 2,000 trades. And that type of thinking, that type of probabilistic thinking and thinking on a long term, it's going to save us all so much time, energy, and stress.
Definitely. I mean, I wanted to ask you, just in terms of like advice for traders that are, I guess scalpers and day traders, just in terms of trade frequency when you're pairing things up with the news, because everyone's got kind of different strategies, but some people might be intraday where they're taking
so like I don't want
trades a day. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, how would you approach it from
absolutely? And by the way, there's no right or wrong way to enter the markets. The main thing is that you take your strategy and you just understand what's happening in your market. You don't need to be trading economic events. You don't need to be trading the actual releases of red folder news. You need to understand what's actually impacting the market you trade. Like, why is ES right now having outflows, but overarching, we're still bullish that even if we push down into here, you're going to get those buy balances taking place. You need to understand why that's happening. And if you can make sense of that, then you can 100% catch like bottoms like this, where you can ride those up for days to come. And even when the markets are falling and dropping and breaking maybe these lows, you understand that there is a high possibility that market reaches a fair value where those buyers jump in and want to attack. So when it comes to now, let's say now, perfect point you brought up, and we go back to here. I'm just going to do a little replay. I understand gold is bullish, okay? When I select an asset here, I'm trading gold. I have market pull up, my bias over here on our latest trading view extension. I understand gold is bullish, okay? Now let's say you see this move take place you see this move happening, you don't enter. A lot of people in this case have FOMO. Remove that from your mindset. Understand the markets are a very abundant place. They're only going to give you the opportunities that you focus on. And if I focus on, I'm going to take the best possible trade for me. I'm not going to be chasing this upside play while it's already taking place. Now, but I understand the markets are bullish. So what I'm going to do is what I do best. And I do best is I wait for a pullback. Now, let's say the market starts pulling back. I drop into the lower time frame. I want to see where they can pull back from and what level are we going to bottom out at. Because markets are gold is bullish right now. I know that. So I know that if it pulls down to any of my key levels and I get my lower time frame confirms of entry, I'll look to take a trade. And then I'll look to take a trade and target the highs or my next range in this case, right? So and what ended up happening here is, this is a perfect example, is that we pulled back down into 40, 50. And 40, 50, 50s, zeros, 25s, and 75s are very psychological points on gold. You can backtest this, quarter theory, whatever you want to call it. But every market basically has those numbers, right? Where price reacts, because price is very mechanical. It's algorithmic. 90% of the markets are pure algorithms. And there's not one algorithm. I know ICT traders think there's just one It's markets are algorithmic. There's always millions of transactions happening in the marketplace that determine the actual price and where the market's going to go. So regardless of that, price pulled down into here. I got my lower time frame confirms. My first point of entry was over here once we started pushing back above 40, 50. And then I ended up taking some profit at these highs over here. But I understand that we can continue to push higher because that sentiment is still in the market. Where can we go next?
Do you have like a target at all where you'd be like, all right, I'm bullish
until exactly. Point, so your target would be market structure. That's how I target things. It's market structure. Is I know the underarching bias is bullish because of what's happening, because interest rate hikes are being priced out. And when that gets priced out with the mediations, markets are pricing in a less of a tight policy. And this is going to create those inflows into gold. Now, if you look at this, and this is what's also important, guys, is that we're not switching to a buy bias up here. Gold has not done this aggressive of a sell-off since 2022. And this is the same example over here. Does anybody remember why gold did this sell-off in 2022? Quick little pop quiz. We'll give like 5 seconds in the chat just to get some engagement going, because I know the chat was smart. Chat last time got that question right. So I'm expecting the same, honestly, over here. But what ended up happening over here was the Fed was doing their most aggressive rate hike cycle in modern day history. And this was the most aggressive rate hike cycle. No, this wasn't Corona. This was the Fed hiking rates. This is when inflation reached 9.4% in June 2021. And then the Fed started hiking rates in May and April 2022. So this is when the Fed started hiking rates. This was a FOM. This was a press conference of central banks that happened where global central banks came. Powell said that they were going to start their hiking cycle. End of April and May was the first 2 hikes, and then followed the 3 consecutive 75 basis point rate hikes. And that was seen as the most aggressive rate hike cycle in modern history since Paul Volcker times. If you guys don't know who Paul Volcker is, look at how he handled the inflationary crisis in 1980s. And Paul Volcker was hiking rates at a rate of 500 to 800 basis points per meeting. Up and down. Imagine that much volatility in the markets, and you can backtest that. But besides that, what I'm trying to tell you here is that the markets didn't bottom out. Gold didn't bottom out when the Fed was done hiking. Gold bottomed out before the last hike, and it started pricing in those rate cuts because inflation had come down. If inflation's coming down, markets are going to start pricing in those cuts. And gold started rallying, and it reached back at these highs before the Fed even did their first cut. So now what you start to see is a similar pattern happening here, is that yes, Fed's not going to cut this year maybe, unless we get data towards it. But what's happening is that we're getting information that starts changing that narrative. And when you get that information, once you do have that catalyst, like in this case, on August 22nd, 2025, the Jackson Hole Symposium catalyst, you get that clean one-sided volatility and you start riding that trend. Because once you know what the underarching macro narrative is, then I can sell on every pullback here because I know markets are pricing in oil spiking, inflationary pressures, and that means the Fed's not going to cut soon because they'll have to maintain a tighter policy as inflation continues to surge. So markets are forward looking, and I said this the first thing as I came in because I was going to break it down bit by bit and show you these examples. The market, gold bottomed out at $1,600 a bit. And I remember this because I completely missed this bottom. And I got blindsided here because I was still trying to sell these pullbacks. And I told myself is that I would be way more forward looking as this move was happening. So as we know, we all learn from our mistakes, right? But it's important that you learn from your mistakes. You just don't overlook it. So now when it comes time like this, and I start getting these clues that eventually if oil starts coming down, a war is being priced in, and inflation comes down, that means rate cut expectations are going to come back on scene and the markets are going to switch. So now on a day-to-day basis, if I have understanding of that and I know the bias is bullish, regardless of how I trade, if you're a scalper, if you're an intraday trader, you're still taking the same sided plays. Is that if you're getting this one-sided volatility, I'm not going to be looking for sells on this 1 minute high over here. Because I know the intraday bias is bullish, and where can we continue heading off into is we can start looking left. We can see 4,100, beautiful point where we last rejected and we had last point of sellers come in over here. And that's exactly what we got. We got a push into 4,100 during Asian session, which also made for a perfect buy above 40.75, being that, again, that psychological area. You got Asian session pushed down. You got that double bottom right over here. And then you got that push towards the upside, right to 4,100, continuations. So see, even if you're a scalper and you're riding these continuation plays, look how clean they're playing out because you understand the underarching macro bias and positioning that's taking place. So yeah, man, I'm just a trader who's traded the markets for 8 years. I decided I wanted to build a platform with one of my best friends, with my mentor. And that's what we do. We just love to build cool stuff. We love to talk markets. I hope you guys can see how passionate we are about all this. And it really goes to show that you don't have to be a quant or someone who knows years of macro. Is that if I can just understand what's actually impacting gold, then I'm not going to be looking for in the current time frame as well. I don't care about these sells that are taking place. I'm more focused on how can I take advantage of that intraday day trading opportunity, those buys that come in, because guess what? Those buys have a way higher risk reward ratio heading towards up here than those sells do down to here. And I'm not looking to take scraps out of the market. I'm looking to take trades that my next 20, 30 year self would be super proud of.
Can I ask you a question in terms of, obviously there's a lot of people that are kind of new to fundamentals, or they understand about a little bit about interest rate decisions and whatnot, and they start getting it. This is kind of like similarly with trading, where you get into trading, you're like, oh, this is quite cool, and then you turn on this indicator, EMAs, VWAP, and blah blah blah. Next thing you know, you're doing too much. Is there anything that you can advise to people where it's like, listen, there is certain things that are just noise, and I advise maybe that these are the key foundations of what you should know, look at week to week or day to day, but there's certain things that are just like, listen, that is noise. And even though other people may say this is quite important, I like your personal opinion of just like, you know what I mean? These are the core principles of listening of you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. So there's so many headlines that come in every single day, and majority of them are noise. But there are ones that add to the currently existing fundamental bias and catalyst. Okay. So in this case, gold is bullish right now, and gold has been bullish pretty much basically since we had the CPI data that started pointing towards less need for hikes. Okay. So what I want to, if I could break it down into things that are most important, I want to understand why gold is bullish. And that's pointed towards these points over here. We are seeing more optimism happening, right? We are seeing softer US ADP employment data, and we're seeing markets expecting the Fed to hold instead of hike, which the markets are previously expecting that hike. Now, this is the main driving factors right now. But I also understand is that there are elements that could completely flip it. And what I mean is that if there are very key catalytic events that take place, such as, let's say, Iran comes out tomorrow, completely shuts down the strait and says, right now there's a handful of ships passing in, right? There's about 10 to 20 is what they're claiming every single day ships are getting through. But a lot of these ships have also turned off their GPS, turned off their spoofing locations, and they're getting through. They're paying Iran and they're going through it. But let's say Iran says no one's making their way through. We will bomb anybody who goes through. We will destroy any ship. Then you're going to see that sentiment start to shift. And those are the things you want to pay attention to, is what are the factors that are supporting this bias, and whether we're getting information that shifts it. And whether we're getting information that shifts it, you'll see that come in the high impact news feed, because that's the moves that actually impact the markets. Like US CENTCOM launches strikes on Iranian military targets at 5:30 p.m. to degrade threats to civilian manners. So these types of moves change underarching macro bias and narrative, and they could flip it, especially in the markets like this that we've seen. Guys have now seen, and I think everybody now is way more aware of how quickly sentiment and structure can shift like this. And most traders who are new to the markets this year have zero understanding of this. Just like how oil over here, and I want to take this back to this example right over here in backtest fundamentals. And this is why we made this, because when people come to the markets, everybody sees a big red candle or a big green candle, and they're like, oh shit, what caused this move? Well, it's really is usually one or two events that take place that creates that big one-sided volatility candle, right? Like one of the best examples is right over here. And everybody knows this example. Well, you should. Is anybody know what happened April 7th, 2026? Does anybody know this? So April 7th, this is when Trump came out and said, hey guys, we're going to do the 2-week ceasefire, right? In the middle, while oil was sitting at $110 a barrel, Donald Trump comes out and says, 2-week ceasefire, guys, stop. We're gonna just chill out for a bit. And oil completely tanks down to $90 a barrel, right? From $110 to $90 a barrel in just a single 1-hour candle. But that created sentiment for the coming 2 weeks, where any escalation that took place, like this over the weekend escalation that took place, US-Iran talks collapsed, sparking oil disruption fears, right? And then Donald Trump came out after mediating the situation, and then oil continued to come back down for the next few weeks. So this is when there's certain events that take place that can change sentiment, when we went from escalating to now de-escalating, and you get that entire price correction take place. So as long as you just keep in mind what the overall macro bias and narrative is, and you position your trading, your scalping, your swing trading based off of that, then you're just going to have much more success. You don't have to pay attention to the 900,000 headlines that come in. Maybe you just have market open and you just keep up the breaking news tab, or you just keep it on the high impact tab. Like even Trump at 23 minutes ago, US will hold Iran responsible for Houthi attacks. So you know that if those attacks continue and that escalating happens, guess where you're going to see it impact first is you'll see that continuous inflows into oil, and then you'll see markets completely start to shift towards more of a tighter policy. And that's all it is. It's a balancing game. Just like how price goes up, price has to come down to find balance. It's the same thing with expectations of rates and things of that nature. But as long as you just understand the actual macro geopolitical narrative in the market that you're trading, then you can just align yourself on the side of things however you trade, whether it's ICT concepts, whether it's supply and demand, whether it's whatever you trade. That's regardless. Execution is secondary to understanding what's actually powering the markets you trade.
Amazing. And is there any, obviously I know you were saying gold in ES, and but like, is there like, there's a lot of traders that trade, for example, like Euro USD or German 30 or anything.
And it's the same thing. It's the same principles that apply. You relate it to the dollar. Okay. So now, why was dollar pushing up during this? First of all, you have to keep in mind, dollar is the global reserve currency. That means majority of the business in the world is done in the dollar. Dollar also backs the petrodollar, right? Now, what you have happening here is you have the markets pricing in a tighter policy. Anytime the market's pricing higher rates for longer, that is bullish for the dollar. When markets are pricing in an easing policy, where there's low rates, the Fed is continuously pumping money into the markets, right? That's when dollar gets heavy devaluation. And that's what we saw right over here for this period of a year and a half, where March 20th, 2020, and you can backtest this on any market, and this spike happened everywhere. So Fed came out over here right at COVID, start of COVID, said, hey, we're going to cut rates down to near zero and start quantitative easing. So now look what happened to the dollar. Dollar went from 103 down to 89, and it bottomed out right when the Fed was about to start hiking. Before the Fed even started hiking, remember we talked about it, they started hiking in April 2022. Right here was the first hike. This right here, but the dollar had bottomed out because it was pricing, the markets were pricing in a tighter policy. So it's the same thing here. The markets were pricing in a tighter policy because of inflationary oil prices and because that was trickling down into CPI. If inflation is high, that means that rates don't need to come down. If rates don't need to come down, markets are pricing in a tighter policy. Hence, inflows into dollar. Hence, in that same period, you have you have outflows in from Euro USD, right? So that's exactly how you just do it. Is that if that's what you trade Euro USD, understand how it's being impacted by the dollar. Understand that this move down here from start of April and March and even earlier on in January was the markets pricing in a tighter policy, because that just means dollar bulls. And in that case, you're going to sell every single pullback that you see on Euro USD, because that's what the markets are pricing in. Now, once that shift starts happening and we go to now markets pricing in, let's say, rate cuts, wherever that starts happening, let's say dollar pushes up somewhere, markets start pricing in those cuts, oil prices start coming down, inflation comes down, Donald Trump says, oh, rates are coming down, blah, 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 peace deal, whatever, that sentiment narrative starts changing, dollar is going to start going back down, because that you're going to start pricing in that those rate cuts to come. And guess what's going to happen with then Euro USD? Euro USD is going to get that opposite impact, where Euro USD then continues to push up based off of a more easing policy and dollar devaluation. So it's all relative to the currency that you trade, right? If you trade GBP AUD, you need to pay attention to Bank of England and what they do with their monetary policy, as well as what Royal Bank of Australia does as well, and the RBA does, and how their policy expectations are and what the rate differential is there. Because the central bank, my mentor, my business partner, Jeeves says it best, that the central bank is the cartel of the currency. If you just understand what they're doing with rates, you can trade any market, regardless whether it's you're trading UK gilts, FTSE 100, whatever, the DAX. As long as you understand what's happening with rate expectations, everything else is just sound and it'll make sense.
So the ECB interest rate decision actually with today, I believe, was just like the same. It was like as expected, I believe. But
yeah,
how do you tend to navigate things when things are just like as expected, basically? Is that like a continuation? Is it like you're looking for a manipulation? Are you doing nothing? Like, or are you just waiting to see how
and that completely depends on what you're looking for. Okay, so that anticipation of that the pause was like widely anticipated on ECB. Okay, and especially when you're looking at ECB or like let's say Euro USD, the main central bank working over here is not ECB, right? It's the Fed. It's the Fed impacts the world. That's what we need to keep in mind, is that what the Fed does is what most central banks are going to follow, besides Bank of Japan, because Bank of Japan has had a whole different problem since 1980s, is they've had a continuous deflationary process, but that's a different lesson for another day. The point being is that ECB's rate decision doesn't hold as much weight as what the markets are pricing in for the Fed rate decision, right? So ECB pause widely anticipated, and it's just going to be, just keep in mind, is that the markets don't move based off of what is happening now. It's move based off of expectation. So if the ECB came out and did a surprise, that's when you get that cleaner one-sided volatility, right? But otherwise, you're going to, just like how, and I take this back to this example because here we're going to go to, let's say we go to Euro USD. And we'll go to this one event and you'll see what I mean by this. So this was about right over here. June 5th, 2026 was a Friday. We know what happens on a Friday. It's NFP, okay? The reason we got such clean one-sided volatility on Euro USD, where Euro USD went from here all the way down to 1.15 to the lows over here, was because NFP came out higher than maximum expectation, okay? It wasn't because of NFP coming out at 100 over 85. It was because the maximum expectation was 125K, and NFP came out at 172. So that's a surprise to the market. And that's when the markets move the best, is when something out of surprise happens. So when you get like a expected decision, the markets aren't going to do, or they're not going to have too much of a price manipulation or massive swings on either side. It's going to be more so that you let the noise and dust settle, and then you go back to the underlying macro narrative and that being priced in. Just like how over here is despite gold, CPI over here came out completely below expectations. It came out below the minimum expectation that the markets were pricing in. The markets were pricing in 3.6, CPI came out 3.5, and we pushed up and gold spiked up nearly 800 pips, $80 move, because it broke expectations and it was a surprise. So when there's a surprise in the markets, that's when you get clean-sided volatility and movement. If something comes expectation, and this is where a lot of people get mixed up, is that if I go to my economic calendar over here and I look at let's look at just high impact news. And in this case, we look at initial jobless claims. Initial jobless claims forecast was 212,000. Okay. That's not the number that matters. The number that matters is how it comes in comparison to minimum and maximum expectations. This isn't something that Forex Factory is going to show you because they don't have this data. These minimum and maximum expectations are based off of institutional expectations that institutions are expecting. This is data that comes and is directly from the Bloomberg terminal as well as London Stock Exchange's workspace. And we pay them hundreds of thousands of dollars a year to access things like this because this is what truly moves the market. The number came out at 187K initial jobless claims, right? That is below the minimum expectations that they were expecting. They were expecting the minimum to be 195K. That's why it says outside expected range, higher volatility likely. And that's the same case for CPI last week. It wasn't because it came below forecast. It came below the minimum expectation. And the minimum expectation was 3.6. So if it came below 3.6 in CPI, that's when the markets are taking as a surprise, not when the minimum expectation was 3.9. So the surprise is the main element, is that when something happens that the market's not expecting, that's when you get that massive plays in the market. Like just like how Kevin Wars came out and said, we are seeing a complete tight policy going into the year. And you got that clean one-sided volatility that for the coming days, you just got clean sells because the market wasn't expecting. Yes, the market was expecting Fed to just hold, but the market wasn't expecting Fed to come out and say that we're going to hike going into 2026, or that we could even potentially do that. And that's seen as a surprise. And that's why you get this clean one-sided movement.
Interesting. Okay. And that's so much. So do you find that like it's obviously, I know that everyone's probably got their own opinion, especially like people who use the platform, but would you say, like, for yourself, I know you traded gold in, yes, but like, would you say that these kind of fundamentals, again, I know they can be used for everything, but is there any pairs in particular that you would suggest focusing more on because there's more volatility in the news, like, you know, in reaction to the news, and it's easier to follow, whereas in maybe some pairs, for example, maybe like Euro GBP, for example, might be a lot more sideways because their economies are a little bit more aligned. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Like, is there any that you would be like, in your opinion?
Absolutely, and you're spot on about it too. Like, hello, can you hear me?
Hello, yeah.
Sorry, I think I'm cutting out a bit. Okay, perfect. Yeah, excuse me. You're 100% spot on about it. Is that you want to look at where that money is flowing in and out of? Okay, U.S. equities, gold, dollar. These are globally traded markets. You don't want to be narrowing yourself down into USD ZAR and then seeing just absolute dog shit price action. I want to make sure that I understand that, hey, if the money is outflowing and the money is inflowing into US equities, because Trump is Trump and he knows he has the power to move markets, and he does, right? I want to be aligned in those markets that are going to see that volume and that volatility. And that happens to be your top three. You have gold, you have ES, right? Or GC, whatever you trade, and you have NQ, BTC, dollar. All of these are very heavily impacted. So you can trade any risk asset, right? Any safe haven, and you'll see the same movement because the underlying macro narrative runs it all. Now, I want to actually show you guys something because I know we're almost running out of time, but this is very important. And guys, pay attention to this, okay? So right over here, March 20th, 2020, March 23rd, 2020. This is when the Fed came out and said we're cutting rates right down to zero. Every single market bottomed out here. Okay, S&P bottomed out at 2,900. If I go to BTC, BTC also bottomed out, same 3,800. Okay, if I go to NQ and we go all the way down here, NQ bottomed out the exact same day. Gold also, where'd it go? Gold bottomed out right over here, same day, March 23rd, 2020. So you can see how a single event impacted every market, crypto, US equities, currencies, commodities, regardless, metals, whatever you trade, a singular event created dollar devaluation. And then you had gold pushing up, you had S&P pushing up, you had BTC USD pushing up because dollar was seeing heavy devaluation. So this is how you know that markets, what happens on a macro and geopolitical level, absolutely impacts every market you trade. And it doesn't matter if you're trading USD ZAR, you're still going to get the interest rate policy of the dollar being priced into that pair, into that market. But the point being, I want to be aligned in where the volume and volatility is. And if by just looking at the markets, I know it's in gold, I know it's in US equities, I know it's in dollar denominated pairs.
Incredible, amazing. Well, is there anything in particular? Sorry, my chair started squeaking. Is there anything in particular that we should be looking out for? I guess for the end of the week, because there wasn't a lot of US news. I don't think there really actually was any US news this week. If I could be completely wrong, but I don't think there was anything major this week. Other than
so we have to keep in mind. Yeah, for sure. So next week is very important. Is that next week we have our FOMC, right? We have on July 29th, we have our rate decision. So that's what the market's main focus is going into next week. And this week being a less of a data-filled week, that's cool. But that sentiment doesn't shift, or that sentiment doesn't go away just because we have no data this week. Is that I don't want people thinking that just because there's no data, nothing's going to happen. It's, guys, that underlying macro narrative and geopolitical narrative is still there. Just because there's no event or data impacting it doesn't mean that we're not going to have any volume or volatility. Now, that's what the markets are forward looking. We'll get more information on what the Fed is expecting to do going into the later half of this year, especially with oil prices being up here. The Fed's going to play more of a neutral approach, where Fed's going to say, yes, CPI came down last time, but oil prices, look at oil prices, they're back up. It's going to trickle back in. We can't cut rates right now. We're pricing in holds for the coming year. And then that maybe next week, if gold is sitting up here, that's possibly going to push gold a bit lower, just because if the Fed takes more of a hawkish tilt. But if the Fed says, hey, yes, we see inflation coming down, blah, 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 oil prices are going to come down going to midterms, then you're going to get the opposite reaction. So the markets are focused on what's happening next week. And that's the main key, guys, is that Wednesday, July 29th, that's what the markets are focused on right now. Is that going into it, you want to either position yourself or wait for more information. And that's important. Just like on the sell-off that we saw post FOMC, is that you didn't need to be involved in the market at FOMC. Is if you understood going into the next daily candle what just happened, you could have taken the trade following days, scalped every pullback down, as well as the coming days. So we need to focus on not being so narrow-minded on what data do we have this week, but how does this change the overarching macro narrative and bias? And if an event like this happens, I want to understand this is what took place, and now this is how I'm going to position my scalps or my day trades for the coming days to come.
Amazing. Well, look, I know that we're running out of time, but I really appreciate you coming on. I think everyone can clearly see how passionate you are about everything.
Thank
and
you,
what you're saying. I mean, even with me, right? I'm a day trader. I'm just a straight technicals guy, but it's something over the last 2 years that it started off with me with having a daily bias, and it was like I need to have an idea of what I'm looking at the day. Then it was like, what about the week? Then it was like the monthly, and then it was like, well, what actually, when it was like, for example, the war or anything like that, I'm like, oh, okay, now I understand that. I can actually start to understand. And then it also even down to, with the war, and then going, you know, as of recently, and going, oh, well, what I thought was gold is a safe haven, so that's why I'm just going to keep buying gold, and it's dumping, and I'm like, but why? Because technically it looks still bullish and everything, and then it's like you understand a bit more, and you go, oh, well, that's really useful information to take into the next time this does this, and then you're like, well, maybe I should start probably like being a bit more ahead of this so that I can capitalize more on these bigger moves. And do you know what I mean? So yeah, I'm someone that is really trying to evolve as well with my trading. So what? Yeah, I really appreciate you coming on. And if you have any closing statements, I guess we're about to go into the New York session now, and I'm gonna pass over. But yeah, if there's any closing statements or anything that you'd love people to know about,
no, nothing closing. Thank you guys. Yeah. Thank you guys for letting me yap for about an hour. I'm very passionate about fundamentals and just letting everybody know that, guys, it's not hard. It's not like we took something that was like learning a new language and we made it so easy. And we're coming out with so much cool stuff. Like we have a new feature coming out called Ask Market. It's not a chat box. All right. I want you to get rid of that narrative that every trading platform has a chat box. This actually returns to you what is happening. And like in events of like, let's say next CPI or next rate decision, like it'll return to you the actual playbook on when the next Fed rate decision is. It'll look through our calendar, it scans our calendar, and it breaks them down that, hey, it's next Wednesday, and it prepares a result that means that if I click this, I want to get the playbook for it, is that I have actual widgets being returned, and I'm not just reading text that GPT is going to give me. So that if I get something like this, I have the playbook that's going to generate. And based off of that, I can then prepare myself. I know that if the Fed hikes rates, it's bullish for the dollar. And that means for gold, it's going to be very bearish. So things like this, we're building tons of cool stuff. All I want you guys to take away from this is take what resonates with you, is that there's countless ways to enter and exit markets, but there's ways to observe and understand what's actually happening behind the scenes. So I'll leave it there. Thank you so much, man. I truly appreciate it. And I'll see you next week.
See you next week, my bro. Absolutely can't wait to have you back on, man. So much game. Can we get some W's in the chat, please, for Nilab? Thank you so much, my bro. Have a great day.
Let's do it. Take care, guys. Peace. Take care.
All right, my people. So that was so insightful. Honestly, like I've been loving these I don't want to say one. I feel like they're a one-to-one session because I'm like, I know it's obviously with you guys, but it feels like for me a one-to-one session. I'm like making a lot of notes and really trying to just understand more, because every single day since even like we've started doing these daily, guys, we are making so much progress in terms of just knowledge from different traders, different ways, how people are even like, you know, trading the same, but using different, you know, economic data to actually advance their trading. Or some people that, you know, for example, like Nilab have such a deep understanding of the markets, and just sharing how you don't need to be a complete and utter market wizard in order to actually learn the markets. Because like even with me, right, I always thought that if I learn that, it's just so much more noise, and that's what kind of put me off historically with that, because I'm like, I don't want to learn something and use it wrong, you know. I want to learn something and use it right, and I don't know what to listen to. So it's really good that the boys there have such an amazing platform and can also break it down so well, because it's all good having something that's good to use, but it's another thing actually learning how to use it. So these are so helpful. So look, guys, that is me for today. I'm looking off the stream. I didn't take anything on EU, GU, gold, or anything like that. I took a really small German 30 loss, like a super tiny one, and went break even on the NASDAQ. But that is pretty much it from me today. Don't go anywhere, because Pav is about to jump on for the New York stream. Lots of love, my people. And yeah, thank you guys for this morning. I know got my new plaque, which is amazing. It's definitely made me feel a bit better on this no trade day. But I look a bit shiny today, do I? Maybe it's the light. I don't know. Or it's the sweat because it's hot. But yeah, lots of love, my people. Take care, and I'll catch you guys soon. But don't go anywhere. Pav is coming on shortly. W's in the chat.
Hello, everyone. How is everybody doing? Welcome to Chart Fanatics TV. I'm your host for now. My name is Pavlovic. I trade order flow, specifically on Nasdaq. And yeah, time for, what is it, round 2 this week. Last time we had a quite good session. We had 3 wins. No, 3 trades, 2 wins, 1 loss. Yeah, let's see how it goes today. Let me just take up the chat. By the way, as always, not financial advice. This is just for entertainment and education. Okay, how is everybody doing? Oi, 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 oi. Hola, morning. What's up, Matt? I'm good, how are you? Hello, Soren, AK, Luki. Terrible day for the stock market today. Let's check it out. I haven't even been at the chart today. Want to see what happened yesterday. We can see, oh, okay, we shifted lower actually in value. It's gonna be interesting for today. Want to see what happens. Hello, Frank, Sahid. Nice, more people are dropping in. Okay. So how has the week been for you guys? Are you guys up or down this week? Achu, VIX up 6%. Nice, nice, nice. I'm with you, Nasdaq. Bello. Yeah, yesterday we also had a quite boring day actually. When I look at it, we just came back. Yesterday we ranged quite a bit. So on my end, when I stream with the stream, on my channel, we didn't really take anything. It was quite a dull day. But for today, let's see what's gonna happen. Break even for the week. Hello, Andy. Welcome. Seems to be getting better. You know, that's actually true. The past months, actually, I trade IVB, for example, and so I'm a breakout trader. So yeah, I look for breakouts, momentum, and so on. I haven't really gotten any opportunities, but this week it's like we're coming back to a healthy market. It feels like that, and it looks like, because I'm getting more and more opportunities. The volatility is going back to its normal state. Like it feels like it's coming back to a normal market in a sense. And I know a lot of people, it didn't go so good for the past 2 months for a lot of people, and it makes sense actually. Mr. Trump has been tweeting left and right, dusting a lot of accounts. Today seemed cleaner. All right, nice. Let me just double check. By the way, how is the quality? Can you guys let me know if it looks good? Today I only stream on the main chart. Can you guys let me know if it looks good? And how is the delay as well? Let me also alert my community that I'm streaming here today. Okay, hello. Great. Okay, nice. A view on mobile, so seems good for me. Okay, perfect. I noticed a pattern. It's also something that I see on my stream. A lot of people join towards like exactly when the market opens. But yeah. But some people are early, which is really good. You guys are, it's good. You're preparing for the session. I myself, I always like to be maybe 50 minutes or something like that before market open, just to like get in the zone. And it's really good that we have some people like that there as well. Okay, let's see. What can we see today? You guys want to see my left chart? because we are only streaming the main chart today. But I'm gonna try to show you guys what I'm seeing on that chart. And actually, I can just do this. Let me just open up the 5-minute on the right side, plot the RTH sessions, so I can start building the narrative for you guys, what I'm gonna look at today. Okay, let's see. Let me turn off to only RTH. I only want to see RTH sessions, so New York session, because that's the most significant volume that one wants to pay attention to. Hello, Pav. How are you? I'm good. How are you, Samuel? I love the analysis, how you all think. Great for learning. Nice, nice. Gold is melting. Oh, it is. I have never traded gold. I knew that it was a time where, you know, everything went just up. And if you just open long during that period on market open, you would make money at the end of the day. So a lot of people capitalize on that. Unfortunately, I was so busy doing other stuff. I was pursuing my master's degree in computer and system science during that time. So I didn't really trade that well as well. Hello, Pavlovich. What's up, Bible? Bible, cool name. We're selling off to Tuesday low now, respecting view up. Interesting. Okay. Let's look. What's the cause of the dump? No idea. Okay. RT session. So we shifted value higher. This was okay. This was yesterday. This was the day before that. Okay, we shifted higher. We were bullish. However, now today, something really interesting has happened. Let me just remove IVB. We shifted lower if you pay attention to POC. But I don't have the composition profile for you guys right now. But on the right side, on my composition profile, we came from value area low. So around here was value area low. We shifted higher, and now we start to trend higher. This can just be a retracement. This doesn't mean that the auction has changed. I'm still more prone to being bullish, even if we shifted lower. If you look at POC, you can also merge these two. So because of that and that reasoning, I like to merge these profiles so I get a better overview of what we have. And then this is what I like to do. Plot the volume profile, get the delta levels. So we have sellers. Let me just see, where are we opening up today? ETH session. Got a trade on GP current flying. Nice, well done, well done. What's up, JC? Whoa, 28,700. Okay, let me go back. 28,700. Let me see on the RT session where we are positioned. Wow. Okay, yeah, we're quite up. So we're gonna open up 28,700. We're gonna open up all the way down here. Okay, that definitely changes the game plan for me. Let me reset everything. So what I'm looking on now, because of that, is that since we open up so far lower, I'm going to look and let me see. What I like to do then is this. But the whole, like, you can almost say the whole week, but this is from Friday session, but it's fine. It's like the whole swing. Take the whole swing and you get a big profile where you can see value area low. Okay, great. What's the most significant level in this value area low? Well, it's where we had absorption from sellers here. This becomes like a zone for me. So if price is 28,700, we're also below it. Then we have this level at the bottom. But yeah, as always, I'm gonna wait for IVB to set in. So that's the opening range breakout model that I use. Let's see. Can be interesting. So regarding bias or confluence, nothing for today. I have to wait for IVB. Okay, let me remove it. You can go back to ETH. We're just falling. Okay, shit. Perfect. 28,000 possible target. Okay. Hi, Pop. Joining with you for the first time here from USA. Welcome, welcome. Nice to have you here. Do you have pre-market? Yeah, I do my daily bias narrative analysis on the left chart, but I'm not streaming that one right now for the quality's sake. We just stream the main chart today. But yeah, on the main chart, I have ETH session, so you can see pre-market. Okay. Wow, we're really opening up, just dumping in pre-market. Any ideas in the chat? What caused this? JC, I know that you're a macro analysis, you know your things. What's the cause for this? Maybe we can learn something together today. Big sellers as well. And by the way, guys, remember we have giveaways daily here in Chart Fanatics. Join Discord to participate in the giveaways. We have Ola. Just double check. Yeah, let me just take up as well Discord. One moment. Hello, everyone. Hello. One moment. I'm just gonna take up one thing to see giveaways. Join Discord, and you will have to. Yeah, we have some giveaways for Ola Prime, Apex, all lovely stuff. Yeah, Ola Prime 20% off, so you can access that via the Discord. Hello, Girl Meets Golf. Yo, Paul, thanks for adding the trade to TN options. You like it? No worries. Glad you like it. I sat till the night fixing it, but yeah, enjoy. Which strategy you use, boss? I use IVB. Orb opening range breakout, 30 minutes. It's the most statistically profitable model. And yeah, this is how it can look. So you have opening range after 30 minutes, you wait for a breakout, say to the bottom. You wait for retest, look for absorption, meaning buyers trying to push price higher. Failing, I take a short, 1 to 2. That's my sweet pie model. I love it. Keep it quite simple. But I also do some flow. What do we call it? Flow Pro trading, you know, when you scalp in between big trades, delta levels. So you can see on the right chart, right side, I have some delta levels. I like to scalp also in between those sometimes. Trump sent special ops to Iran. Okay. Also, Tesla earning report was terrible. Google earnings. Subskiller. Not sure, maybe movement of crude oil and some earnings from the tech stocks. Okay. Hello, Marine. When do you think an entry will come? Oh, it's too early now to answer that because we haven't opened. Give it 9 minutes. And yeah, I gotta wait still. Want to see price open. We want to see it open up. Give me some price action, see who is pushing, who is not, who is getting paid, who is failing, and so on. Yeah, and then we can start building the opportunities. Oil up, yields up. Okay, it's Joe. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, what's up, Joe? Smash the like button. Yeah, guys, make sure to like, subscribe, and join Discord. We got Ola Prime 20% off. We got giveaways every day. Yeah, US and unemployment currently all in downtrend. NQ and ES. Okay. Bello. Okay, we're having more people join in before market opens. How has it been, guys, this week? Has it been good? Yesterday, Strait of Hormuz is closed. Yesterday was also not breaking high and going down. Maybe opening might be interesting, because I think maybe some CTA rolls in control over the next month. Okay. Good morning, Chart Fanatics fam. Good morning, Mohammed. How do you create the Delta profile? Do you keep settings on the latest? Yeah. I would like to see the situation like this downtrend continues, where to enter and take profit maybe in 5 minutes time frame. Okay. Hello, Mega. Nope. Okay. Draw down my palm oil about 10K. Ooh. 2 days in a row has not been good. Come on, you got this. Lock in. Stay patient. Take your opportunities that are given. Yeah. Keep going. What's up, Kex? Day 22. Bello. Nice. Started slow yesterday, made good trades. Well done. Good morning, Puna. Okay, we have more people joining. I know that a lot of people from my end, they like to join the last minute. In my community, we have, you know, the guys, the people that sat in the back of the row in the classroom. That's like the majority. But I love them all. It's super fun. It's a great community. Same as here in Chart Fanatics. We have a lot of great people. You know, when I started to trade live on YouTube, I knew that the industry was not there's a lot of toxic in the industry. But I actually got so shocked when I started doing it, and like getting to see that people are actually nice. They're not douchebags. I know that we have some trolls here and there sometimes, but the majority of people are actually nice. You only trade futures? Yeah, correct. Hello, Mr. Enzu. Last row here. Karim. Yeah. Bro, do you have analysis on ES? No. I don't look at ES. However, I'm planning to get myself 2 new monitors so I can have the stream. I want to look at option levels, bookmap, deep dom. Yeah, I'm gonna, and then also potentially look at ES as well, because I know there's a correlation and it's good to pay attention to it. Back below Sunday's open. Yep, I'm twirling a pencil right. There you go. We're nice. What's your entry model? Will you wait for New York Open and wait 30 minutes? That's my main model, okay? So it's like a narrative because I have statistics on this narrative. Unfortunately, now I can't show the findings because I'm only sharing this screen. I don't want to mess up anything with the stream. So something I have with on my community is called TN Edge now as well. It's an app. I have a team. We have done like 5 years of testing on a lot of models, one of them being IVB. And it's the opening range, so orb model. And it's profitable and all of that. And this is how it works. So you wait 30 minutes, wait for a breakout. Now, you have something called protection level. This is something we have from IVB in deep shorts. It's a level that's get hit with really high probability. Do you know what the statistic is to reach the 50 min protection level? We have done some back testing. Maybe I can take it up. It was somewhere around 80% on 50 min. So that means when IVB activates, you have a retest. This is where I look for absorption. Sellers, buyers, for example, here failing to push price higher. And then they become my fuel to push price lower. This level, the protection level, is target 1. Around 75 to 80% chance of getting hit. And this is, okay, this is historical data and testing. But, so do you understand now how I'm building my, this is why, and I use it like this. When IVB activates, or activates, I just try to look for opportunities in this area. How I find an opportunity is up to me, right? So, yeah. So that's how I use it. That's like my edge. And how I find an entry in that direction, that's totally up to me and what I see during the day. Does that make sense? It's not more like, it's not more than, how can you say it? It's not more difficult than that. I don't need my coffee to be this hot. I don't need the stars to align. It's just, back tested. This level gets hit with this high probability, but that's on the 50 min. On the 30 min is like 60 something. And then I just try to find entries in that area. And how I do it? Good luck to me. Pretty much. We have buyers. How do you set up your chart? Ooh, wait, what do you mean? Like, I have my template in my Discord. You can join. Go to my YouTube channel. You have it here. You can see. And there you have information about everything. You can join the community. There you go. Or just click on my profile, technically. Just your energy? It's good. Sorry, do you know when an entry will show? No. Not now. I don't know. 8%, 75. Yeah. We have done backtesting on it. We do present the results in the TN Edge app, so you can see. And we have algo models that trade based on this fact. So yes. Does this only works on futures? Initial balance 1 hour. 1 hour was not as good. The equity was like 50 minutes. We tested it for 5 years. Okay, 50 minutes, and it's also using ADR 20 days look back, breadth of market. Like it's a lot of stuff. I have one guy called Fez and Matthias. They're both my developers in the TN company. They created. There's some more stuff to it, but yeah, the equity for 50 min IVB breakout orb. After 5 years, like the equity curve was beautiful, super nice. And we performed Monte Carlo simulations like 20,000 to make sure it's not random. And yeah, and also slippage with 2 slippage, everything. And the equity curve was beautiful. Okay, by the way, we just open up, guys. It's nice. Lock in. But the 1 hour was not as good. 30 minutes is the best consistently. 15 minutes like more aggressive, and it fits very good for prop firm trading. Makes sense? Yeah. Do drop to a lower time frame from the breaks the low. Do drop to a lower time frame on the 30-minute break to look for the retest and absorption. I don't look at 30 minutes. I'm on the 1 minute or 5 minute here now. Let me go over to 1 minute. Let me show you. Yeah, you don't have to be on the 30 minute. You can be on the 1 minute as well. So you look at the IVB, it's forming. So after 30 minutes, it's gonna lock its place, and that's it. But if you guys want a statistically profitable model that you can use every day, orb, IVB, whatever you call it, it even has research papers on it. And me and my team has validated it on like 5 different ways. And it's not 20 trades. No, it's 1,000 trades. It's even like more than 1K trades. So if you want something that's already statistically profitable, use that. You can use it. However, keep in mind market regime changes. We have been in uptrend for the past years. Who knows if now we enters maybe a consolidation period, then it's not going to perform as good. You got to pay attention to that. Do you set 30 minutes? I'll set it to 30 minutes. Yeah. Dive B. What about liquidity sweep and inverse value gaps? I don't trade it. Maybe somebody else can. Bro, I know Skiller, you're always gonna. Easy stuff to trade and much less complicated than most other strategies. Yeah, in my books, less is more. And also, this is something I picked up from my one of the teachers from the university. He told me this, Pavlovich, if you can't explain something in a simple and dumb way, that means you just don't understand it well enough. And that's why in my YouTube and everything I do, I try to explain it like it's getting explained to a 5-year-old child. So if something is so complicated and I don't know, you gotta take 3 education just to understand it, that means that guy that showed you it just doesn't know it. He doesn't know it good enough, to be honest. They should be able to explain it easily, and this is how I frame everything I do. I want it simple and easy, and hence that's why my model is simple and easy as well. That was just a backstory why I have everything so easy. Thank you. No worries. Can you give the link of your community? Click on my profile, and you will find on the bio, Discord, everything. Easy stuff to trade. Yeah. Thank you. London was 8 charges. Nice, Sherry. What's your YouTube channel? Pavlovich Nomad. How to learn all this from you and then trade daily and look out for daily setups. I trade live every day. I'm here with Chart Fanatics 2 times a week. Tune in here. Great opportunity. We also have a lot of good traders as well on Chart Fanatics. You have Artan, you have Sanj, Matt. You have many people you can learn from. But if you, besides from that, I trade also on my YouTube every day. Enku is doing Thriller Dance. What's up, Matthias? I was late finding you, but you're here today. Nicely, Jim. 30 me with 5 min close. Here you go. Yeah. Where can I find a guide for the orb? If you go to Discord in Chart Fanatics, go down to a page called Pavlovich. I have shared my TN order flow beginner guide. You can download for free. If you are interested in more material, I have it on my website called tradingnomads.store, or go to my channel. Go to my YouTube and you will find everything. Can you explain your edge, please? Okay, damn, I did. Okay, we have. Okay, let's see. So 30 minutes open. I wait 30 minutes. Once the range is established, I wait for a breakout, retest, absorption, and send it higher. I can share the PDF and the links and all of that if you want. Here, you can take it there. Okay, I can't share it like this. Okay, go to Chart Fanatics Discord, go down to Pavlovich channel, and there you see a PDF. Go download it. You will get my whole edge, everything. And you also have my playbook. If you go to my tradingnomads.store site, free for download. I'm watching NQ. Nice. If you go below 600k, I will put my house on the short. If not, I won't bet my. Okay. All right, guys. And girls, let's lock in. We have open. KKK. Let's see. Always like to plot my pre-market profile, take the whole swing, get an idea of, okay, what do we have in front of us? Now this is, we're opening up pretty much in no man lands, for me at least. Where is... Why can't I see the plottings on the side? Okay, that's weird. After the double away, I'm expecting an expansion up. Okay. I totally forgot to open up my analysis for Ninja Trader. 1 second. Okay, let me hear some thoughts. What's your idea for today? What do you guys anticipate will happen today? Are we bullish? Are we bearish? I want to hear what your beautiful minds have planned or anticipate. I found the PDF in Chart Fanatics, but I can't see the link to join your community or group. Go to tradingnomads.store. Go to my YouTube channel here, and then you'll find the links to Discord. Expecting up, okay. Reclaim the top, bullish. I think we'll be bullish. What models do you have? Can you name every model? Oh, that's gonna... I have wow. I have many. Go, it's better if you go check out my PDF for that. Go to my YouTube. Search Pavlovich Nomad on YouTube, open up, go to the store, and go to free material, and you will see. No idea, let's see, okay. I will always tell you my pre-market, but you smoked. Hard to tell. NAS, I'm bullish. Okay, it seems like we got a lot of bullish ideas today. Yes. And by the way, guys, free giveaways every day with Chart Fanatics. It's like it's Christmas every day, guys. Join the Discord, like and subscribe. And we're giving away Apex accounts and Ola Prime. So with 20% off as well. So join. Take it while you can. Bullish. This is a B profile. Want to see if break left up so to jump on trend. Okay. Where does NQ sit compared to Asia session? Wait, can you elaborate on that one? Asia session is up here. Where is it? All the way. Oi. Look where Asia session. This is Asia session. Up here. We open up down here. If crossing, then it's bullish. Okay. I have a problem. I learned everything, but I can't frame my model, and also sometimes I can't frame my problems. But I frame my model, and also sometimes I have problems with entries. Okay. One moment. Okay, since I'm waiting for 90 more minutes before my model kicks in. Okay, let's do it together. So, Mr. Richard here has a problem. He learned everything, but he can't frame his model. And also sometimes I have problems with entries. Okay. So you have the knowledge. Beautiful. When you say you can't frame your model, does that mean you can't find your model? You don't know what to trade. You don't know what model to take or to use, right? Is that your issue? The solution is really simple. First of all, just find something that works with you. What works? Are you a scalper? Are you a swing trader? Are you intraday swing trader? What fits you? Start with that. What fits you? Don't do something like this. Yeah, oh, take my model and good luck. No. That's not gonna work for you, maybe. What fits you? Let's start with that. And then we can try to tackle this problem together. Hey, Paul, a little bit late, Mr. No. Welcome, Elderon. You're not late. What's the gamma? Can't check it today. I didn't take it up for me. It seems that the list of giveaway is already set since participants already closed. All info should be in there, guys. We have giveaways I don't know. I don't have it in my mind like everything, but like when they do the giveaways, but just make sure to join the Discord and you will find everything you need. Testing 50 min IVB today. Nice. Good luck. Asia probably feels like it's further away. Okay, try back testing. There you go. There you have one. Yes, sir. Yeah, okay, Richard, let me know. What's your... let's start with that. What fits you? We're going to solve... I'm going to give you a framework today, a blueprint that you can use. That worked for me. My cam PVS NQ has exhaust all the way down with volume. Okay. Eric. Are you from Sweden, Eric? Focus on one thing for the start. There you go. What's up, Rio? What about today, Gamma? Guys, for my TN members specifically, or anybody else as well that uses Gamma, what's the Gamma today? Yeah, I kinda intraday trade, not too much at scalping, but intraday trader, not too much. Wait, so you do intraday trading? You take maybe max 3 trades a day, something like that. You don't scalp. When I say scalp, you don't scalp like 20 trades a day and it goes like in seconds and you kill it. Basically, I shift from ICT. Okay, what are you using now? Have you learned about order flow, auction market theory, and all of that? I started with what I'm trading is based from what Fabio Valentini teaches us in his mentorship. Is that something you are tapping more into? If that's the case, then I can give you a quite good roadmap to help you on the way. Gold, negative. Oh, we are negative Gamma. Bello. We are negative Gamma. That means we get more amplified moves today. So getting some breakouts. Sounds lovely. We got VWAP right above. Sell is trying to push lower. I will try to quantify and write some rules for your strategy in a Notion included with journals so you can see what works and what. There you go. Nice. Okay, let's see, Richard. Let's tackle it together. We're gonna take this because it's easy for me to just say, yeah, do this, do that. Like take this model and so on. But if it doesn't fit you, it's no point. We gotta find something that fits you. A lot of sellers are entering the market here. Lol, sir. No, sir. I'm Mexican. American Chica. Okay, okay. Because Eric, it's quite a common name here in Sweden. Nice. And okay, let's see. Wait 1 second. One moment, everyone. I would like to see, if you look at the right side, you see the delta, the sellers. Want to take maybe something like this, because we have a negative gamma and we have VWAP right above. Something like this, maybe. Gotta pay attention because we got value area high. So I'm trying now to anticipate maybe a push higher. If these sellers lose, we might send it. That's my idea as of now. But I'm still waiting. Waiting. Let me see the 5 minute. Okay, no, it closed lower. Not interesting. Oppa! 851. Yo. Hopefully we don't have any Mr. Orange guy Donald Trump news today, huh? Yeah, okay, they accepted too much. The idea is invalidated now. Hello, Health. Also learn about AMT in detail for my framing, but sometimes, you know, it's noise, too much knowledge, and a person wants to trade using something absorbing big trade. I know well. Can you please tell me which? It's the delta profile on the right side. Delta profile. Yeah, I'm into something like you or Fabio. Okay, in that case, IVB. Take it and use it. It's a statistically profitable model, long term as well. You can definitely use it for prop firm trading. I would say maybe 50 minutes is much better than 30. A simple model as... Okay, so I got a good idea of you now. So you don't want to take 20 scalps a day. Like you want to take intraday swing trading maybe. 3 trades maybe. That sounds like... Because you said you want to do it like we. Yeah, and you auction market. Okay. 50-minute opening range, wait for a breakout, retest, look for absorption, and then try maybe a long. That's like... You're pretty much using what I use then. Yeah, 50-minute can be really good for prop firm trading. 30-minute is more stable and robust, like long term. 50-minute is more aggressive, and in prop firm trading, one is like you want to be more aggressive. At least for me, at least. I have been using it for 30 because I've been testing it out, but it seems like 15 is more. It works a lot better for us scalpers, swing traders, swing intraday traders. Yeah, I know. Noise. Yeah, you have a lot of noise. So auction market theory is simple. IVB, look for one entry criteria. I would say absorption is the best from my backtesting and experience. Because it's the fuel. If they fail, then they cover themselves. We move quite fast and you can go break even. And it's really good for prop firm trading. With negative gamma, you mean that net gex? Yeah. No news. And you're also in HVL, below HVL, we have a red zone. Within which indicators are those sidebars and that point? The delta profile. And the bubbles, if you mean, that's big trades. Do we risk less for 50-min IVB if it's aggressive? Well, that's the thing. What fits you? Don't ask me. What fits you? Eldoran, I have a really good thing you guys can use. Here's a trick that I know a lot of traders miss and don't really use. And it's really damn simple. How do you feel? And I mean, like, when you trade with, say, $200 per risk, and then try a $50 per risk trade. Same idea. How does that align with you? And there you have your answer. If it's like, okay, I can handle 20, I don't feel a difference. Okay, try going higher until you find a spot where you're like, okay, this is when it's too much. This is when I feel safe. And then, honestly, from my own experience, go with the one where you feel like, okay, if I lose this trade, it doesn't affect me, because then you're gonna trade clearly, with clarity, and no bullshit. You're not gonna think too much. You're gonna watch the chart, not the P&L. So if you should risk less or more for 50 min IVB, it's totally up to you. How you want to play this game. There's no rules, guys. Nobody can tell you what's wrong or right. You trade how you want to trade. Good morning, Bella. Welcome. Adobe and below Sunday's opening price at the moment. Yep. What prop firm do you recommend for X? Oh, no idea about gold and Forex, but for Nasdaq, Lucid, Apex, you have Tradify, you have... I use Lucid and Apex. I would say Apex. Guys, you have a 90% off discount with CF. So might as well use it, huh? Yeah, but Lucid and Apex, definitely. They are the biggest guys. Topstep also, but you can't trade on deep chart with Topstep. You got a lot of different prop firms. What areas of interest do you look for volume profile? Value area high and low. I don't look at POC. Why? POC is a magnet. When price reaches POC, we usually consolidate. And I don't diddle in the middle. If I try to dance in and out at POC, I will lose. Okay? I will lose. And eventually when it goes, I already dusted the account. Thank you so much. No worries. Well, it looks like we will go lower today. Okay. And one more thing. Use footprint though to find absorption, and my levels are zoom good, but I take trades to if it hits stop line, then I don't want to miss. You can please give your knowledge or any suggestion. So where you miss, is it for your entry, right? By the way, guys, I'm still waiting for IVB to set in. We got 6 more minutes, then we have the opening range, and we got VWAP right above. Taking a long here into a wall. Little critical thinking, it's not the best, right? If I see some opportunity here, I can try with a small stop loss so I can go break even quite fast. So you hit your stop loss quite fast. Or like, wait, it takes you stop loss and then it goes. Okay, I have something called the flip test reaction model. Go to my YouTube. Here, just press on my profile and open my YouTube. Go to my shorts and you will see my entry model. It's really simple. So if you have absorption here, say these sellers, it comes down, test it. Once it flips here, I can go long. Say I go long here. I put my stop loss below the reaction candle. If it takes me out, it will do it fast, and that means my timing was not the correct timing. That way, it's like either I'm wrong directly or I'm right directly. It goes super fast. That's at least something I keep. If you don't want to use that, try entering. Go in with how can what is it called, guys? Okay, guys, you gotta help me with the English now. What is it called? You know, when you enter one contract on where the zone you want to enter. Scaling in. Yeah, enter, scale in, have a wider stop loss, and then once you see like the opportunity, you can then scale in, and then bam. Because it might flick you out sometimes, but if you have a wide stop loss, it's not gonna take you out. And then once you see, okay, now it's like the bigger opportunity, you can scale in, take your stop loss higher where you want it to be, and then let it go. Or just play with wider stop loss. But you gotta have a good risk reward. And you gotta do back testing on it as well, of course. Always base your trading on data, not on what you think will work. That won't work. That doesn't work. I did it. I failed. I learned. I stopped doing that. Got myself a model with data, and I started to make money trading. Simple. Everything before that makes sense why I lost. Are you in a trade or waiting? I'm waiting. 3 more minutes. We got the opening range. What's up, Fez? Same emotion. But if it's the same emotion, if you use the $200 risk, then just use that. Go with that. Something that's not gonna. If you have a 2K drawdown, like on a 50K account, I would not risk 500. What, 25% in the bin if you lose? Like something we gotta be conservative. Number 1 rule in trading is protect your capital. So risk wisely. How come those big sellers are losing if there are no big buyers? Which big sellers? How come those big sellers? We have passive participants as well. You maybe see aggressive sellers entering here, but if we have more passive players than aggressive ones, price is gonna naturally go higher. So that's don't take the big trades as like guarantee, like okay, 850 sellers, we gotta go down now. No, you don't know. You have to wait, pay attention, like, okay, how is price behaving? Volume may say, okay, we want to go down. Does price want to go down? No. Okay. We have more passive buyers then. And always, we only anticipate. We never predict. That's why I don't place, limit orders. I don't use that. No chance. That would be predicting, not reacting. And I want to be a reactor. CVD can help. Yeah, there you go. Fez, like Fez mentioned as well, you have CVD. Where you can read, look at CVD. Let me show you. Something we like to do in my community and all of the order flow traders is watch who is controlling, like what is the pressure doing, who's getting paid and who is not. So for example, look at this. You see the price did a lower low, but what did CVD do? With this amount of sellers pushing, we managed to go lower, but we did not on volume. This just means this. That just means that sellers managed to push price lower with low volume, with low effort. And what does that mean? Well, sellers are, from this move, clearly in control. Is that a signal to go long or go short? No. Well, you can't see. Oh shit. Okay, that's gonna be. Okay, the banner is in the way. Okay. Yikes. Okay, I can draw it out for you guys instead. It's fine. Wait, one guy said, that makes sense. Okay, nice. So CVD price is doing a lower low, but if CVD is doing something like this, I'm just gonna draw this right now. Here, let me draw on the right side so you understand how CVD works. It's just how much they're putting their foot on the pedal. Okay, you have price here on the left side, but CVD did something like this. Okay? You see the difference? Price went lower, CVD didn't. What does that mean? Sellers managed to push with this small effort. They managed to go lower in price. They managed to push price lower. In other words, it's like you are pushing a cart. You know when you it's like you are pushing a cart, okay? A car or whatever. Just try to follow now, okay? If I push it just a little and it goes super long, like far, that means it's light. It was easy. There was no resistance. It was quite easy. But if I do a lot of effort and push this cart and it doesn't go anywhere, clearly there's resistance and it's holding me. Okay? And if you take that to trading, it just means that sellers pushed little, got a lot of results. Hence, they are controlling. They have the, I say it in English, you know when you have imagine trying with a broken English trying to explain. Oh, I think you guys understood. Can you give me guys a 1 in the chat if you understood? They are controlling the auction, pretty much. One, Bello. Do you have a small lecture on, or a small explaining shortly on like how CVD works and how you can use it? We love you, Pa, for the English. We are saying Pablo Fish. Oh yeah. Bello. Nice. It doesn't become more genuine than that, huh? When the guy that tries to explain it as to, guys, by the way, English is not my first language. Hopefully, for the people that are new here, or you notice it, huh? But maybe I hope it's good enough so you understand. Day 3 of asking Sanj hair oil. What the hell? I like Sanj. He has so good explanations. Where are you from? I'm from Sweden and Serbia. How many languages can you speak? I can speak Swedish, English, Srpski, that's Serbian, Srpski. The thing is, from Yugoslavia, you have like the languages are like exactly the same. So you can almost say I can speak Bosnian, I can speak Croatian. Like it's... and I know a little Germany, Deutsche. Ich spreche keine Deutsche. Yeah, that's pretty much it. And I can read. He speaks Italian. Only on Saturdays. You're Zlatan, bro. Okay. I have the Zlatan book. Zlatan. He lives the Dolce. Leave Germany, brate moj. By the way, we are still in the opening range and waiting for a breakout. Ich kunne keine Gespräche in Deutsch, because ich habe in der Schulen gelernt. Deine deutsche Gespräche. Aber oh yeah, I'm butchering it. Wow, you're very talented, bro. I appreciate it. Hey, Pav, I got the team members yesterday, by the way. Just, yeah, 49. Like I promised, 49. Lifetime. On Costa, okay, Matthias. Now some da Sinach. Sehr gut, mein Freunden. Danke. That's been good. Have we a trade? Nothing now. We're just consolidating. Guys, I want to say something. It's really good to have a community. Let me share with you something that I know that a lot of people are struggling with. You know when you get bored trading? Previously, when I didn't have a community and I didn't trade with somebody live and so on, you sit on your hands, right? It's quite difficult to be to stay disciplined when you're bored. I know, and it's really difficult. When you have a community that you trade with, you can, like, it's easier to handle being bored when you have people to talk with and so on. So a cheat code is just to have a community and you can trade live with. That's, to be honest, that's a cheat code for sure. And if you don't believe me, look at the difference when you are trading alone compared to when you're trading maybe in a live, you're sitting with people. I think there's a statistic on this, like you buy, like you trade a lot less when you trade with the community. And that means, that can mean you take only good setups because maybe you're, it helps you with like fighting the boredom, in other words. You don't like playing the range? No chance. If I play the range, I lose. And that's a fact. I have data on it. I lose. Speak English? I want to know. I'm German and it's quite good. German sounds also with a Scandinavian accent. That's been good. That's been very good. I don't know if you said grosse gut. But yeah. I can see Delta profile. Is this indicator you're using? Yeah, correct. This negative gamma is amazing. This negative gamma is amazing. Hey, we want amplified moves, but we're getting choppy. Ranging. Does the New York Open price help for reps like price? Will it sweep always after New York on Open? Haven't tested it. You have a tendency to sweep. Yeah, we do a fake out on the New York Open. My hands are cold, so I'm already sitting. Guys, the worst thing I know, besides being too hot to trade, is, you know, when you're freezing, maybe you're playing games on the PC and so on, and you have cold hands. My guy, it's like you have cement. It's super, like, this is true, but for me that not good because I scalp a lot of moves. Yeah, if you're a scalp, you gotta be dialed in. Actually, if you are an intraday trader like me, wow, the voice great. If you are an intraday scalper swing trader, I like to do a little variant in that. Sitting with the community trading helps a lot. Yeah, guys, remember, like the stream. If you like my beautiful face, like the stream. like and subscribe, and join the Discord. We have giveaways. We give away Apex accounts. You have Ola Prime, a lot of stuff. Just join. You will see all information in there. I just got done marking out my levels and doing my analysis. Even just turning in and listening to the stream on the background helps a lot. Feels like I'm in a form of virtual trading floor. Bello. Nice, Mac. For sure, for sure. Trading with a team, with people. And I know that sometimes maybe if I'm gonna base a trade and you think otherwise, it can be a little, shit. However, it's okay. Like, keep in mind, the guy that you see on the stream, he will lose. So you see me right now, I will lose. Maybe you are right when I'm wrong. So always follow your stuff. Oh, that is good. Bello, nice, nice. When bro hits 10k payout in 1 month, he will bring us Swedish girls. Oi, oi, oi. Oi, oi, oi. Oh, shit. Weitermachen. Okay, that's too much. I don't know what that means. Quite similar to yesterday market. Yeah, yup. Is this not just a sell? I do trading in 5 minutes time. Okay. Bro talking about hating the cold while here it's almost 40 degrees. Okay, yeah, if it's... Trust me, yeah. Trading while it's hot is also, that's a whole different beast to try to tackle. Hopefully you see something with the streams. You can have fun, learn, and engage. Like, look at the chat. We have, everyone is activated. Trading doesn't have to be always, okay, treat it professional. Always, of course. But you can also have fun doing so. And I don't mean to, like, don't troll, don't... like, you're not gonna see me full pot or anything like that. We can do it professional, but we can also have fun while doing so. So time goes fast, and yeah. And actually, it actually helps you stay disciplined from what I've heard, because I've gotten a lot of DMs about it. Like the streams, for example, on my YouTube. People say, like, they have me in the background when I talk, and it's like it helps them just be calm in a sense. Helps them be disciplined. So that, I'm happy for that. I'm playing Clash Royale till this IVB breaks, bro. Oh my days. What a good friend. Pop, my grass haven't been there. What the hell are you talking about? While I'm watching this live stream, I'm swinging. Bearish, what are you trading? Nasdaq. Fair value. Can you draw volume profile? You want to see the opening range volume? Okay, we started to get the breakout. I think, let's see. We can't predict anything, but yeah. If I have a breakout to the bottom, you see how fast we gotta switch up? Okay, you have fun, you talk, but as soon as you see opportunity, okay, time to focus. Always enjoy what you do, guys. Always. Do you have MBO down on deep charts? I haven't taken off my deep, no. Gotta fix this. Holy shop, true. I stick to my system no matter what. I'd rather own my losses if learned that hard way. Learning from your own loss and making improving easier than losing from external influence. Nice, Mac. Exactly. When you plan to enter in the trade now, when we leave this ping pong price action, then we get a breakout. That's when I'm starting to look for a trade. Prior to that, nothing. If I try to trade here, statistically, I will lose. That's a fact. And I'm telling you, that's a fact. Because I don't have data on it, and I have data on it, and I know that it's not profitable, at least for me. Yeah, it definitely helps with calm. Nice. Which broker did you use? I'm with Profirm. I'm with Lucid and Apex. So when I trade personal account, I trade on Ninja Trader. I did some personal account trading last month. I managed actually to, and I know if you compare it to a lot of other traders, it's not big numbers, but I'm happy about what I have achieved with that. I managed to take home 1.8k. So yeah, but I was too afraid to keep trading because Mr. Trump blows account, and I was like, nah, this is not worth it. And I've been conservative by trading my Profirm accounts as well. Now I'm on an evil account with Apex. I don't know. I don't trust the guy. I don't want to dust the account just because of him. I swing trade and I still tune in. I don't know what others guys talking about. It's all having a strict system with good back and forward testing. Correct. It's all data in the end. Guys, if you have data, put your emotions on that. Ninja Trade is so nice. I just switched to it. It is? Yeah, I like it. So are we in a 15, 30? I at 30. How long until you use it until a breakout? You wait. There's no time fixed. Like, okay, should I use it only in, I don't know, should I wait 20 minutes for it to start breaking? No. If I don't get the breakout before 5 o'clock my time, that's it. Simple as that. If I see opportunity before that, that's not in a ranging market, like last time when we took 3 trades before IVB breakout, then I can try some scalping. But then I do on low risk, super low. Non-trust Trump. I'm happy he didn't tweet anything when I was in a position on my personal account. And now I'm just, I don't know. Maybe if you've seen when I trade now, you see that I'm killing and winning I'm killing the trade quite fast. I'm taking profits really fast, and it's just because of that. I'm not letting the trade go just because we never know. This guy's dropping news like candy from a candy shop, like literally just can go. It can be really good, and then from 1 second, bam, negative. You're down your account. Okay, well done. For a swing trader, what is the best prop firm? I don't know. I don't swing trade. I don't swing trade on prop firms that much. I do intraday swing trading. You can use whatever then. I would say a prop firm that allows you to hold it overnight. What sign are you waiting for right now? A breakout. You see the orange lines up, the one on the top and bottom? A breakout. A break below or above. I would like to do a breakout to the bottom because we have VWAP right above. And I don't want to take a long into that. A breakout to the bottom. What is your data on breakouts after your deadline? Really good question. Win rate goes from 58% to, I have it like 62 to 58%, something like that, prior to 5 o'clock. After, 25% win rate. Do you see the drop down? And do you now understand why, like, after 5 o'clock, I'm done? Simple. And that's for my manual backtesting. However, for algo testing and so on, you actually did a really good question here. Maybe we can take it up with Mr. Fez and Matthias. I know you are in the chat. Let's note that down. Maybe we can put that up as statistics on TN Edge for the guys. Girls, of course. Maybe I can show you guys something next time. I think we have a stream next week on Tuesday. At least I know for this week that I will only trade on Tuesday and Thursday this week. I don't know if next week we will be the same format. We accepted back into value. Wow. Yeah. How is it going for you guys today? Are you up or down? Sitting on your hands? Coming to the point of a triangle now. Yeah. When do you know this session is great to trade the initial balance breakout? Oh, what a good question. We have built a tool actually in TN Edge. I can't show it right now, maybe next time. So it looks at, wait, maybe we can use the expectancy that Matthias made. I can maybe show it next time. Let's see. But basically, pay attention to volatility. It's really good. Pay attention to gamma regime. If you are in negative gamma, you have amplified moves. Pay attention to HVL. Like, are we below or above or below? If we're below, you should take shorts. If we're above, you should take long. There's a lot of stuff actually, and I think I can help you next time. I just don't have the material to show you. It's not gonna be easy to explain it because you have to understand it and I have to show you, and I can't do it here right now. Perhaps next time. I just gotta double check with the team, with the chart Fanatics producer and all of that, if I'm allowed to show stuff and so on, and then maybe we can take it. If you want to see it, give me a 1 in chat. Then I can show you guys maybe the tool that we have developed, and yeah. But I don't want, yeah. We gotta respect, guys, the boundaries. Always. Whoa, options have been taken from Nico Master. Okay, nice. Power trend lands power. Giveaway. Guys. Let's see some likes. Hit that like button. Like, subscribe, follow on, go on Discord, join the Discord. Oh, okay, because I tried to trade option levels on ES. I bet. Oi. 111. Okay, maybe I can talk with the guys and see if it's okay. The paper of VIX is under revision for. Okay. Here you have the guy, one of the developers, Matthias Backhaus. Sorry if I butcher it. He created a module called expectancy. So basically, it gives you an idea based on like ADR. No, wait. It looks at. Wow. Okay, you have the developer. Maybe he can give you guys a quick introduction to it if he wants, or just save it for next time. But yeah, it just shows you like what can we expect to move today. If we have a big expectancy, maybe we can. So price will move a lot. Then it's more prone to getting a breakout. Maybe we can try the breakout trade or whatever. And on top of that, we also have ADR, average daily return range, average daily range. You can pair that. For example, here, let me show you. This is something we also have. You have the ADR showing. So I have a timeline on the app. So from 0 to 100%, okay? Like this. This is percent. It's not so easy to paint on deep chart. So 0 to 100. So if we have say expectancy saying there's a high, I don't know, we can reach this level, and or you know what, ignore that. Let's just focus on ADR. Okay, so ADR just shows us what's the based on 20 days. We look back 20 days. If the average day went up, say 100 points, okay? So this is 100 points. This is gonna calculate it and all of that. So when we open up, it looks every 5 minutes, it updates. So when price is maybe here at say 10 a.m. and it says like, okay, you have done 40% of the daily range, okay? The 40% compared to 20 days, okay? That means we have 60% left. Does it mean that we will do it? Not 100%, but it's based on data for 20 days. 60%, so we have room to move 60% more to fulfill the 100% and just get the average. So if we have a breakout, just use that. If you have a breakout now, wow, it makes sense to maybe try it because we have 60% more to move. So that's pretty much the ADR and how it works. I think it should be, that's actually just it. And if that makes sense, yeah. Let me know if it makes sense. What a choppy day, okay. Do you mostly wait for some minutes when the market opens before looking for some setups to trade? I wait pretty much every day 30 minutes. But yeah, I never jump in the first 10 minutes. No, that's like, I don't have data on that, and I know it's super volatile, so no, I don't do that. I definitely wait minutes. I have to cut my palm oil for 8k loss, cut margin. Oi, oi, oi. How long you wait for the IVB to break? If it doesn't happen before 17 o'clock, 5 o'clock, then yeah, I'll wait till then only. How to register for the giveaway in the Discord? Join the Discord. I don't know. You guys have to join. All information is in there. Do you wait for a retest to enter the trade? Yeah, correct. If this somehow breaks orb, it will be cruel. I imagine all the reasons trying to front run a short breakout. Let's see. Let's see. Giveaways up. Join it in Discord. There you go, guys. There you go. Join, join, join. Bello, bello. Joined. Nice. Good luck in the giveaway. Sitting on my hand. I don't have any music. It's like I'm just I'm used to having music, but if I can't turn on the music because it's gonna take the mic is gonna maybe pick it up. It's slow today. Yep. I'm just curious, but you mentioned the absorption is the best entry model, but what else can be usable as entry confirmation? Absorption and aggression. So absorption is just because it's the fuel, right? I know that you understand this, that it's the fuel that will push price higher if we get absorbed sellers. But aggression is just confirming the idea. Like you have, say example, you want to take a long here. If buyers are aggressive and step in, that means maybe they are backing up your idea. And yeah, that's also something you can use. I just use absorption because it's so damn nice to see when they cover themselves, or what it looks from, we anticipate that they cover. Maybe they are just averaging down into a position, who knows? We don't know what the big guys are doing, but from the times that I used it, when they have to cover themselves, price just sends it. I don't think we're gonna see a IVB break of the stream. Yeah. Let me take up CVD. I can almost 100% see that we have a plain CVD. Yeah. Market, the volume is dead. Were you guys, I didn't see so much people. How did it go for you guys today? Are you up today? Have you been sitting on your hands? If you've been sitting on your hands, well done. Pav, you missed out like 3 trades and Gamma was brutal. Did we miss out? Do you have an idea whether deep shot and AT Gamma will be paid for it? Oh, no idea. No idea. What time is 17 o'clock New York time? 11 a.m. Is it? Yeah, I think it should be. Where do you anchor your view up? I don't anchor it. I have it. It's ETH. It's always active. I don't anchor it. But aggression is a little bit of predicting, isn't it? You act before the aggression happens or after? No, after aggression. After, not before. Never like. No. That's why my entry criteria right now is aggression, absorption, for example. I want to see them fail. I have to see it. And aggression, same thing with aggression. You want to see them enter. That's not anticipating that they will enter. That's trying to predict. Obviously, we are in a negative gamma, but my guess is C positive and guess in Q in spite. I don't have the gex. I don't have the gamma today. I didn't take it up. I just asked the chat, and people said that we are in negative. Took a loss, and I've been sitting on my hands since. Okay, that's okay. Well done. It's fine. Look at the breakout. Okay, time to focus. Okay, time to focus. Go down to the 5 minute I have on the left side. I want to see some buyers try to push price higher. Okay, we got IVB activated. Interesting. Oh, this feels so blindly because I don't know if we have our option levels below us. It's fine. I'm gonna de-risk. I'm gonna trade on M and Q. Let's see. Pablo, Astro says earthquake near Taiwan. For real? Oi. Sitting this out, big shorts win on ES. London have no setups in this quagmire. Okay, nice, well done. About to break. What a fail IVB. Oh my god. Okay. That's terrible. Okay, so apparently positive gamma. You know what? Let me take up my... Because I know that my team members, you guys look at the HVL. We gotta update you guys so you have the net gigs as well. Not just... Let me take it up. Oh, we are in negative gamma. Why is Gexbox showing positive gamma? Maybe let me take up this one. Yeah, we are negative. There's no option level below, okay? Okay, I appreciate it. Let me see. What is this failure of our IVB? Let me see if we get something now. Okay, we're building value at the bottom on a B shape right now. If we trade higher here, I'm looking for a long to anticipate a failed IVB. However, if we accept lower, I'm interested for a short. The reason why I'm more aligning, I want to take maybe a long, is just because of this price action, and we've been chopping for the past almost 1.5 hours. But yeah, and the thing that's gonna tell me what's the correct decision, which is not 100%, of course, is by reading the price action here and volume. I want to see who is controlling, who is not. All I can see right now is just these sellers at the bottom losing. We're building value at the bottom, the 5 minute, and there we go back. Okay, small gap. Okay, we were correct in that sense, but we did not get an opportunity. Oi, 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 that's... I want to show you guys next time how I look at the 5 minute chart here. So on the 5 minute, it looked like this. We had a B shape on the 5 minute. A lot of volume we're building at the bottom, but price was chilling up here. So usually when this happens, and there's a lot of, what's it called? Buyers here. Sellers lost here. So trying to look for a long here was really good. I just didn't find an opportunity. It's okay. Now we're too much back into range. Damn, Nasdaq be really testing your patience, huh? What about CVD now? CVD was... CVD is still dead. A lot of buyer stepped in now. We can see it on CVD, but it's still... This day was not ideal at all. Can you make a video about it? Yeah, I will. The B-shaped thing. Yeah, I will. This is something I picked up from JC quite recently. Good man. Well done, Glass. Took the buy idea is the same as you. You see? JC, I knew. I was thinking, yeah, man. Nice, JC. Hey, JC, it shows me that it just shows that I've been listening, right? What a good opportunity, huh? I'm happy we spotted it. What I'm gonna work on more is trying to time it. Guys, take this as Prima example. Always be open to learn. You know, I was in a call with JC. He's a guy that does really good in trading. For the people that know him, he takes quite big payouts. Really good, big payouts. So we sat in a call and we talked and he showed me something and he's like, okay. And I started to use it now for the past days. And I was like, it works. It really does. But it's not, even if I miss the opportunities, all I want to see is, can I spot it? Who cares about missing the money? I don't care about that. I want to know, can I spot it? So if you are trying to learn about trading and all of that, take that approach. Don't care about the money. Screw that. Try to just figure out, okay, can I spot it? Can I see, do I see it, the opportunities and all that? Even if I miss it, doesn't matter. And then after that, time to learn how to time it. Yes, and anything we all learn requires time to learn. Yeah, I can't see in my chart that delta profile. How to activate it? Go to the bottom and press this DIY delta profile. There at the bottom, there's an option. Teach us to join the streams. You're gonna see me doing it live. That's how I like to teach. I don't like, hindsight trading. I hate that. You know, when I paint out the day for you after it has happened, I don't like it. That's bullshit. I do it live. I win and I fail live. That's also how I learn. We don't take it miss or not. We take it if narrative trade idea makes sense during execution. If you spot it, would you eventually make money long term? I took the yeah, exactly, Sherry. Exactly how every trader does it. Exactly, Mac. More reps, more data, more confidence. Oi, oi, oi. That's a good slogan. How you say slogan? No, I agree. Many traders. This is something many traders do. They are too quick to try to make money instead of trying to learn how can I take up a skill, take up a model like this and just get to know it. Screw money. Learn it. Learn the model. Get a good feeling how to use it. Money comes. It's just a, how you say, an effect of what you picked up, what you learned. Could be potential re-entry. How you read volume profile? What's the areas to look for if you can tell or if you have any video? Value area high and low. That's my context area that I will look for. Pav, I took this anti-IV. What is your advice on the RR? How was your trade? 1 to 2 RR is really good. I like that. High win rate. I like to capitalize on win rate. The bigger the win rate, the better on my mental health. It doesn't kill so much my my head. That's at least how I work. Money is a byproduct of good execution. There you go. Exactly. Okay, now we have they're stepping in. Nice. They're stepping in. Look at the sellers stepped in. Buyers lost at the top. We get maybe the momentum now. Okay. Wait. I want to see if sellers take control here. If they lose again, then the range has been super. It's clearly it's a range there. We're not breaking out of it. A lot of value here. Can you please give me your Discord link? Go to my YouTube channel. Pavlovich Nomad. Sellers? Whoa, yeah. I learned everything. I've learned everything from you. You can't hide footprint now. That's unfair. I'm sharing it. Sellers again at the bottom. So what I pay attention now to the right side. I want to see buyers trying to push price higher, failing. And then maybe we can try a short for continuation back down to protection level. Where is protection level? Down here. Let's see if we see something. I love this. I love doing this. I find so much satisfaction in sitting on my hands, waiting for the opportunity. Like even if I lose or win today, it doesn't matter. I'm happy because I was disciplined. Oi. We got quite a bit of volatility now. Volume at the bottom again. Let's see, are we gonna push it? I see on the 5-minute a lot of buyers. I see buyers. We might get a squeeze here. Don't want to be too early. Look at the right side. If we go up, we go higher now. All of these sellers on the right side. Dios míos. That's gonna hurt quite a lot. Wow, are we actually failing again? Oh my god. And I see sellers stepping in a lot on the 5-minute volume profile. A lot of volume at the top as well. Okay, we have quite a distributed, quite evenly distributed volume. They're fighting now. Oi, 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 they're fighting a lot. Let's look at CVD. What's happening? Buyers stepping in. Look at the delta. Look at the delta. And then sellers are... I'm looking, as you can see, some sellers on the left side. No. Buyers to control again. Yikes. Okay. Failing? I'm gonna try it. Let's do a small scalp. Stop loss above. So these buyers at the right side, the delta, you see this, they failed. So taking these lows can be really interesting. Let's see. I want to see if these sellers manage to hold, these absorbed sellers stay, they keep pushing, like we see buyers stepping in here. This can be a problem. But let's see. At least I know that I'm covered by a lot of sellers at the top from looking at the 5-minute. And I think this is going to be my only trade for today. Yeah, we got 12 minutes left. Okay, let's see if we get the squeeze. Last time we took 3 trades, 2 wins, 1 loss. This time 1 trade. Let's see if it gives us a good day or not. Simple as that. Sellers entering aggressively. Nice, I like it. See if we get the push. If they fail, we get stopped out by a really high chance, actually. Sorry, guys, I'm not paying attention to the chat as I'm looking at the volume. I want to see how it's building, what's going on. Yeah, I don't like how they are failing at the bottom a lot of times. You see how it's like hesitant, but I'm gonna give it some time. We're floating 1-1 soon. There you go. We are 1-1. I go break even here, following my rules. And now, if it goes to the abyss, let it go. If it stops me out for break even, good day, I'm happy. How do you add delta like that? It's an indicator at the bottom you can activate. Why did you take the shorts? I see volume building at the bottom on the 5-minute. IVB activated. Buyers lost. Let me just make sure I have Okay, stop loss was here. This is 1-1. Where is my 1-2? That's my aggressive trailing. Okay, nice. We're up 1-2. I want to see a displacement below, because then I can put my stop loss into 1-2 and secure a win and call it. That's why I say I always go for 1-2, because I like the high win rate. But if these guys fails now, then Dios míos. By the way, guys, we got maybe 8-7 minutes. Why is it that I always get the opportunities at the end of the stream? What is this time? Why just 7 minutes? I stream till 5 o'clock. I didn't take it. The price action was terrible. I understand you. It was not even ideal today for a breakout, but we managed to try something. Now we are in a risk-free trade. And now we're just, sitting here. Let's see. If we displace lower here, maybe we might reach protection level before stream ends. Are you no entry for me? I'll save my risk for another day. Good call. Good call. I like it. Such a great trade. Yeah, it's good. It's good. At break even as well. Good job. Nice. Sometimes I didn't took it. The price action was terrible. It's okay. Sometimes that's how it goes. I got opportunities at the end of the stream too. It's a good day. It's without looking at the P&L, I'm happy for today. We have followed the rules. We took one trade. Doesn't matter if we took 1, 2, 3, doesn't matter, but I followed my rules. Will you stream on your channel now? Yeah, I stream every day as well. I don't know how it looks for next week, if I'm gonna stream here on Tuesday or Thursday as well. I think it's gonna be that. I don't know. Don't want to say something that's I'm not the one controlling the program. Do you want to how does Fabio say it? One in chat if you want to see me next week on Tuesday and Thursday. If you want to hear this broken English next week as well. Where's stop loss? Stop loss is break even. One. Okay. I'm gonna bring my broken English next week as well. Just for you. Okay, guys, we got like 5 minutes left. I'm not gonna let the trade go because we have 5 minutes left, so I'm just gonna kill the trade here if it goes down. Don't want to take time because we have other streamers coming as well. Don't want to take their time. So let me secure my 1-2. Where was my stop loss? Up here. Okay, I'm securing my 1-2 so we can end the stream, guys, so we don't sit in one. Yeah. Just gotta double check. I think we got Mr. Sanj coming on soon. Super great trader. I like his style. Make sure to stay if you want to trade with him after market New York session. Oh shit, where you guys can see. Okay, nice. Okay, well done, guys. One trade. That's it. Let's round this off. Here was the trade. Nice. Bello. stream, please? Will you stream on your channel? Yeah. Not today. Not today. This was the only stream. I stream only from New York Open till 5 o'clock. So this time, and then I'm done. All right. Fun stream, guys. I like it. Always a pleasure to be here on Chart Fanatics TV and Trade Live. Hopefully you guys learned something today and you liked what I bring to you. The quality and the knowledge. As always, not financial advice. This is education. Yada yada. You know the drill. Make sure to join Discord, like and subscribe. We got giveaways every day. Yeah. Thank you guys for being here. And girls. All right. I think that's my tune. Thank you, everyone. And goodbye. Bye-bye. One, two. Do they still hear me?
Let me know in the chat, please. Awesome stuff. Soren says Sanj must be doing his meditation. I'm actually saving today's one for before the end of the day, so don't actually have it done and ticked off for the day. Sherry says day 3 of asking for Sanj's hair oil, brother. Okay, testing again. Sorry, give me a quick audio check. Can you guys hear me all good? Just let me know in the chat, please. Okay, all right, sweet. Awesome. Riz muted you whilst advertising hair oil. Bro, the only hair oil I need is the chest hair. There's clearly nothing going on up here. Or beard oil, that could work. That would be fitting for me. What's up? Hope you guys are all doing well. I'm here to carry you through for another hour of the day. I want to actually recap and jump onto the charts very shortly and show you guys a few things that I've been looking at throughout the week. I want to show you a loss that I took, one that I actually talked about, I think it was 2 days ago. But interestingly, there's a good psychological lesson behind this, because I got asked this in a previous coaching call about why I didn't FOMO back into a position. Now, I've only had one fresh idea this week. It turned out to be a small loss. I'm going to talk you through it very shortly and give you guys my perspective on like how I manage the mentality behind these. I think, you know, a big benefit of doing streams like this is obviously seeing the ins and outs of what people can share with you in terms of like strategy, getting in and out of the market. A big part of what I want our sessions to be about is a market recap, giving you insights into some like obviously incredible guests, but really to help you with the mindset around like managing risk, managing those positions live, and talking you through the process of like what that can be like in fairly real time. As I mentioned, I am kind of by nature a little bit more of a swing trader. So it's a little bit less exciting than the intraday stuff or the scalping and bits like that. But the mentality that you apply it can be applied to any time frame, right? And I want you guys to keep that in mind. So I think the fact that the first trade that I showcased turned out to be a losing one, and you guys have kind of seen it through from, starting on the stream a couple of days back to actually closing yesterday, I believe I closed it out. I think will be an interesting one to kind of take you guys on the journey through. I do have actually a few questions that I've had through from some traders this week about just seeking advice on managing certain things. And I kind of think it'd be worth running through those with you guys. I think they provide some value for you all. I would be keen to understand though, what are you guys currently struggling with most? Like, where do you feel like you're currently hitting a wall, have a challenge, just kind of battling to kind of get through? A lot of like what I help people with is these kind of day-to-day battles that they do, the challenges, the tilt moments. Sherry says finding women. Sherry, one thing I can tell you, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. I'm presuming it's Sherry. The one thing I can tell you, the longer you sit on these charts and stare at candles going up and down, it doesn't make you more attractive. If anything, you're going to end up like me, bold early in life. And that's only going to give you negative aura with the females, I'm afraid. I'm not sure I can give you the best of advice on finding more women. Trading is not exactly the most glamorous sport in the world. I mean, only what you see on social media, right? Social media is the only place that trading will feel super glamorous. Otherwise, in reality, it can be a somewhat boring endeavor. Like, it's a lonely endeavor, which is why these streams are often so helpful. Just get you away from the kind of mundane, just doing the same things, looking for the same things every day. But yeah, Lockdown mentioned they are struggling with confidence. I will add that to my list to pick up on today. I think that's going to be a great topic of conversation. Building. Ahat, I'm hoping I'm pronouncing that correctly. Making money here and honey follows you. I'm not fair. I mean, I don't really know what that's implying, but Lockdown says, sometimes I have 5 to 6 winners and I lose one trade and somehow my confidence is gone and then I have problems pulling the trigger. Okay, cool. Yeah, we're gonna Lockdown, we will talk about this very shortly. I'll actually give you it in perspective with like the loss that I took this week. Like I said, it's been my only fresh trade that I executed this week, and it turned out to be a losing one. I've just honestly been on the wrong side of the market, and these moments are going to happen. So I'll give you a perspective of that very shortly. Let me jump onto the charts. Let's transition this over. Okay, cool. So I want to talk you through the mentality. Like, I want to go through, for those of you that weren't here, I want to talk you through the guys, my apologies. I have honestly not a clue what happened there. My whole browser just died. I don't know if that's a bad omen for anything else to come. I was just about to break down a trade that I recently took, and everything just died on me. So apologies for the small interruption. We're back. I am back like I never left. Right, apologies. Let me flick back onto the charts, and we will get straight back into this. Right, so for those of you that were present a couple of days back, I was breaking down and showing you guys the kind of framework in how I analyze my levels, how I draw up my areas of interest that I'm looking to do business. And I kind of mapped out a trade that I had taken, I believe it was on that day, in cable. Now, I want to talk to you about how I managed the position, because I actually think the management is more important than the analysis and probably the outcome. And I wanna break it down as to like why I didn't FOMO back into this position, because there was something that occurred in this that definitely could have tempted me, and how it ultimately saved me some money in the grand scheme of things, right? So I'm gonna give this from the top down. And again, this was all on stream the other day, so you guys can kind of see things before the fact, see it after the fact, and get the full level of transparency in between. I was talking about the idea that I had two specific areas that I was interested in potentially doing business. We had this upper end weekly range in here, and we had this lower end one in here. Anything in a blue shaded zone is kind of my area of looking to do business. Now, the narrative that I had coming into this week is that we had tiered up, and I was looking for a potential rejection back in this upper end weekly range. And that would provide some kind of base to rotate back to the upside again. Now, obviously, with the benefit of hindsight, we can see I was absolutely wrong, got spanked in this idea. But I want to talk to you about how I managed this trade and how I managed to get out with a smaller loss than a full loss entirely, if that makes sense, right? Because yes, you can see it here, would have gone on to hit my full stop loss, but I cut this trade a little bit earlier before it actually hitting my loss, right? So let me talk you through this. I'm going to take you down to an hourly chart. And what I was essentially looking for was this area of demand. You can see this in kind of this green shaded box in here. I have labeled as a point of interest. I was looking for price to react and bounce off of this area. You can see we had a slight reaction as price tested the lower end of that range. And I added to the position in that area, which is not outside of my rules, right? For those of you, again, that were present on I think it was the Tuesday when I executed, well, I'll be able to tell you from here. The Tuesday when I executed this trade, I mentioned that I essentially break my trades down into 4 separate parts. So I personally risk a couple of % per trade at the absolute maximum. And I break those down into 0.5% clips that I deploy as the market proves that my idea is correct. So my first position is a starter. Think of it as like a testing position. The second one is only starting to add once the market is starting to confirm what I do. And the third and fourth positions are only added once price has actually started to roll over in my favor. Now, it doesn't ever mean that I'm not going to take a full-size loss. That's, of course, going to happen on some occasions. But on many occasions, much like we have here, I'm getting out with a much smaller loss than I would normally be taking on these sorts of situations. So the narrative behind why I got into this trade was I was looking for some type of reaction in this area. My stop loss was down in this place simply to give the trade ample breathing room to ensure that I wasn't squeezed out of the position before it ultimately or potentially moved in my direction. Now you can see here that, like I said, price initially started to react. We started to create a base, but it was very much on the extreme end of the zone that I was looking for, right? If I flick back a second to a daily chart and I show you, this is the daily candle from where I executed, right? This large bearish candle here. What I ideally wanted was, yes, to be filled in this lower area, but to see a rejection and closing within this upper end weekly range, which we didn't get. That was an immediate red flag for me. So already by the daily close, I'm looking at this as a lower probability position. And I'm already thinking on the mindset that this needs to be a trade that I'm not thinking about maximizing upside. I'm thinking about minimizing downside. And that for me is like, it's an important perspective to hold because I'm constantly focused on the idea of not trying to be right or wrong. I'm trying to focus on always managing risk. I know with my strategy, typically on a good period, it's going to have roughly a 35% win rate, which still means 6, maybe 7 trades out of 10, 60 to 70 out of 100, I'm going to be wrong. And so I need to manage my mindset accordingly. I need to be focused on the idea that ultimately I am probably going to take more losers than winners. And I need to be able to cut my losses as quickly as I can when the market is not giving me what I want. And that's the kind of mentality that I kind of look through this and frame it from. Deeper Within says, what do you think about hedging instead of the stop loss? Is it bad trade management? Does it lead to more losses, or is it a smart way of handling risk? It's a good question. I'll give you my personal perspective on this, right? Am I going to sit here and telling you that hedging doesn't work at all? Absolutely not. Does it have the possibility of amplifying risk? Of course, because hedges may not always work out in the way that you expect, especially if you're doing this in the spot market. It's completely possible that the market whips and takes out a couple of sides before we actually potentially make our intended move. Am I going to say it doesn't work? Absolutely not, right? I think, don't take my advice from this. Think of this from the likes of, like, if you've ever read Market Wizards, that book alone should tell you that there are hundreds, potentially thousands of ways that you could be making money from the markets. And there's no one right or wrong way to be doing this. So I think for me, black and white saying, without having tested it, without having data to support what I say, it's a bad thing to do, I think it would be wrong of me. The one thing I would say is test it. Put it in a demo environment, do it in back testing, and trial it out over time. When you've got a position where you are, I don't know, biased long, and you've built a position to get in alignment with that, take a hedge position and see what would happen and measure that over a large sample size of trades. That latter part, right, doing this over a much larger sample size is actually a key part to making all of this successful in the long run. Because we as traders, we have to focus on that probability aspect. On some occasions, hedging might work really well. On some occasions, it might suck. You guys have to ask yourself what actually works consistently for me over a much larger sample size of trades. And that's kind of the key thing that you want to be thinking about. So I can't tell you black and white whether it does or it doesn't, because I think it's really going to depend on the strategy and it's really going to depend on the individual. So something to test, something to try out, and I think you'll probably get a lot clearer of an answer when you have your own data to support it rather than my opinion on it, for example. Drifto says, hey Sanj, how are you today? I'm very good, Drifto. Hope you're good too, my friend. Right, where was I? Right, so cable long, right? I immediately knew from this daily close here that this trade was not looking good. And the plan that I set out before we actually moved into this day here was I decided if price was going to move down initially and then trade up, I would then put my stop loss below the low. And I would see if we can get some further momentum to carry this through into the day, and see if we can get back and reclaim this weekly range. Now, when we started the day, we didn't actually do that, right? What we did was we traded up first, creating what looked to be the high of the day. And then we started to trade down and lower below the prior day's low. Ahat says, what ticker are you showing us? This is cable. This is the British pound against the US dollar. We're looking at FX at this point in time. And we're currently on a 1 hour chart. So for reference, that's where we're at if you want to kind of follow along on your side. So the moment that the market started initially trading up and higher on the day, I moved my stops to below the low of the day. I decided that if we took out the low of the day, I felt like this was less probability in actually moving up in the long run. And that's what my plan of action was, right? I mentioned I have this philosophy and I hold it dear and true to me every single day. Plan the trade, trade the plan. I have a plan for what is likely to happen if a trade goes in my favor, and a plan of what is likely to happen if it doesn't go in my favor, and how I want to manage my downside on that specific trade. So I actually got tapped out on this candle here, right? Let me remove the risk reward tool. On this candle here, that is where I got tapped out. And you can see the next hourly close closed as a very bullish engulfing, right? A big bullish engulfing candle pressing up higher. Now, I got asked on a coaching call later that day as to whether, when I saw that candle, whether I actually got FOMO. And the honest answer is no. Because, and I want to give you an example of what could have happened here. This trade could have absolutely rocketed upward from this position and gone on to hit my take profit, right? We're looking at this on an hourly. It could have been a 5 minute. It could have been a 1 minute. It kind of makes no difference to me, right? But this could have created the low and it could have rocketed up to go on to hit my take profit. When I sat here looking at this trade, I looked at it and I decided one thing. The area that I wanted to see a reaction from in price was this area here, right? You can see I have it shaded in green. It's labeled as my point of interest, and that's where I wanted to see price react from. The fact that price did not do that, it was an immediate red flag to say that now I'm trading something in a way in which the market is not reacting how I thought it would. Now, I give myself this little mental trick that I want to share with you guys, and it really helps me to evaluate certain positions to determine whether I should be holding this position or whether I should be looking for some type of exit, right? As I mentioned, on this daily candle close here, I wanted to see more of a rejection from a daily perspective, and I wanted to see that close ideally back within this weekly range. When we didn't get that, the question that I ask myself whenever I'm in a position is, if I wasn't already in this trade, would I want to be getting in right here, right? On this daily candle close, after the market is currently looking like that, do I want to be getting into the market when the charts are currently looking like this? And the honest answer is no, right? The whole narrative, the whole bias in which I came up with was all formed off of the back of this range high going to be holding and acting as some potential support in this area. And I wanted to see it dip down to this area of demand, and I wanted to see it get bought back up, if not on that day, then into the following day as a minimum. We didn't get that, right? So now I immediately know the market is doing something which I am not in alignment with. It's not acting in the way that I expect, and therefore it's not the trade that I was forecasting. This is an entirely new position. So the moment I understand that, the moment I sit there and I say, based on what I am looking at on the charts in this area, forget the fact that I already have a trade on. If I wouldn't be executing right here with my stop loss below here, then there is no reason for me to be holding a trade. There is no reason for me to be wanting to FOMO into this. If the following day, for example, absolutely rocks up, we created a bullish engulfing of this candle here, the following day, then it may be more reasonable to create a test of this area, and that might provide the rotation that we need to come back to the potential upside. We didn't get that, right? I always try and look at the markets as a means of it is communicating something to me. Either it's going to be communicating the fact that your ideas, your analysis is right and you're in alignment with that, or it's going to be communicating the fact that your idea is wrong and you need to be working on cutting this position. Statistically, my data tells me more often than not, a lot of the ideas that I'm going to have, they're not going to be correct. So it doesn't make sense to me to press these ideas when the market is not doing what I am already expecting. Okay. So for me, getting out of this market where I did, yes, I got stopped out at the low. Maybe I could have got out a little bit higher up. But the whole idea and bias behind the trade by that point was already invalidated. It wasn't something that I was interested in. It was a completely new position. And so I determined that I was happier to be on the sidelines. I determined that I did not want to participate in this anymore because clearly I was on the wrong side of the market. And as you can see, the market continued to sell off today. Had I FOMO'd in there, had I started chasing the market, had I given in to that slight impulsive move to the upside the moment I got stopped out, I would have just ended up taking a second loss. And so for me, I've got out of a position not being full-sized to begin with, which has already reduced my loss. But then also, I managed to get out at an earlier price point than my original stop loss on an idea that was already wrong. This for me, like a lot of people will look back at this and they will say, oh, it was a terrible trade. It was a loser. What did I do wrong? I look back at this and I say, yes, look, clearly the bias was wrong, but the risk management was perfect. It was great risk management. I didn't FOMO in, I didn't chase anything, I didn't overtrade, I didn't revenge trade, I didn't do anything in this trade outside of my plan. And that for me is a big tick box. I kept my losses small, I ticked all the boxes that I was looking for, and that's a huge part of what allows me to stay consistent in the long run. I'm definitely not going to win every trade, as we've seen from the one that I presented here for you guys. But in the long run, keeping my losses small and stacking into my winners as they continue to move in my favor is going to be a habit that pays me in the long run. And that's something that I always try and focus on in the long run, right? So take that away with you guys today. When you're looking at a position, when you're in a trade and it's not really going how you expect, the question you want to ask yourself is, if I wasn't already in this trade, would I be getting in right here? And if the answer is anything but yes, you want to be looking for some type of exit. You want to switch that mindset to not how can I double down? How can I squeeze a profit out of this? But how can I cap my losses? How can I keep that loss as small as potentially possible? Until you can get in a mindset of managing like winners and losers with that view, it's always going to be very difficult to make money in the long run. And that's just something that I have always learned throughout my journey. Michaela Stone says, if it's not 100% yes, it's 100% no. Yeah, I really resonate with that. I'm going back to, so Deeper Within was talking about hedging positions. He said, I tested it with a smaller lot, I could manage it and be profitable. But then when I try to scale up, I find it difficult to manage. You know, this is it's an interesting thing to think about, because I actually think that's a really strong revelation, right? Purely because I see a lot of traders that trade in a way that will work on a relatively small account, but when they get to higher amounts of money, psychologically, that mentality of executing it starts to break down. And what I mean, and typically where I tend to see this is not like aim to bash anyone specific, but typically where I aim to see, or where I tend to see this, is traders that typically use a very large risk to reward. I'm talking about the guys that are like the 1 to 10s, 1 to 15s, 1 to 20s. I've seen all sorts of stuff. And on a small account, like when you're risking $10, $50, $100, having that much upside, it might be completely fine, right? But when you get to a stage where maybe you're risking like a few $100, maybe $1,000, maybe $5,000, the psychology behind like holding that swing and actually getting that 1 to 10, 1 to 15, 1 to 20, it becomes far more difficult in the long run. And that's, you know, kind of something that you want to be thinking about. So yeah, I think keep that in mind. Like that's a very interesting like revelation that you've come to. And I think it's really important for you guys to be able to keep that in the forefront of your mind. Like not just is this approach profitable, but is it actually scalable over time? And that's an important question to ask. One second, guys. Right, sorry about that. Drifto says, do you trade anything intraday? At this point in time, no, but it is going to be something that I am working my way back into from last week. From next month. Largely because I'm finding it very difficult to swing trade, specifically with a lot of props. Especially like in the future space, it's basically impossible to swing trade, and that's always been my bread and butter. So I do definitely want to focus on like bringing a more intraday approach back in, but it's not my bread and butter to intraday trade at this point in time. If it's not a hell yes, it's a hell no, 100%. I'm working on that issue about getting out of failing trades. So Soren, you know, a perspective that really helped me with this is for us to understand that our job is not to predict price, right? Our job is simply to manage risk in alignment when our edge actually presents. I find that a lot of traders, they get into this and they focus on that idea of, I need to understand exactly where price is going next. The problem I find with that mentality is when you're focused on predicting, every time you're proven wrong by the market, it feels like an attack. It feels like you've done something wrong. And I've never found that that is a productive mindset to sit with in the long run. So I always advocate that if you don't think about this like a predictor or a forecaster of the market, then you are far better off at seeing things as like your job is simply to manage risk over time. when you're in that mind frame, when you're in that that mindset, then taking small losses is actually a good thing, right? A lot of people end up taking these huge, big losses because they see taking small losses as something that's a negative, right? Something that's not going to benefit them in any way. When you're a good risk manager, your job is not to avoid losses, it's to manage them. And that means capping your losses as small as possible when the market is proving that your idea is not correct. And it means maximizing your upside when the market is telling you that, hey, you're on the right side of this market. So I think that mentality of managing those downsides, it's all about the mental reframe that it starts with. You have to be able to accept this game for what it is, and not what you wish that it could be. And I think that's where a lot of people tend to go wrong over time. You're not alone with this. It's a human problem, right? None of us like to be wrong. That's how we were, taught things from school, right? That's what the schooling and education system ultimately taught us over time. Interesting move here down on cable. Again, nothing that I'm specifically looking at, but one thing I do like to focus on is the average daily range that is being printed, right? If I extrapolate this out, this is one of a few indicators that I like to use, where it simply maps out the average daily range over time. So I've pulled up the last 30 odd days or so. And if you look at how price reacts to these specific areas and these levels, you can see that on many occasions, price remains within the boundaries of these. So you can see on this day here, let me pull this up a little bit. You can see on this day here, price exceeded its average daily range. Same on the following day, but then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We won't call that one. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, most definitely not that day. 18, 19, 20, maybe. So, I mean, look, it's a small sample size of trades, but that is 21 of the last 30 days of price action have stayed within the parameters of the average daily range of price. And that's based on the last 20 days, right? So I'm showing 30 days of the ADR, and it's based on the last average price movement in the last 20 daily candles, right? So it's an indicator that I like to use simply to determine when markets are actually stretched and a little bit overextended on the day. But from an intraday perspective as well, these can make for good extreme points of when you want to be potentially exiting a market. You could see statistically, and again, it's only 1 month, it's a small sample size, but 21 out of 30 days on there, we are staying within these boundaries, right? So that means if you're looking for a potential intraday move and you're looking for a move that carries you, starting, let's say you grab the high of the day and you're looking for an exit right down in here, from an intraday perspective, that is very unlikely to occur because statistically, we are going to remain capped within these two specific areas of price. This might be one of those days where it gets super far extended. But like I said, you're talking about 21 out of 30 days of the last 30 days. You're likely to stay within the parameters of these boundaries. So why would you play against that probability? Why, focus on doing something which is less probable, in the direction that you're looking for? So maybe something to keep in mind. Give me 1 second, guys. Right, where was I in the chat? McKellistone, am I pronouncing this right? McEllitsum says there are people that are doing 1 to 10 for sure, 100%. I mean, there are definitely people doing it, but the win rate that's attached to a strategy like that is what you would have to question, right? What you tend to see on social media, I'll give you a reflection of what entices people when they jump onto socials, right? Somebody will show you something that looks like this, right? They'll show you like this, and they'll say, you know, look at this 1 to 9 trade that I took, nailed the absolute high, got out at the absolute bottom, and that's like the screenshot that will do the rounds on social media. What they won't tell you is that when you execute a strategy that has a relatively higher risk to reward, these 1 to 10s most definitely could be possible. You have to remember that win rate and risk to reward usually work inversely. So that means if you have a higher risk to reward that you're looking for, it typically means that you're going to have a lower win rate over time. I spoke to a trader that actually does like pretty well in props. He trades relatively smaller accounts, but does pretty well in props. And he has like insane risk to reward, 1 to 10s, 1 to 15s, 1 to 20s, all sorts. His risk per trade is very, very small, but his win rate is like 10%. And he's like showed the strategy out. There's nothing like crazy about it. But the thing that makes it profitable for him is the fact that he's willing to be so consistent with it. I think the reason most people would fail with a strategy like that is because executing on something with a 10% win rate is very, very difficult. It's very taxing on your psychology. And you have to ask like whether you're actually able to manage that, right? Whether you can deal with being wrong 9 times out of 10 and still stick to your plan on the one time that it is possibly going to work. So I think that's something to keep in mind. So yes, there are most definitely strategies where people have crazy high risk to reward, but I wouldn't always say it's a true reflection of like what is consistent for an individual. That's always going to be kind of the debating factor here. Brian says, accept the probabilities of risk. Yes, working on that. I'm staying the course and improving. Always great to hear, man. Ahat says, where should we enter in the chart as a long position? You know, I would say the more interesting question to ask is, why would you not think about getting short, right? If the market is clearly moving down, where like momentum is clearly to the downside, maybe this will depend on the perspective at which you're looking at this market from. But I would argue when you're looking at a chart that is so clearly going down and we're breaking and creating fresh lows, why is the perspective not to get in on a retracement to get in short instead of trying to get in on a reversal? And again, it's all perspective. You could, I could look back at a daily chart and say that actually momentum is to the upside here. And what we're actually doing is creating a retracement to the downside to set up for a move back up. I get that. I get that. But it's all perspective ultimately, right? If I really wanted to get long here, I'm a big fan of supply and demand. I would be looking for obvious areas of demand, but then I would be looking for some type of like confirmation to get in off the back of these. So like to my eye, this is a fairly obvious area of demand that somewhat stands out, right? If I was hypothetically trading this from an intraday perspective, I would be looking for some type of reaction in this area. And the only thing that we would have to support this is the fact that we are extended from our average daily range. And yes, we're tapping into a short-term area of demand, but it's very counter trend. I wouldn't say it's necessarily something that I immediately like or I would personally take. But I mean, if you were trying to really push along out of this, that would probably be, you know, the first point of call that I'd be looking at. But I'd probably be watching this now to wait for a reaction from a 5-minute chart, from an intraday perspective to maybe find a little bit more of a refined entry at that point. But like I said, it's not my usual style. I would want to see structure now that we've tapped into this area fundamentally start to change. Until we see that, this is nothing more than just a retracement to potentially take us down another leg lower. I'm not really interested in wanting to do business here on cable. I'll have a scan through and see what else is kind of like going on in the markets. But there was nothing immediately that was kind of catching my eyes when I was looking at things earlier. Aussie, I would say, looking a little bit more bearish rather than bullish here. Definitely could be setting up some potential shorts for tomorrow. Be interesting to see where we close the day. If we could potentially lose this low, that could be an interesting place to work from. There's nothing that super stands out for me here as an area of supply to want to get in. I think I would be watching to see how we reacted around that daily low and kind of moving off from there. Let me have a quick flick through, see what we're looking at here. Euro. I mean, I wouldn't, given how price is currently moving, I don't know if I would I would probably want to wait for a daily close to see where we are at. What I would be interested in seeing is what happens from that daily low. I mean, if we can reclaim that, that could be a more interesting play, but I don't know. I just think if we were gonna go long, why didn't we do it on either one of these attempts? The moment we started failing here, that was like a red flag to say, I think this is a little bit sus. I think maybe momentum is still to the downside. But yeah, I honestly, like I said, I don't know. I don't know if I would want to get long on this. AHA has flipped up. Where can we get short on this market? I mean, I would focus on areas of supply. For me, that kind of comes in anywhere from sort of this sort of area. I would be looking at potentially something to the downside. But again, I don't really have a play. For me, these are what you would consider like entry models, right? That's probably the best way to think about them. These are what you would consider entry models, but I wouldn't necessarily consider them actual trades. So it really depends on what you're looking for in the market, right? For me, an ideal place to want to get short would be back in this upper end range in here, which, as you can see from this, starts at like 134.10, which is basically just above this sort of area. So if I had to pick any area where I would want to be getting short or looking to potentially start building that short position, it would probably be this area in here. So I would take this one off. Yes, it's the most recent one, but I would much prefer to see a retracement back into this area. And then we have a confluence of a lower time frame area of supply, as well as a higher time frame range that has caused a pivot from a daily perspective, right? Like you can see it here, you can see it in here, you can see the slight reaction here. Not the cleanest one, I would say, but definitely a reaction from that standpoint. But that would probably be like the move that I would potentially be waiting for and seeing where we go. But again, I'm looking at this from like a swing perspective, right? That would be like, if I was drawing this up, let me split screen my chart here. I would want to be seeing something like, potentially something like this. Let me drop this onto the lower time frame. Something like that, to kind of start building a potential short position in here. Again, it's worth reiterating, this is not financial advice. These are not signals. These are simply just, I'm doing a little bit of analysis out loud where I'm thinking about this. But right now, I think momentum is heavy to the downside. I like the idea of continually riding this short, unless we start getting a different like picture painted from a daily perspective. But I simply had the wrong bias coming into this week. I suspected that this would continue tearing up. You could see from a weekly perspective, we're most definitely starting to create at least maybe like an intermediate term top here. And I think the next move may be potentially targeting those range end lows again. So that would be the kind of play that I would be looking for. But from a swing perspective, it would want to be targeting like sort of those range end lows in there. I would probably want to be out at the start of the range. So something that looks a little bit like that. That would be the play that I wait for. But again, it will be going into next week, I suspect, unless we get the bounce and move back to the upside today. But we'll see. We'll see. Could be an interesting one to watch. Chat says it's harder to catch the bottom or a high than just riding the wave. I agree. I definitely agree. I think especially in your early days, like trying to catch these swing points, right, from these big rotations here, it's very difficult. Once you've got an established trend, scrolling down, getting in on board with that from a lower time frame, I think makes a lot more sense. But yeah, I just don't see anything that's super attractive for me at this moment. I know for a fact there's going to be somebody looking at this, and they're going to be watching this. I think that those fair value gap traders are going to be loving, I presume, this sort of area. I don't even know how you would draw these up. Something like that, maybe, as a potential fair value gap. I don't know. I don't really use fair value gaps in my trading. I don't even know how you would potentially draw them, maybe to something like that, and then looking for a reaction. But yeah, I don't know. Not something I really use a lot of. But that would be what I wait for. I'll leave this on. We'll wait and see if we get a fill on this, maybe tomorrow, maybe going into next week. We'll kind of pick back up on this in a future session. See what else is going on in the markets. We actually drew these up as points of interest when I think when we were last on stream. Nice to see them giving little reactions to price here. Let's have a look. Let's go back up to the daily. I'm very suspicious about Japanese yen pairs. I don't know if any of you guys trade them. Anyone here trade the yen markets at all? I suspect we're going to get intervention at some point in time. I was actually, and again, for full transparency, I was trying to get a short open in dollar yen, and I took a loss on it. But I've had this like rolling for like 3 weeks. It looked, I was getting in on a retracement after that initial drop in there. So I got in as we started to ride this down, and then just got squeezed coming back up. So I did not have a successful short in here. I just think Bank of Japan are going to be all over this, right? This 162 level has typically been a little bit of a barrier for them in the long run, right? You look at some of the price action that we've had in and around this area previously. It's a little bit of a ceiling. Market AI guys from yesterday's stream on here said that their research showed a ton of retail shorters, so it could likely squeeze higher first. Wouldn't surprise me. Like I said, I got squeezed on this as well. But fundamentally, I mean, the BOJ, Bank of Japan, has been making it clear for some time that they do not like the yen at these levels. And I believe if you drop down to, I think it's an hourly chart, there was talks of suspected intervention right here, right? That candle there. If you look at it on a 5-minute chart, where are we? Here. You look how that candle stands out. I think it was only like a 50-odd point move, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 44 pips, but relative to everything else that we're seeing within that range, it's a pretty chunky candle. And there was talks of, you know, potential Bank of Japan getting involved at this point, and looking at, you know, is this going to be a sustained move down? But I mean, you look at this from a daily perspective, and the market is just absorbing every time the Japanese yen get involved. From what I've heard, and again, I'm not a big fundamental guy. There are definitely going to be plenty more experts on here rather than what I'm about to share. But from what I'm hearing, for this intervention to really work, I'm hearing that this needs to be a coordinated thing between the Bank of Japan and the Fed. in America, right? So for this to really be a lasting move, that's potentially what we're waiting for. When that happens, I mean, who knows? Who knows? I just, like I said, fundamentally, I was looking for intervention to occur. After we had the first round of it there, I thought we may see a retracement. This would end up being a lower high, and then we start to roll over. We just didn't get it. Like I said, everything was met with a little bit of a squeeze to the upside, and I got pushed out of this into a small loss. Been choppy for me over the last few weeks, few months. It's been my swing strategy has been struggling in these markets. Drifto says, do you trade lower timeframes? I think I mentioned Drifto, not at the moment. It will be something that I'm opening up to. I think that's probably a little bit more favorable for a lot of props, especially on the future side of things. But I'll be looking at doing it in a very similar way. I think I talked about this a little bit on Tuesday when I was doing a little bit of analysis on some of these markets. Like I would be wanting to draw up certain levels. Like I'll give you an example here, right? We'll focus on dollar Canadian as an example of what I would be looking at. I'm going to backtrack a little bit here so that you see how the reactions to these play out. I mentioned I focus in on a lot of ranges, right? So like monthly, weekly, daily candle ranges. So basically pointing out a range on the wicks of the upper end and the lower end to basically see where the rejections are coming from. You look at dollar CAD, for example, and I'm only pointing this out. Bear in mind, I'm cherry picking this largely because I've seen we've had some type of reaction. So if you're looking for like an intraday perspective and wanting to use like similar ways to watch the market, analyze the market, to develop ideas from a lower time frame perspective, this is potentially what you could be doing, right? So if you look at who is in control of this market from this point here, right? I would argue from purely a standpoint of momentum, the people that were in control here were the bears, at least on this retracement back down. Yes, of course, we are in a much higher time frame bullish leg, but from a shorter term perspective, bears were in control of this market. And I would say they firmly took control on that candle there. That changed on this candle, right? This green bullish candle here, the 20th of July, we had a shift in momentum where the bulls had come in and we'd taken out the last almost 3 days of price action in one day, right? The following day, we had another bullish day, which closed into some highs. And all I would be doing here is trailing each one of these ranges and drawing boxes like this for potential areas of interest to take action, right? So I'm going to draw these up. I'll label them my daily ranges. And I want to show you, I think I screwed that up, show you how these provide some kind of like potential areas for action, right? So we had this day here, we pushed up, created a new high, right? New momentum created on this day, new range to play with. I start adjusting my boxes and we look at something like this, right? Now we play through the next candle. This is going to be terrible on this. Let me just cut this out, right? We play through the next candle and you can see the first thing that we do is we get inside day, right? Inside day within a range that we like to see. So again, I'm doing this from a monthly perspective, a weekly perspective, and I'm looking at these as potential zones to be doing some business from. So what I would be looking at here, let's take out today's price action and we'll play it through live to see if there was something that we could have executed from. And again, I have no idea if I'm going to be able to nail this, but I'm simply trying to show like, if I was intraday trading this, would I be able to find an entry off the back of some of these potential reaction areas that I'm looking at, right? So what I would be doing here, dropping down to an hourly time frame, and I would be firstly saying, let me refine my zones. I think this upper one is good. We kind of encompass this this upper end range in here. I would actually argue that you could maybe pull this down a little bit. You could see the reaction that we had from there. I think that makes for a pretty nice upper end range. From the lower end, I would argue that the range that I am most concerned with is maybe something that looks a little bit like that, right? If we started to play this forward, so the idea here is we're now inside of this range. We want to play either the range extremes for either mean reversion or expansion outside of the range, right? These are simply just areas where I would be looking for some type of reaction in price. So if we follow this through candle by candle, and I know we have the benefit of hindsight, I've seen that there was some type of reaction from here. I'll try and go through a losing example as well. Might be a helpful one to cover as well. When we play this out, we can see market initially starts testing right here. You could drop down hypothetically to a 5-minute chart, and this is where you could start looking for potential entry signs here. Are we going to get a clean break of structure? We do in this area. You could be looking at this and you could be someone that says, right, I'm going to aggressively take a long hit with a stop below the low. And in an ideal world, the ultimate target that you would be looking for would basically be the upper end range high, right? So you would be looking at potentially something like that as an upper end target. But we'll see. I don't, like I said, I don't know if this is going to be the actual low of the day, but you've had your break, you've had your shift in kind of structure here. Whether this goes on to actually form the low, whether it takes a couple of attempts to do it, I do not know. We're about to find out. Stop loss on our first attempt. We leave that through. Go back up to an hourly for a second. And we watch the price action, right? Big rejection. 5-minute chart. Looking for a shifted momentum back to the upside. We're going to leave this as our first loss. And is there anything that we can see to start getting on board with this? I would say probably here. This candle here is the first time we've broken and structurally created some higher highs in this leg up. Again, you could open your eyes, you could open up and say, right, I'm going to take a trade that looks like this. Again, targeting same sort of area back up to the upside. And we potentially, I suspect maybe this is the trade that we are still sitting in at this point in time. We'd be looking at something like this. Rocky day of price action, it looks like. Depending on how you manage this, whether you trail stops or not, maybe you'd already be taken out of this. And that's where we currently are, right? So wouldn't have hit full objective yet, but that is a potential trade that you would draw up with the exact same form of analysis, right? Nothing complicated about it, just simply looking at ranges and playing the reaction off some type of range extremes. This one was a daily range extreme. If you wanted to scalp, you could do this off of a 4-hour, off of an hourly range extreme, and you could work from there. But that would essentially be the trade that I would hypothetically look for if I was looking at a short-term trade for the day. So you take one 1-hour loss in here, attempting the long. Once you get reconfirmation that buyers are stepping in, you get your second opportunity here once you get the structural shift. And we'd currently be sitting up in this trade 1.5R, right? In all honesty, for how I would manage positions, I would probably be cutting my trade there. If I hadn't already trailed my stop loss higher, I would probably be exiting there, given we had 3 pips before actually hitting our target to the upside. And actually we had round figure, 1.41 round figure here. I would be out of my trade right there on that candle close. So you could argue that we would have got out of this with a potential 2.2R if I was trading the exact same model from an intraday perspective. And that is what I would kind of be focusing on here. So exact same principles that I would potentially swing trade this from. Just simply looking at this from a much lower time frame to give you different trading opportunities at getting in, right? Let's have a look and see what else is on the cards. Like dollar yen, I think gave actually a really nice reaction. I remember looking at this. Where was this? I think we were looking at this high in here. So I think it was a monthly range So like when I talk about the reactions that we've had in price, was it this one here, 162.50? 162.50. Give me 1 second, guys. I will be right back with you. We will pick back up on this example. Give me 1 second. Be right back. Right, my apologies, guys. We are back. Just have to step away for a second. Yeah, I was going to show you a good example of this from dollar yen, right? So if I pull this up to, and again, time frame that probably most of you guys are not going to care about, but just to show you how price reacts from these levels. From a monthly closing perspective, you can see that, I mean, this is the current month's candle. This was the prior month's range that we were working within. If I just pull up the old high of the range right in here, this would have been built from the end of the month. So down in here, let me do this from a daily chart. Right, so this was our prior month's range. So you can see this is the 30th of June. You draw a zone off the top end of that candle and look at the reactions in price that you get from it. So yes, the next day you tend to get a reaction, you get the move back to the downside, you get the turning point in here, you get resistance in here. I'm not going to say that was a tradable reaction by any means, but then after you get the breakthrough, you get the nice retest from the underside. And by the way, that was on the intervention, right? You get that retest coming in just shy, missing it by a couple of pips, but that was on the suspected Bank of Japan intervention from what we had yesterday. Now, again, not saying that's a tradable move unless you maybe had a limit order sitting down in that area, but it's nice to see the levels work in the way that they do. And the reason that I like drawing them like this is they're just such a simple and objective way to draw up reaction points in the market. There's no objectivity around them. It's just looking at monthly, weekly, daily, potentially 4-hour candle closes and drawing up the ranges of the high and low of those candles, and then looking to trade reactions off the back of those. So yeah, quite an interesting move there on dollar yen. Let's have a look, see what else we're getting across the board. Let's have a look from a daily perspective here. All right, let's do one here in Aussie, right? So Aussie, and again, I'm doing this because I want to see if you can actually pump out a profitable trade with these in mind. So let me take you back a few days, and I want to play this out for you guys. So if we look at, again, just from a perspective of momentum, right? We've had large down candle in here. This is the 23rd of June. Safe to say, purely from a perspective of momentum, bears are in control, right? Bears are in control on this occasion. You then move into a period of consolidation. And then I would say after this high starts to get taken out, you've got a shift in momentum, right? You can say that this is a range that we've currently been working within. Once we've got this candle breaking this high, closing above it, this is now our established range, right? This is a daily chart. We draw this up. We go from range end low to range high, and you draw up something like this. Again, we can drop down, we can refine this from an hourly chart. So I would maybe draw like the upper end range in there, lower end range. I would probably keep as something that looks like that. And then this becomes our tradable range to work from, right? So we tell ourselves, I'm not fussed about what price does anything in between. I only want to focus on taking potential reactions in price from these range end extremes, right? So we'll play it out. We'll see what the market potentially gives us, and if we actually come out of this with some profit or getting shoved about on either of these occasions. So I'm starting off on an hourly chart, and I'm waiting for price to tap into one of these reaction zones, and we're getting a downside test first. You can see we've immediately got a rejection from an hourly perspective. If we drop down to a 5-minute, do we get a shift in structure to support this idea? I would want to be waiting here for a shift probably back at least above this high, if not maybe here, to want to get me long. We continue to play this forward. All bets are off if we create fresh lows off the back of this. That is probably something that I would be looking more so for. I would potentially be getting long here. Stops below this low in here. And then again, ultimate target would be the range end highs up in here like this. And that would be what I play for, right? So we play this forward. We'll see what we get on our first attempt at playing this range end low. What day are we? Bear in mind, this is Friday. I'm probably not going to hold this over into the weekend if it actually survives at all, which it doesn't look like it will. We'll take this. I mean, judging by spreads, that's really going to depend on your broker. I think I'm going to be out of this one. Where are we? Friday, still going. I mean, that was a deep retracement. I would argue that you probably would have taken a loss on this, getting tapped out by spreads, depending on how tight you put your stop below those lows. But I would, it would be very tight. For the sake of being picky, I would say, let's record that as a loss, right? Let's say first attempt at this is a loss. We're going to take absolute worst case scenarios here. First attempt, losing attempt at playing this range. Let's hop back over to an hourly and let's see what else we get, if we get any other reactions from this area. So Friday closed, we had gap down and through the lower end of that range, but range remains intact until we get a daily close through it. So unless this daily candle closes actually through the lower end of the range remains intact. We've had a push up to the upside here after that daily gap. Does it give us a potential opportunity to trade it and actually get on board? I don't know. Nothing clean that I would particularly like, if I'm honest. We're in Asia. Let me see if we get another retest. Nothing, right? But we do start to get reaction from the upper end of the range, right? Let's go back a couple of candles, see if it would have given us a actual trade, something to actually work from. You can see the first reaction there. From a 5-minute chart, we get our break of structure in here. I would argue that the first candle close was here. Stop again, just above the high. And we would play down to the end of the potential range end lows. Play this out, see what the market will give us. Deep test. I would say maybe we survive that. Where do we end up? Let's jump back to an hourly, play this out a little bit faster. So again, maybe depends on your trade management here to determine what you would have done. I would argue that I probably would have started to trail my stops at least to maybe above these highs, especially after we broke this area. Definitely something you could be playing for here. So potentially would have been trailed out of this on this candle here, and I think I would be looking for a fresh opportunity to take a reaction from this. So I would be out probably somewhere in here on a trailing stop, something like that, something to on that sort of from that sort of perspective. Back up to an hourly, continue playing the range. And again, we're looking for either signs that we're going to reject here, or we're going to use them to pivot and expand to the up or the downside. So we're open to playing either direction. We just want to see what it presents. Okay, interesting test here. We are getting rejection from the top end of this daily range here on Aussie. The question is, what type of reaction do we get? Are we going to get some type of structural break to the downside to give us a potential short trade? Continue testing up. Let's have a look at this from an hourly perspective. Do we get a fresh daily close through? That's going to be the test for me here. Daily close. Nope. We did actually roll over, right? So depending on maybe where you would look at a break of structure, I would say if you're being super aggressive, it's not the one that I would personally take, but super aggressive, you're getting in probably on a breach between this, right? You've got market coming up, creating resistance, retesting a support through here. The moment we lose this, that's your break to the downside. You execute and you hold for the shorts. That would be super aggressive in my eyes. I would prefer to see the reaction coming from our actual range end plays. So the more conservative play that I would be looking for would probably be looking at something like this. It means a little bit of a wider stop, but I would probably be playing for something that looked a little bit more like that. And then again, you're playing for the range end lows. Let's go back up to a 1 hour and see if we are. Ahat says, what time frame are you looking at? Right now, I'm flicking between a 1 hour and a 5-minute chart, right? So we've got these zones have been drawn from a daily perspective, right? If I take you back to a daily chart, you can see why they exist. Price ranging between these two areas. And then we are taking rejections from a 1 hour and a 5-minute perspective for entry to get us potentially in alignment to play one side of the range to the other, right? So let's jump back up. So sorry, 1 hour chart. Let's see where this one would have ended up. Let's extend this out a little bit. I would argue there's room here to potentially start trailing your stops lower. If I went down to a 5-minute, I would argue that you could be bringing your stops above here, bringing them above here. I think this would be a relatively safe area in terms of trailing your stops to kind of bring it down. Let's go back to an hourly. So we're going to say stops above this high as we currently stand, and we'll see what the market presents. Ooh. Would we have been stopped out? I'd say we'd still be in. Above these highs puts us just in here. Would have been damn close though. Let's see if the market continues. And again, you'd be trailing stops, right? You'd be moving them through significant highs. So I'd say right now, at least above this high. If, you know what, I'd argue you could potentially bring it back above that high once we broke these lows in here, which means you probably would have got tapped out there, which gives you a exit on this trade. What do we get? 1 to 1.5 up. Didn't reach our full objective. That's if you trail your stops, right? If you don't, if you're more of like a set and forget person, would have benefited you at least on this trade to trail stops, right? We ended up back up at the highs. So you can see how many opportunities this is providing from purely an intraday perspective, right? if we got out, where do we say it was? It was going to be here. We got that 1 to 1.5R. Do we get another entry off the range and highs? Coming in here. Ideally, what I would want to see is this sort of area start to lose. And the moment we get that, like on that candle there, that's kind of what I want to see, right? I would love to take that, stop above the high. And again, targeting the exact same range and lows. Flick over to a 1 hour chart and see what the market potentially gives us here. There you go, target smashed. So we had a few opportunities here, one with a small loss. I think we would have taken something like a 0. Oh no, actually that's a lie. Hold on a second. We're forgetting the one that we took the previous day. So within just this range alone, you've taken, let's say, a 1 hour loss in this area here. You've taken a small, what is this, like a 0.3, 0.4R loss here. So we're negative 1.4R. You then take a 1.5R winner, which basically puts you back to break even. And then you end with just shy of a 3R winner, all taken within the space of just over a week, right? That one trade was Friday last week. We're now at Thursday today, and you are essentially 3R up on this potential play. I tried to chase the trade and I lost. Is there any particular settings to do with your fib indicator? So Arhat, I haven't actually used any fibs at all as we stand. I have the tool up here, but I only really use fibs. And again, this is just a personal thing. I only really use fibs on a much higher time frame. And I don't use it to make decisions. I use it purely just to measure the retracement of moves. That's it. So from a fib perspective, like I would only draw fibs on like significant swings, something that maybe looks like that. But again, it's more so for a perspective to kind of have an accurate way of measuring a potential retracement. I don't use them for entry points. I don't use them for levels. It's just something that I like to reference to see how far back we have actually pulled within a specific range. And yeah, that's it really. So I can't, it's nothing to do with the fib indicator. Everything I've been using so far is mainly the risk to reward tool, which you're seeing up in here. That's the long and short positions on TradingView. But that would be a potential like week. And again, this is just in Aussie, but this one was like optimal conditions where you had some really nice reactions and plays off of each of the range end perspectives. So like I said, you could do this on any time frame that you would like. You could do this from a weekly, a monthly, a daily, which is what we've been doing now to give you more of an from some intraday plays. If you wanted some scalps, maybe a 4 hour, maybe a 1 hour chart, and then looking to trade this from a 1 minute perspective, definitely gives you potential options to play from in here, right? Let's look at a potential like losing example here to see if we would have had anything. So if we look at who is essentially in control, so we can draw up our relevant range, you would see Euro at this, let's start from this candle here. You would say bears are in control, bulls taken over in this area in here. We had bears regain control, bulls take control. It's a very, very sloppy range, if I'm honest. Not one that I'm super excited to trade. If you looked at this from a weekly perspective, you'd actually get a lot more clarity onto the range end highs and the range end lows, right? So this is potentially from an intraday perspective. If you were looking at playing something here, I would want to be looking at these kind of like range extremes for areas for potential like, you know, intraday, maybe intra-week swings. And you can go from there. Arhat says, can you look at, was that crude? This is not really one that Are you trading stocks? What are we trading here? Oh, sorry, I had it on stocks. I only really focus on FX. MCL. I presume you're just trading the mini crude. I presume that's what you're referring to here. I think I'm going to get a delayed feed. Futures. Can you please look at... I took a short entry at 92.76. Let's have a look at this. What are we getting here? Like I said, I think I've got... Yeah, you're on the minis. I don't know if I'm going to be getting a delayed feed with this. Let's have a look. 92. I don't know. I'm not sure this is going to be super relevant for you, I'm afraid. 92.76. I would need to see this on a CFD chart, which I'm not really sure. Oil. Never really looked at commodities, if I'm honest. I'm not sure I'm the best person to run through you with this, I'm afraid, Arhat. My bag is usually some type of FX. Let's have a look, see what else we can map out here. See, this is what I would consider a good example of learning to do nothing, right? When you get clear on exactly the type of like ranges that you are looking to play, and the exact areas that you're focusing on, this is a great time to basically sit on your hands and do absolutely nothing. I'm actually going to keep these drawn up here on pound yen because I think they could provide some interesting action zones that we'll reference back in the future. But like if I was looking at this purely from a perspective of the ranges, just like we've been looking at here, for me, the obvious, we've got the upper end range here, the lower end range here, all formed from the daily candle, which was created on the 15th of July. And I would simply be looking at this and saying, I only want to play the upper end range extreme and the lower end range extreme. If price is stuck in the middle, I essentially, sorry, let me scroll back over. I essentially want to do nothing, right? Everything in between is just noise. I only want to focus on a reaction from here or a reaction from here. And that could be, we hit the top end of the range and we're looking for a reversal back to the downside, or we're looking for a breakout and a retest of that area to get us on board in going long. So yeah, like that would be my sort of play, but it makes it simple enough that you could look at this and say, you know what, like I'm done. I have nothing to play with at this current point in time. And I'm just going to sit on my hands and wait for something clearer for me to actually start setting up. Let's have a look at how cable is playing out. I think I'm still on replay mode. Interestingly, I mean, we were talking about this a little bit earlier on stream. Someone, I think might have been Arhat that actually mentioned, where would you actually want to get long? And I said, we've got this area of demand in here. I openly, again, wouldn't be an area that I want to play, but I mean, nice area of demand. Plus you've got an extension of average daily range. I would potentially like, that would be something that I would be looking for. But if we had that in alignment with the current trend, even better. I wouldn't personally want to be chasing this short, but nice to see a potential reaction in here. From a 5-minute chart, just a little bit of sloppy price action, to be honest. I would probably want to see like a break of this area before I consider actually wanting to get long. And again, I would be looking at that as very much a counter trend play, as opposed to anything else going forward. So I think that's kind of worth keeping in mind here. I think that's it for kind of FX. There's nothing that, like I said, is massively jumping out at me. Aussie could be actually setting up a nice little another range end play here. If you look at this from a 5-minute, what would I want to see? We've got a sweep down of these lows. I think I would want to see this area start to get cleared, right? So this kind of like 69.80-ish. If we start getting a clear price above 69.80, then I would look for potentially like reigniting longs. Stop would go down below that low in there, and I would be looking to target those highs. So it gives you maybe like a 1 to 2 just over, depending on where you get your fill. But that could be something that I potentially like the looks of here. From a range end play perspective, we'll kind of keep our eyes on this and see what we're looking at. Maybe it's something that we can kind of follow in real time as we go. We'll leave this up on the side. But this is what I would be looking at here. And what I ideally would want to see, let me get rid of this just to clean things up a little bit. I would want to see like a breakthrough in this area in here. Give me one sec. That's what I would potentially want to see for a long position. That's the only thing that I think would want to tempt me in. I would want to see a clean breach of this area, and then entry off the back of that, and we see if we can run that back up to the opposite end of the range. That would be ideal for me. What's up, Zog? Hope you're good. We'll wait and see how this plays out. I'll set an alert for this. Like I said, this is purely a hypothetical trade. It's purely a hypothetical trade. I'm going to leave an alert there so that we get a notification of this if it's something of interest. And maybe, like, I don't know, we've got about half an hour left of the stream here until I'm hopping off. I don't know when this will play out. I'm also mindful of kind of time of day that we're moving into. But Australian dollar could be a mover during the Asia session. We'll leave this up though, and we can pick this up going into next week to see what the outcome would have been, whether we got no position at all, whether it's something that we were able to actually benefit from, and we go from there. All right, guys, for those of you that are active, anyone that is wanting to take part in a giveaway, right? The all-important giveaway. Firstly, make sure you like the stream. If you haven't already, make sure you like it. Drop some hearts, drop some engagement on the stream. We have an Apex account and an Ola Prime account to give away for you guys, and that is currently running in the Discord. Hop on over to the Chart Fanatics Discord. There is a giveaway channel in there where you guys can start to participate. Hop on over in there now, and like I said, Apex account, Ola Prime account up for grabs. exclusively for you guys in the stream. Exciting stuff. You guys have got 10 minutes to get your entries in, and after that we will be selecting a winner. Okay, so 10-minute notice. If you guys want to take part in a giveaway, there's one Apex account and one Ola Prime account up for grabs. Hop on over to the Chart Fanatics Discord, check out the giveaway channel, and the instructions are in there for you guys to be able to take part. Okay, good luck. Hopefully somebody bags something good off the back of this. Nice to see you active, Yash. Praful Singh. Mohammed says, any stocks that you particularly trade? I don't actually trade stocks, at least in like the short-term way in what we do here. I only invest in stocks, so only like long-term things. So nothing that I'm particularly in, like nothing that I'm actively short-term trading. But I basically buy stocks, long-term hold. They're primarily at the moment, I'm focusing on a lot of like tech and AI focused things. But yeah, nothing that's short-term that I'm like jumping on and analyzing the charts is maybe the right way to say it. They're more like fundamentally driven. And I use the charts as more of just a mechanism of timing. Praful Singh says, what's the entry point for this upcoming trade? Again, it's not a signal, it's not trade advice. Azap King says, are you in a trade now? No. And again, my bread and butter is swing trading, but I've been showing and talking about on the stream how you can apply the exact same concepts into a more intraday model. This is something that I would potentially be scouting out if I was intraday trading. So all hypothetical, something for you guys to go away, do some testing on. But again, I'll give you a little bit of a recap of what we're looking at here. The Australian dollar versus the US dollar, we are stuck in a little bit of a range from this daily candle. So on your charts, this will be the daily candle on the 15th of July. We've drawn a range from the lower end and the upper end. That provides us with action zones. You can see some of the trades that could have been taken off the back of this. So you can see we've had plays from the lower end, plays from the upper end. We also did have what would have been a very nice play here, taken from the range end extremes. And what I mentioned is what I would be looking at from an intraday perspective. Potentially this is going to be something for today, maybe something for tomorrow. But if we can get a close through this point of interest that I have noted here, so this is this kind of roughly 69.80 level, 0.6980. That would potentially open the doors for a potential long opportunity to ride this back up to the upper end of the range. So very simple range end play, taking buys off the lower end and shorts off the upper end. Praful says, I passed my phase 1 on a 100K account today. What should be the approach for the second phase, the 5% target? In all honesty, I'm a big advocate of staying consistent with the approach that has got you through a certain phase on the second one, right? If you're trading in a way that is, I think, is inconsistent and it's not going to allow you to have like, you know, if you're looking to change your approach, maybe this is a better way to put it. If you're looking to change your approach from a phase 1 to a phase 2 to a funded, it's a lot of inconsistency. I can definitely understand why a lot of people like will maybe risk a little bit more or want to pass the challenge phases quicker. But if we're talking about a view of just consistency, right? I think the approach that you've taken to get you through phase 1 should be the exact same approach that you take to carry you through phase 2. And equally, that you should trade during funded, maybe with adapted risk, but to ultimately get you through to your payout as well. So I want to change the approach because I was taking higher risk in phase 1. So look, the thing that I would say is, for me, when I think about higher risk, I simply think about a difference in position size. I'm not necessarily thinking about like a big difference in I'm going to take this opportunity, even though it's not valid, it doesn't fit in alignment with my plan. But I wouldn't take this on a phase 2 or a funded stage, right? I would personally say you want to keep that like consistent in terms of the setups that you're taking. What can be tweaked? Maybe the risk. I just think the moment you start taking trades outside of what you would normally do, are you really trading? Are we just gambling? Like, what are we really doing here? So, you know, that would be my 2 cents. Maybe that's, I don't know if that's the answer that you were looking for, but it would be the advice that I give you. I think you want something that's consistent in terms of execution, and maybe the risk can be adapted along the way. It says, I also mostly trade gold and Bitcoin. What are some of the Forex pairs as per you, which has good, smooth movements? I like a lot of the majors. I think Euro cable, so like Euro dollar, British pound against the US dollar. I quite like some of the Japanese yen pairs, though over the last few months, I found them a little bit more difficult to trade with the Bank of Japan and things like this. Australian dollar, I think, is a good market. It's the one that we've currently got on the chart at the moment. I think those are some pretty decent markets to be focusing on. Let's have a look at gold. See what we're looking at here. Let me start with again a daily, just caught in a little bit of chop here. Very sort of sideways price action. We look at this from a weekly. See, you know, the thing that catches my eye, and again, I don't know how this plays out. I don't know if it gives us anything that's tradable, but these are the areas that kind of stand out to my eye that would be like the obvious areas of potentially doing business, right? I'm going to refine these. Like I said, this is not a market that I usually trade. Actually, this is I think I lost that. This is a weekly level. Weekly range. I'm in a short from 40.65 in gold, so I'm confused about my targets. All right, let me have a look. Like I said, gold is most definitely not my forte, but I'm happy to have a little peek here. So this would be kind of the ranges that I am currently looking for. And these would maintain intact until we see a weekly close, which we kind of did there, to be honest. You know what? It's a messy chart. In all honesty, I don't know if I would want to trade it. I'm trying to find something to like demonstrate for you. I don't really have a play that really like screams out to me as like this is something that is so obvious to set up in. Like when I look at this compared to Aussie, for example, right? Aussie for me seems very simple. There's a clear range established on the high end and on the low end. We're getting nice reactions from either perspective. And that's kind of like what I want to focus on here. When you compare this to the likes of gold, and I go back up to a daily chart, it's just very, very sloppy. Like if I was going to force anything, the range that I would be looking at, it was probably going to be this most recent day in here, right? If I was going to get in alignment with this, and this wouldn't even be like a mean reversion. This would be very much getting in alignment with the trend it's looking like. Let's have a look. So from an hourly chart, that would be my kind of zone in there. From a daily perspective, what time we got this? That would be my zone in here. So these would be the ranges that I would be looking to do business out. Again, if I was an intraday trader, this is what I would be looking for in order to do business. Indie Gun says W giveaway. Nice. Hoping somebody won something from that. Always great to see. So if hypothetically I was trading gold here, this would be the area that I'm looking for some type of reaction. And in all honesty, I don't think I would have had a trade off the back of this. I think what I would have liked to have seen, so firstly, the reaction that I saw here, if I was going to get long, I would want to see it clear some structure to the upside, which for me doesn't start until kind of that area in there. We ended up creating a high, but we just retested these sorts of lows and created a further breakdown. If you were trading like a, maybe a 1 minute there, maybe you'd get your retest. It's just, for me, it's not really clear enough for what I would specifically be looking for. I would want to see a retest of that area and then provide me a kind of, an entry to get short, which would just be a break of structure back down to the downside. And we go from there. So yeah, there's not, I don't really like the looks of gold, to be honest. Like I said, I'm drawing this up, but it's very much just forcing the play. It just doesn't scream out to me as something that I really want to be getting involved in. What's your view on NQ? Again, not one that I really trade. I will have a look at it. I'm going to do it relatively from a higher time frame perspective, just to gauge direction. I'm not going to be dropping down to a 5 minute and looking at potential entries on this. But let's have a look at, again, same sort of analysis. What would we be looking at here in terms of potential entry zones? So I would like the looks of, like, I would be drawing up this from a monthly perspective, because we are basically stuck in range, right? If you look at these monthly range, drop down to a weekly. So we've got this one. See, for me, my weekly level, I would argue, is probably this area in here. And like, hear me out, right? When I explain the rationale behind why I'm looking at this one, look at this weekly candle here, right? We created this like bearish engulfing. If I replay this just to kind of clear this up for a second, right? Let's pretend, for example, this was our chart. This is our weekly range that we've been working within. We've got the kind of monthly range up at the high as well. This becomes our bearish engulfing, and this is the kind of momentum that is carrying price at this point in time. If we now bring back up the current price action, look at how price has reacted off basically the either end of these ranges. So this is the lower end weekly range, and the upper end is going to be somewhere in this area. If I drop down to a daily to refine, we've got, I would probably be looking at something like that and something like that. So that would be kind of like the areas that I would want to see some reaction from in price, right? Let's have a look. So for me, if you ask me like my view on where this market is going, right now we're in a range, right? The range is currently between kind of this 30,400, this sort of area in here, and this lower end area between 27,500. And this is, again, higher time frame perspective. I think we range in between here until we don't. But that would be, if I was swinging this, that would be the kind of movements that I would be looking for from the upside and the downside rotations. However, inside of this, we're also inside of a weekly range. So we've got the upper end weekly range extreme in here, and we've got the lower end down in here. Now, again, little sloppy. You can see that we have deviated on either end, but does it provide opportunity to take some type of reaction or trade from this? So again, we'll kind of play this out. We'll see how we go. I'm going to pick this up from, let's have a look at, are my levels on here? Oh, of course they're not. 1 second. I think so. I've got these drawn as higher time frame ones. Let me set these as dailies. Dailies, this is going to be the range that we are focused on at this point in time, right? So these would be the zones that I'm basically looking to take some type of action. And then the reactions that you're looking for are, do you get a reaction in this area in order to take you long? I would argue fairly sloppy in this area. You probably would have got stopped out trying to do this. Up in here, again, fairly sloppy at this range high, fairly sloppy at this range high. Does it give you enough on a 5-minute chart to get you in alignment with that kind of breaker structure to see the reversal? Possibly. But where are we currently at? We had a reaction in here on the 8th of July, which again gave you a pretty nice reaction. Can I break that down on a 5 minutes? So that was this area in here. Right, and again, I would probably be looking for this area to get lost before I look to take that long position. We start getting that, if you wanted to be conservative, probably over here. Stops would go somewhere below the lows, and then you would look to ideally take that up to the upper end extreme range that you're kind of playing for. So it looks something like that, and then you would be trailing and following targets along the way. And as you can see, it wouldn't have made it all the way to target, but it did give you opportunity to scale out. I mean, if you just scaled stops under each of the relative swings, you can see you're getting potential moves to take some money here, depending on obviously where you got out in price. So definitely a nice reaction there. Coming back in here and getting a little bit sloppy again. Again, it's just nothing that is clean enough for me to want to play. Where do I think this market is currently going? Until we get a daily close that says otherwise, I favor the market potentially bottoming out in this area and then getting the rotation to the upside. I would love to see how today's daily candle closes. That would probably give me, again, if we closed, especially if we close back up within this range, I would probably be more inclined to look for longs into tomorrow, potentially going into next week, to see what potentially sets up. But I mean, from a daily, weekly perspective, yeah, I don't know. Gun to my head, I would say longs, but I don't feel like it's the cleanest market to be trading as we currently stand. And again, that bias is all primarily built for the idea that we're kind of at this kind of lower end weekly range that has been supporting price for a little while. Again, messy through here. Equally, I would argue a little bit messy through here, but as long as we can hold this, I would look for a rotation just like we did on the first side. So for me, if I was gonna get an entry long, if I did get an entry to get in there, ideally, I would love to see price get back to, you know, sort of 30,400, that sort of area. But I don't really have an entry as we currently stand. Like I said, price is a little bit choppy. We would see where we go from here. Praful Singh says, makes sense. I guess I'll just exit and wait for a better trade. US sessions are very bad these days, choppy and sideways. Yeah, unfortunately, this is the part of the markets that we have very little control over. You know, when it comes to market conditions, we basically have to take what the market gives us and not what we would like to have from the markets. We would all love to have clean conditions all the time. But can the market actually present it to us? You know, completely different story. It's very, very, very difficult to say. But yeah, I'm not a big indices. Like I said, I mainly swing trade FX. It's becoming an increasingly difficult market to swing trade, if I'm completely honest, which is why I'm looking at maybe a little bit more of an intraday approach to kind of balance things out. Because, like, I mean, ranges like this, terrible. That's not the sort of stuff that I would want to be stuck in. It's definitely happened. It happens on occasions. I have had a long position in euro in here, and it just has not given me what I wanted. Yeah, FX is increasingly more difficult to swing trade. If we went out, and this is where I show my age here a little bit. If you look at like pre-COVID conditions and some of like the trends that we used to get in some of these FX markets, 2019, this period of price was absolute garbage. But we did used to get some really nice like trending conditions. Bear in mind, this is a weekly chart, right? You look at some of the movements that we have had here, but volatility really just like absolutely dying. I saw this coming last year. You look at 2025, for example, right? The first half of 2025, we had a range of, where is it? July, we had a range of like almost 1,500 pips in 2025. In the last half of 2025, let me get my vertical indicators out so I can point this out for you. Right, so this blocked off period here is 2025. The first half of this, right? So if we then separated this by half, purely from a range perspective, first half, we created a range of just shy of 1,600 pips, right? But now when you compare that to the second half of 2025, we're at a total range of 500 pips. That's 30% of the volatility that we had experienced before this. Now look at the range of 2026 so far. We've had a total range, you take it to the real extremes, 700 pips. Compare that to the first half of 2025, very, very different market. So yeah, volatility just has not been favorable. My swing strategy has really struggled so far this year to just get on board and ride some of these moves. But that's ultimately part of the game, I'm afraid. Nice reaction here in cable. From that little demand zone that we drew up earlier. Again, not one that I'm advocating trading, but just interesting to see it playing out. Very, very interesting to see. Mohammed says, we basically trade the 1 hour and the 15 minute. From an intraday perspective, makes sense. I will, looking to be doing something very, very similar when I make my return back to intraday trading, moving into the end of this month, start of August. And we'll go from there. Let's have a quick peek on Aussie. Yeah, so game of patience. I mean, really terrible price action for the bulk of today so far. Most of the move basically played out in London, and then we've basically just been a little bit flat for the remainder of the day. Right. I think we're going to start winding things down ever so slowly. I do want to share one thing with you guys before we wrap up the stream for the day. I did have a lesson that I kind of wanted to go through with you guys because I thought it was an interesting question that we got asked, and it was actually asked a little bit earlier into the stream. In all honesty, completely forgot about this. Coming back to this, making sure I hit it before we close off the stream today. I got asked a question about managing confidence, right? Building confidence, managing it. I always say that like confidence comes as a result of experience. It comes as a result of like actually having exposure to seeing something play out over and over again. So the example I always give people is I always start with something really silly, right? Stick with me. There is a lesson behind this. If I told you guys that pigs can fly, how many of you would you believe me? I would like to hope not many, right? We all logically know pigs can't fly. But if I told you guys pigs can fly, how many of you would believe? Probably not a lot. But if we got off this stream and you went over to your window and you saw something fly through the sky that sounded like a pig, you would probably stand there and be like, that's weird. Like it can't be a pig, right? Pigs don't fly, it can't be, but it would create an element of doubt, right? If the next day you went back to that same spot in the window, same time, and you saw something else fly through the air, you'd start questioning yourself. Day 3, if you saw it, day 4, if you saw it, how many days in a row would you need to see it before you started to believe that pigs can actually fly? Everyone has a tipping point, right? Now, take this analogy and let's start applying it to trading a little bit. Let's say you wanted to build confidence in your trading. The thing that I would advise people to do is you need to see it play out, right? You want to see it. You want to experience that playing out over and over again. If I showed you a strategy and I said this has a 65% win rate, it's an amazing strategy, but the first 3 trades that you took in it were all losing trades, how much confidence are you going to have in it? Probably not a lot. But if I gave you the strategy and you took it away and you back tested it over like 500 trades, a decade worth of price action, 500 trades, you've taken screenshots, you'd annotated it, you'd seen it work, you'd seen it fail, and then you went on to trade it live, and then you took 3 losses in a row, what do you think your perspective of that loss is going to be? I would argue very different, right? It would change your level of confidence or how you feel about that event in a very different way. You're no longer going to be looking at that and saying, hey, you know what? I'm doubtful of my plan, because you've seen it play out before. You've seen yourself execute on that exact same pattern over and over again. And that's why you trust that it really works in the long run. The nuance I want to add to this is, even when you get to a stage where you have a lot of confidence and conviction behind what you do, it doesn't necessarily mean that your confidence is just going to be static and it's never going to move, right? I would argue what it would reflect is that confidence by nature is always going to change. When you experience a losing trade, a winning trade, it's likely to skew how you feel in that moment, and your confidence is going to fluctuate. And so I would argue that what you need is a protocol for managing confidence on either end of that scenario. If you get to a stage whereby, like, you've taken 2 or 3 losses, you're feeling doubtful, you're feeling worried about your plan, then I would say, look at data that supports the fact that your strategy actually works over time. If you've gone the other way, if you've taken like 2, 3, 4, 5 winners in a row, and now you're feeling too confident and you're feeling like you can't lose in the markets, I would argue this is equally a problem. And I would say what you need to do is reflect on data to show you that even though you've got a great strategy, it can also lose. And you need to humble yourself, and you need to remember not to bet the entire, the entire farm on your next trade, because this is ultimately a game of probability. Confidence often changes based on the exposure that you give it in the most recent time. And the more you have a data set of, the more you have an example of data to give it to either build your confidence back up or to lower it, is a really good way of thinking about it, right? Confidence is not something that you gain and then you keep and it remains static. It always changes. It's no different to, you guys could be like very competent drivers, but God forbid, if you got into an accident, it's probably going to shake your confidence a little bit. Like the next time you get on the road, you're probably going to look left and right a few more times than you normally would. This is a really normal part of what life is like. Your confidence is always going to change. But in the long run, if you've got enough data to support a particular idea and you expose your mind to seeing that, it can really help to shift the balance of what you are experiencing, right? So if you're feeling a lack of confidence, reflect and collect data that supports your strategy working. If you've got too much confidence, reflect and go over data that shows you you're just human. Your strategy is going to fail at some points, and you need to be planned and prepared for that in the long run. Okay? So that's what I would say. I hope that answered the question from a little bit earlier on, and gave you a little bit of perspective on how to manage that. But it's a good question. I think it's definitely worth keeping in mind and having a game plan for whatever happens on either end. Right, guys, I think that is a wrap for today's stream. Thank you guys for joining me through to the close of today, close of the London session. I hope you guys have got a lot of value, a bit of entertainment, a chance to connect with the variety of hosts that we've had on the stream throughout the day. As always, if you've enjoyed these, make sure you are subscribed to the channel. Make sure you're liking and engaging with these, because that is exactly what we want to be seeing to continue running these into the future. We want to know that we're providing a ton of value, a ton of entertainment for you guys, and something that you guys can learn, improve, and actually be able to resonate with when it comes to everything that we are doing here, right? That's the wrap for today. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Shout out Mr. Producer behind the background, running things behind the scenes. I appreciate you, sir. Thank you very much for allowing me to host today. Guys and girls, I am done for this week. I believe we have Artan and Arman on tomorrow, I believe, for the London session. Keep your eyes peeled for those notifications when they go out, and hop on with them for some fun during London. That's all for today. Hope you guys have had an amazing day, and I will catch you next week. Take care, guys.